Show me what you got. Back down, back up, back down, back up. 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 Back down, back up, back down, ba Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 ba
on my right.
I'm running in for backup.
Yo, Ron, he's right there in front of you.
Ugh. Sorry guys, it happened again.
Damn, that's the best one today.
All right, I'm back.
Someone cover me.
You got him, you got him. Yo, that's sweet.
Yeah, it is. We about to win this.
I can get used to this.
HyperX Alloy. Built strong because it has to be.
Blast X! New from Playzilla!
Welcome everyone to day 3 of the semi-finals and the semi-finals of Valorant First Strike Europe main event, where the top 4 teams in EU will be fighting for a place in the finals tomorrow. I am Yingsu and I'm joined by the Sova mastermind Jonas and the man who's a Sova lookalike, Lothar. Guys, how excited are you guys for today?
I'm so excited. I mean, we saw some insane matches yesterday, and I just can't wait to see what we're going to have today. We had some surprises yesterday that I didn't really think was going to happen, and I'm really hoping that maybe some of these teams saved some of their strategies for, you know, a stronger matchup that they will probably get today.
Yeah, you know, for me, something that was very exciting yesterday was that the same amount of players have picked Sage that picked also Viper. And they are also more often picked than, for example, Reyna and Phoenix. That tells us a lot about the matches that we had yesterday. And it's, you know, I like to say that Valorant in EU is the more thinking's man game.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to mention the games that you are making that comparison to, but I think that's a fantastic observation. Of course, after yesterday's action, FPX and Summon FC will be joining G2 and Heretics from day 1 in the semi-finals. FPX showed just why they are one of the favorites in this tournament, as they absolutely demolished a Defiant and Null Penky.
Well, Null Penky, to be honest, I expected more of Null Penky. That game wasn't as close as I was imagining it, but it was still exciting, especially to see FPX kind of demolishing by the one and only Angel.
Yeah. I mean, Angel is just, he's just phenomenal. And like the fact that we know that he's the mastermind, he's the puppet master, we've said it so many times. He sets up these plays, he's the IGL, he's the entry fragger, he's the coach. This man is just unstoppable. And he's just as old as we are, Lothar.
Is he? I think he's actually younger.
Oh, well, okay, let's not dive into details and numbers. Sometimes statistics don't count, right?
Yeah, that's true. But they looked absolutely phenomenal. As a team, they had all the fundamentals like in place. It looked like just a very good Valorant, you know?
Yeah.
They were always going in pairs. There was always a trade. There was always, everything was prepared. While Null Penky, I feel like they just they weren't prepared to play against a solid team like that.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw some so good angle holding. You could just see the years of Counter-Strike experience coming in with the kind of way they always refragged each other. They always found a way to never just lose a man without having someone to guard his back.
Guys, I'm just going to break it to you right here. There are not that many people that's as old as you two. So
you had to
I'm
say
going to
it.
throw in that wake-up call now. But of course, we spoke about FPX. They will be going up against Summon FC. Summon FC showed us an absolute masterclass as they came away with the biggest scoreline of the tournament so far, a 13-4 against Purple Cobras on Bind.
Yeah, I mean, Purple Cobras, they did absolutely try their best, but they were just outmatched, I felt like. Every time they tried something, they were counter-stratted. There were so many set plays that were so very well done. We talk about this youngster FPX kind of play style, and I feel like we're going to see more of that today for sure.
Summon, I felt like they had a playbook so well prepared.
Yeah.
It had a thing against every single round that was coming from Purple Cobras. And Purple Cobras, I felt like they just couldn't improvise. What can we do?
Yeah.
So we can stop that Viper on Bind, because they obviously were just feeding the Viper. Like the first 3 rounds were just fantastic when they were trying to push that one-way smoke and the snake bites every single time. That was the moment when they learned, okay, we cannot do that anymore. We have to change our approach.
Yeah, and this is where experience comes into play, because how deep is your playbook? Like, if you're getting countered, do you have a counter strat, or do you just keep on trying to actually do the same thing you're doing, but better? So that's a big question I have for today. Will we see counter plays, or will we just see one team getting completely outplayed because of the lack of depth in their playbook?
I mean, when does it end? Because you spoke of counter, and then there's
we
counter,
can go on.
counter.
God, we can go on for ages.
But I am also looking forward to how much I think these teams can show their depth, like you just said. Purple Cobras didn't really stand a chance against Mystic's Snake Bites. And Lothar, I know you were very impressed with him yesterday, and you wanted to break down a little bit more about Summon's use of that Viper.
Yeah, I would love to. Actually, I'm going to leave my notes here.
Ooh.
Welcome to the Spy Cam. We're going to tell you something about the quarterfinals yesterday, because Summon FC and Purple Cobras was a perfect example of a, well, let's say, really well-prepared playbook. Round 13 is the pistol round for Summon FC. They are preparing a push. Now, as you can see here on the minimap, the Viper, this is Mystic on Viper, he's the key to the success of Summon in the quarterfinals. He's preparing a wall, but this is very interesting. So typically when there's a Viper wall that is being played, it just goes straight in a line, right? But Mystic is using the Viper wall once the round starts and the portal is opened. So when it's open, that changes the point of reference for the Viper wall, and instead of going in a straight line, it breaks into two and cuts the B side in half. This is something that we really wanted to like reiterate, because all of that round is on Mystic's back. He is, let's say, directing the movement from his own team, and they're following up of the utility usage coming from Mystic. Now, let's delete those arrows and let's see how this plays out, because this is very interesting. Now, vision for Purple Cobras is cut out. They don't see what's happening on A short. We see Breach, Omen, and Sova gonna push, make a lot of noise. That will drown out the utility used by Omen on lamps. They hear the teleport. Mo is in the teleport, standing there to see if someone from Purple Cobras is going after them after they teleported to B. In the meantime, Breach and Omen are making a lot of noise on long B. They're preparing smokes on B, which will fake that they go to B, and in the meantime, they're preparing for a teleport that goes to A. While we see Spike is still in A short, with the Cypher and Viper still waiting that. That will draw out. Huckstar on Raze is gonna push A short because he thinks he's gonna catch the teleported people on A, but in the meantime, he's being killed by Viper and Cypher were waiting for him. Now, this is the moment when another fake happens. Breach and Sova again teleport to B, fake, and that triggers a rotation for all Purple Cobras that go back to B, and in the meantime, Omen loses a duel in the showers, which is instrumental, puts a wrench into Summoners FC plan, and this is where improvisation comes into plan. Now, Mystic needs to decide, are we doing that fake B push that we planned, or is Mystic joining the team? He goes, puts up the Viper wall, teleports to B, and this is the most interesting now part of this entire round. They take control of B. Now, they kill the anchor in form of Killjoy on Elbow, and now they have the entire site in control. Now they can prepare a default plant. There's gonna be a Viper orb coming on the default plant, and this is the most interesting part. We're gonna see that Viper will rotate to long B. Now, instead of watching on the minimap, we're gonna go with the full screen. We can see there's a Viper orb already in place on the default plant. Both Viper and Breach are rotating to long B, and they leave Mo alone on site. He didn't have enough time to rotate, so now he has to just claw his way back, deal some damage, and basically his job is done. Now, on the default plan, there's the Viper orb. It will deal damage, but it will not kill someone. Now, Fancy is unaware. He seems confused. What is happening? He didn't hear the snakebite, dies to the snakebite, and that allows basically for a 1v1 fight with Vlad against Mystic. Vlad at 1 HP. Has gonna have like a very tough time to win this duel, and as we all know, Mystic is closing this one out with an easy shot in the side. That's it.
That's it? That's it?
Oh, that was nothing, guys.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, that was an absolutely fantastic breakdown, Lothar. I really love the use of the minimap there, because I think it can, when you're watching that round live, you're sort of hearing the cues of the players jumping to the teleporter, but you don't actually see it as well as you've explained it there. I really enjoyed that, guys.
If someone would pay attention to Killjoy and Sova in the backside of B from Purple Cobras, they were running like in a Charlie Chaplin movie. Left, right, left, right. They had no idea what's happening. Most of the time of the round was on the spawn, actually, because they were running through it.
I guess that's the beauty, right? Like, you want to force your enemies to do that. And the way that they managed to draw out like a million fakes and rotations, you know, of course, having the Omen dying there wasn't the best, but they improvised. Mystic staying live was probably the most important thing for them. Yeah. And I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of that today, which moves us on to that FPX Summon FC matchup. Before G2 take on Heretics, I really sort of wanted to dive into this. They are going to be playing in the second half of the day. And I think two players I wanted to really focus on is Angel and Boaster. FPX's analyst Doombros once said that Boaster reminds him of Angel 10 years ago. And it just happens that Angel is also Boaster's favorite player. both of these guys are the brains behind their teams, but Lothar and Jonas, who do you think has the bigger brain?
I mean, one thing here to consider is the fact that Angel, you know, as we mentioned, he's older and wiser. He's got tons of experience in Counter-Strike, and that's one of the many reasons we see FPX playing so clean with the angle holding, because there are so many things, tactics that you can transfer from Counter-Strike to Valorant, because there are similar games in many ways. And I think that's one of the really strong points for FPX, because Angel is basically able to take this knowledge and transfer it to his students, if you'd like. But there's such a well-oiled machinery that it's just such an amazing experience to watch them play.
Yeah, the thousands of games that Angel already played in the genre give him the knowledge that he can improvise upon and just draw context from some of them and apply it to the current situation that they have in Valorant. You know, when someone's just younger, he doesn't have that time spent in the game, you know? But I really like how Summon FC are playing. Boaster seems to be a very good IGL, so I'm really... I cannot wait for this for the semifinal.
I do really like the way that Boaster sort of learns a lot from Angel. They actually tweeted each other today. I don't know if any of you guys have seen it, but it's some top tier, I guess, trash talk, if we want to put it this way, as you guys can see on your screen, that, you know, these two guys, they have like a mutual respect for each other.
Absolutely.
They're going back and forth. They're having fun. I think Angel is very aware that Boaster looks up to him and takes a lot of sort of like advice, strategies, and so on from him. But we also must remember that Angel probably is looking at that bind game, that Viper game from Summon FC yesterday, and I would be very surprised if he's not also stealing things from Summon as well.
Yeah, so I guess the question here is, like we talked about playbook depth earlier, right? And this is where we see now, if you kind of double back again and we say the fact that Boaster looks up to Angel, so probably he looks up to his play style, the playbook, how they play on different maps and so on. If Angel already knows this, does he have a counter strat? Just to use that lovely phrase again. Or like, that's what I mean, who plays these strategies? So imagine they play the same strategies. Who plays them best? Is it the teacher or the student?
You know what's funny? I saw Angel, the Viper wall that I had on the breakdown, right, that went through the teleporter. Angel was using exactly the same one, but from the different side. On defense, he was using the exact same teleport, but from the other side that was being used on A short. So they had found the same thing, but used it in different context. So I'm really interested if we're gonna see a bind game between FPX and Summon FC, because if there were gonna be two Vipers in one game, that's something that we never had seen in competitive Valorant on such a high level yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be, the whole map is just going to be a wall.
It's going to be so many FPS drops, and Lothar and Mitch are going to be excited for the next year. It's probably going to be quite a hassle for the rest of us.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to it. But, you know, brains aside, we'll also be expected to see who will be the better Raze between Doma and Zipan. Well, according to Doma, it's going to be him. Well, we have Zipan down in the chat, Doma. Why don't you break us down what you make of his Raze and his performances, you know, being a Raze main yourself as well?
I think he's a few levels behind me. Like in the game against them on Split and Bind, I put him in my pocket.
I'm guessing he's so small, he's gonna fit there like a doll.
I mean, I don't know where that terminology came from. Like, I've heard other people use it. I'm not quite sure what it means. But, you know, we are a big fan of Zipan in the studio. Hypok has spoken about Zipan over the last 2 days. He's very impressed with him. And I guess from your point of view, Lothar, I'll come to you first. Do you think that Zipan is going to be the better Raze in this matchup?
Doma, for me, is like an explosive player that, you know, has either a quiet, more quiet game or just explodes and just is the guy on the server. While Zipan, for me, is like a, let's say, a little bit of a prodigy because he seems to be consistent in every single game I see him. And when I speak, when I did talk with some teams, they tell me that Zipan is actually in the pracs, in the scrims, he's insanely consistent. So I never heard of Zipan having a bad game. It's like kind of insane when you think about it. So my eyes are on Zipan because consistency for me, more important than just having like a 40 kill game one time up on the blue moon.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw Zepan yesterday as well. Some of these insane plays where he walks into B side, he just flicks 90 degrees right through the tube, gets a one-tap headshot, and it looks like a walk in the park, like he does it almost every round. And for us, that's just, you know, probably not happening ever again, but that's okay. But it's cool to see how you can perform so consistently on such a high level, especially in a young age like this. It just means that he's really got a bright future ahead of him in esports.
I mean, Doma is 17, so he's half of Lothar's age.
Yeah, even less.
But yeah, I know these two guys have so much potential, and I think if they're both on form, it's gonna get pretty scary. But we already know that Doma is not going to play that Raze on Bind. So do you think maybe he's going to be on the back foot a little bit?
Well, we've seen Doma on Omen, right? And I think he was just complementing his entire team. That's also an aspect that we didn't see from Zepan yet. Zepan is just always on Raze, basically. While it's also like, you know, quarterfinals, first game of Summon FC that we've seen on such a high level, and suddenly Doma is on Omen instead of Raze. But it worked. He supported the team very well. The combination of utility coming from Doma upon like the Viper wall that was appearing, like I didn't point it out in the spy cam, but he actually was always using the smokes in a matter of way that were complementing the Viper's ultimate or the Viper wall, or was just faking a site. So he was playing that character so differently, but yet he found his niche. So that's actually amazing to watch.
Yeah, and that's the cool thing about these two matchups is that FPX are, they said earlier that, try to play without any other smoker than Viper, and then we can talk. And that's kind of maybe the big difference where we're going to see maybe Viper and Omen versus just the Viper as main smoker. So I'm excited to see how that plays out in comparison.
Well, there's a lot of room there for creativity and for things to grow. And speaking of creativity, Pansy has so very kindly put together a list of some lingos to help you to get up to speed.
Hey everyone, I'm Pansy, and here's a quick list of terms for competitive Valorant. First up, rotations. Rotations are moving agents from one site to another to strengthen that spot of the map. Typically, this happens after defenders call out that their site is under attack, or when attackers change their game plan after action sparks on the map. Wide Peak is attacking an angle with a sprint-like strafe that puts your opponent in an awkward spot because of his unprepared crosshair placement. Save. Even after losing a round, trying to maintain the purchased weapons to keep your economy strong. Playing for retake. Basically, it's switching up the roles of defenders and attackers. Attackers get control of a site and plant the spike freely, while defenders are coordinating an attack to regain the control of the site.
And welcome back, everybody. I am now joined by the one and only Mitch. So good to have you back on the desk for day 3.
Hey, it's nice to be back. I'm really excited about these games. You know, the one tragedy of heart that I'm having is the fact that I can't be on the desk and casting both these games, because I don't know what I prefer for each of them. This is super exciting. You guys have obviously been alluding to the Summon FC, FPX, the fact that we could actually see 2 Vipers. I woke up today and I'm vibing, ready for that fight to go down. But of course, we have to get this one underway first.
Yeah, well, I know we spoke a lot about FPX and Summon FC already, but we cannot forget that Europe's most dominant team will be taking on the Giants from Spain. It's G2 versus Heretics in our first quarterfinals. Has the tournament gone as expected for these two teams, do you guys think?
Well, let me check my notes first. Say hello to Mitch. Hello, Mitch.
Hello, Lothar.
So, I would say, for me, it wasn't a surprise that Heretics are here in the semifinals. I think a lot of people at home were like surprised that Team Liquid didn't take it and so on. So they might be actually in a point where, so this is the underdog story, right? For us in the studio, the pro players, they were hyping them up as well. So I expected to see Heretics here. Now against G2, we all knew they're gonna be here, right? This was like 90-10 for G2 against Ogles. Always something can happen, but in general, they were just too good, right? The question is, this is the real first test for G2 since a very long time. I think, Yinsu, you said that they didn't have a real match, quote unquote, since September, right? So, and here against Heretics, I feel like they have to be prepared. We know they actually do have a coach now, so they're putting in some preparation time. Maybe there will be less improvised playstyle coming from G2, but we'll have to see.
So it can be hard for G2 in this series in particular, because I imagine Heretics will have avoided scrimming them for quite a bit. I think they're coming in with their hand very much concealed. It's hard to really get a lot of solid data because they've played against teams that are at a much lower level than them. As you said, you know, Heretics, they haven't really played they haven't played any of the top teams really, with the exception of the game versus Liquid. And so in a lot of these games, they've been able to outclass their opponents. Now for G2, again, they haven't faced somebody who's really a threat since FPX back in September. That's a long time where they've been able to just cruise on through the matches. Now they get to face an actual challenge, and we, again, I would hope, get to see them push to the limit where they'll have to actually go and go down to page 2 and 3 of the strat book, at least I would imagine so.
Well, it's a very interesting point there because, like you said, for G2, this is probably one of the best teams they've played against since, you know, the Blast series, back in the Ignition series that they were playing. And similarly, even though Heretics have pretty much been like farming games since they've became a proper team, they haven't gone up to the likes of G2 and FPX yet. So do you think, well, how much better do you think the Heretics have to play in order to be able to match G2 on their best day? Because G2 have a very, very high ceiling, and I don't believe we've seen that yet in this tournament.
Yeah, we definitely didn't see it from G2. I think the game against August was pretty sloppy and a little bit loose, let's say like that. They had even a more, let's say, room to breathe than in their normal games. And I felt like they were just kind of like toying with the opponents, but at some point they had to like grind it out because it was getting pretty close. With Team Heretics, I feel like they played well in the quarterfinal. The fundamentals were there, the movement was there, always someone was securing his teammate, so there was always a trade, kind of similar to FPX to some degree. I feel like actually 3 teams in the semifinals have very similar playstyle, FPX, Heretics, and Summon FC, while G2 is that kid in the class that just comes in unprepared for exam and gets the best degree anyway, you know. So we'll see if that's happening here in this tournament. But I wouldn't be surprised if G2 just wins on personal prowess of the players.
I mean, that's the problem so far within EU Valorant, is that G2, they have now, look, they've put some time in recently into developing more of their tactical depth. I mean, for the longest time, we would say, oh, G2, they just don't care. They come on the server, they smash it. They're pugging. Now they're trying to elevate that game because they realize, you know, you can't pug forever. You just can't do it. It's not feasible. You have to add that extra depth. They've started to bring on a coach that they're trialing, and they're starting to build out that strat book, flesh it out. But I still think that this is somewhere that they can sometimes get away with just playing individually, and then if you add in that tactics, Heretics are going to have to step their game up massively.
Well, I kind of wanted to quickly focus on 2 players. I think David P from G2, you know, he was the HyperX player of the series in the game that they played against August. He brought back the Battle Sage. In fact, he invented the Battle Sage, and Lau, who happened to also be the HyperX player of the series for that series against Team Liquid, he was a fantastic Sage as well. And we talk about the Viper versus Viper, but we are going to get a Sage versus Sage.
What I love about these 2 Sages is the fact that, now, it does depend on the map. I think if you're looking at like a Haven, for example, we could see the swap back, but let's say just generally, looking at the games yesterday, we've seen David P very passive. In fact, I think he had the 5th highest KD, so he's good in the aim duels, but he had 0 first bloods. None. Did not get involved. When he gets challenged in the early round, he's putting his slows down, he's putting his wall up, and he's trying to support his teammates going in for that fight. Basically, giving up the map control, but making it costly and slowing down any pushes coming towards him. You contrast that with Lowell. This guy just hits heads. He had the most first bloods on his team in every map versus Liquid. He had the most first duels challenged for in general. I think almost on the server, the only player beating him was Scream every time. And I mean, come on, it was Scream on Jet. That's going to happen. And then you also look at the fact that he has over 160 damage per round on average as a Sage, which again, highest on his team. So 2 very different approaches to how to play Sage.
Worth noting, when you play Sage, you have all of the damage comes through your guns. There's no way of
Yes.
dealing damage with the utility. Raze is kind of like that cheater, let's say like this. You know, when you compare it to
Yeah.
other agents, all of the utility can deal damage, so it's a little bit elevated because of that. But Lowell is someone that kind of like impersonates now the Battle Sage playstyle. He was, when I was looking at the minimap, often Lowell was just going, lurking around, you know, being alone on the server, which is something that you don't see often. I think that was something that was also very surprising to his opponents, and because of that, as you mentioned, a very high KD and very high average damage because he was just catching people off guard.
Yeah, the fact though that when you look at the defensive side setups, as I said, David P, his goal when he gets challenged is to make map control as costly to the clock as possible. He will not go for the fights. He will not take those duels. Then you can contrast that to Lowell. He's the kind of guy that will put a wall down and then walk up on top of it and take that fight almost every time. He'll want to really challenge you. Now, the setups are also different. Usually, he will have a second teammate there who's swinging with him. But I do love the fact that the same agents, but completely opposite ends of the spectrum when it comes to playstyle.
Well, you said it was going to be map-dependent, Mitch, and we have the map vetoes in now. It's going to be Ascent, Bind, and Split, which means we won't be seeing Icebox or Haven. Well, boys, what does this mean?
I'm just sad that we don't have Icebox yet.
Yeah,
but
me too.
Ascent is one of those maps that I feel like G2 is just heavily favoring, you know, for themselves, and Heretics, I feel like maybe they are prepared for it, but honestly, I don't see anyone losing, G2 losing to anyone apart from Guild on this map.
You know, the funny thing for me actually is the fact that Orglis, in the game versus Orglis, Haven was banned off the bat, excuse me, and G2, who've now selected Ascent, actually banned Ascent back then. So I was thinking that maybe recently we would see them shift away, because that map has long been their map. Whenever we see them in a series, we know that that's where they feel comfortable. But to see them ban it yesterday was odd. That now tells me that maybe they just had a bit of a read on how Orglis
So
played
I
it.
have a theory about that.
Okay.
Yesterday they banned Ascent because they knew Orglis is pretty bad. Sorry for the word, but they are. Orglis were pretty bad on Split. They played the Brimstone, the Omen composition, which was smashed many times in the qualifiers. So I really liked what G2 did there because they forced basically Split to be open. And I think this was the reason why. And Orglis were pretty good on Ascent. Now here with Heretics, I feel like that actually makes perfect sense. Like the map compositions that we're gonna see here in the semifinals just makes sense.
Well, let's not forget that Heretics are also very, very good on Ascent. I believe they're actually unbeaten on Ascent. I want to say that since they started playing, or am I wrong?
They
That was
were
Bind in Heaven.
They were until yesterday. They played up against
of
Liquid.
course,
They actually, the thing
of
is, they
course.
actually picked it versus Liquid,
Yes.
and we were like, oh, this could be a map where they do really well. They lost 13-10. It's still a close map. It's not like they're trash on it by any means, but that was a map that they lost versus Liquid. I think you will have had G2 looking at that, seeing perhaps the opportunity there when it comes down to the veto that, hey, we're super comfortable on it. They didn't do too well versus Liquid. We can probably take Liquid any given day, so let's take Heretics down on that map. It is also interesting to me as well because that's going to be a map where we see Sage used a lot. Like that. Okay, teams are starting to adapt it. Heretics use it on every map. G2 are using it more frequently now. But even going back, that was where David P, when the hard nerf came in for Sage, he gave her up on every map except Ascent. He kept on playing her there. So she just serves such a valuable purpose when it comes down to the B-side defense, especially when you combine her with someone like a Sova.
And also, don't forget about the boosts inside of Garage B, which can catch someone off guard on this side. There's also the boost on B lobby, where you can shoot someone with an op that is on A short. So there's a lot of possibilities when the Sage is just a battle Sage. Don't use it to slow someone down or just cut off someone, but just get a kill because of the higher elevated position.
Well, guys, we know the map vetoes now. We know the teams. This is the fun part because Lothar was right the last time he predicted a Heretics game. But what are we saying for this series?
You know, I'll jump on the sword
Okay,
on this one.
please.
I think Heretics will be able to push G2 off the map. I want to believe Heretics will be able to because I love their approach to the game. I think they're very inventive. You look at their setups on almost every map, and it's not the carbon copy of what we consider the strategy for how to pick it, even in terms of how they select their agents. I'll say that they managed to take a map off, but ultimately I think G2 will take this series.
Okay, Lothar?
All right, well, you know, I hyped up Heretics coming here to this tournament, and I really loved how they played, and I think they deserve the spot in the semifinals, and they're gonna push G2. They're gonna push G2. We're gonna probably see 3 maps, and all of them will be very close to each other. But ultimately, I think G2 will gonna take this very seriously and not allow Heretics to take the win.
So we've got 2 G2s here.
Yep.
Yeah.
But it's not like a 60-40 for
Yeah.
me. It's like 51-49 for G2.
So it could swing the other way.
Yeah,
you're
but I
saying.
think it's favoring G2 anyway.
I've never really done numbers this frequently, but I'll say 70-30. I'd be pretty confident that they take it. I think that on an individual level, they've just shown themselves to be the strongest in Europe for so long. I don't see them not making it to the finals. I think that I'd be heartbroken almost if we didn't get G2 in the finals. But at the same time, like Heretics, they've put the work in, but this is their first real challenge. Like Liquid were looking a little bit off form and they struggled versus them. And I strongly believe G2 would have smacked Liquid yesterday. So I can't see it. Maybe a map, but I cannot see it. So the 2-1 for G2, I'm confident in.
I mean, when Jonas was on the desk, we were building this narrative of G2 maybe being the bad boy, being almost a little bit of a villain in the EU scene right now.
That's a carbon copy from League of Legends,
yeah,
you know?
but everybody wants to be G2, right? So my head is sort of saying that G2 are the best for a reason. And I think we're probably going to see that reason today. But also, wouldn't it be nice if we had a new hero, so to say, to come in and to dethrone them? Because in theory, is this going to go on forever? Is G2 ever going to be dethroned?
Oh, come on. It has to be FPX, though. They've worked so hard. They've gotten so close before. I want to see FPX dethrone them. I think they've earned it almost. It'll be like a stolen final in that aspect.
This would be a really cool storyline, almost like scripted, and we're at Riot Studios in Berlin, so it fits, the narrative. But I cannot imagine G2 will just allow anyone to destroy their march for greatness. It's like this is their final moment. This is where they go for the crown, right? They all won all the Ignition series, and this is the final moment when they need that final piece.
And, speaking of the final piece, we have agent select here. Heretics were pretty quick on selecting their agents, and we're still waiting on G2. I saw a Reyna hover for a second there. But any surprises? Anything you want to talk about, Mitch?
So far in this tournament, we saw yesterday Mixwell was playing Raze. He was doing very well on it. I think he's been on fire. Taking the Jet here, though, a lot of operator duels to take around middle. I'm not too surprised with him. Pith going in for the Cypher. Again, kind of expected. Killjoy can be dangerous. It can cost you games because Cypher just brings you much more value at times.
Yeah, it's no surprises so far. Mixwell plays Raze on Bind. On Ascent, he plays always with Jet. On Heretics side, I think this is exactly the same lineup we have seen so far on this map. Pora is known for playing Cypher on all other maps. All other maps, he's playing Cypher. On Ascent, he's playing Killjoy, and this is because there's just much more stopping power than what Cypher gives, while they have the Sova to get the informations about the movement. The Owl drone is just so important as well. So I'm not surprised he's picking actually Killjoy, and it also works well on attack when it comes to Killjoy more than Cypher. But now other 2 picks, Sage and Omen, right?
Yeah, I mean there was no way it was going to be a Brimstone really with how things have been playing out. I think I didn't actually check this, but I'm pretty sure at an eye test he's been the least picked across all of First Strike. He's been neglected
Brim
massively.
Was picked 2 times. By 2 players, sorry. Reyna was picked by 1 player, Things was picked by 1 player. So Brimstone actually is not in a terrible spot. But
globally. Even.
Oh yeah, globally. Okay.
Yeah, there's been very little love for Brimstone recently. I think I understand the reason they're talking about buffing him. I actually think this event is a great reason for maybe a reconsideration of buffing the Viper. I really love the position that Viper's in right now. I know there was talk that it was going to be Brimstone Viper next patch. I really hope that's not the case. Brimstone, sure, go ahead. I'd be interested to see how you balance him out to make him a bit more powerful. But
Viper's in a great spot.
She's perfect.
Yeah. Just one thing I would like to see is a better visualization of the ultimate before you actually use it. but that's it.
Yes, yeah, okay. But if we're going to consider that a buff, I would even consider that just like a UI implementation. Sure, yeah, that would be absolutely perfect. For me, though, looking at this series, I think G2 are going to be... It's going to be a real test for them on a sense. If they do well here, this series is done and dusted. If we see Heretics look a little bit flat, they have to perform, because obviously this is the map that they lost versus Liquid. That series was very nearly going the opposite way, and we know that Liquid are... historically have not been on the same level as G2. So I need to see that little step up here. I need to see a very, very close game, even if they lose it.
Well, we're excited here, but the exciting part is going to be on the caster desk. Pansy and Hypok, over to you and take us through this first map on Ascent.
Yeah, with absolute pleasure. This is going to be a cracker of a game, I feel. We do have Heretics being somewhat the Titan Slayers at this point. They've taken down Liquid, and now they're facing G2. Now, G2's a little bit of a different beast. I can't imagine a better play on words than the gods of G2 against the Heretics. I mean, I'm going to lean into it, don't worry. But let's talk about the game here. Let's talk about the map coming up. Let's talk about what our expectations are with these two teams facing off.
I mean, we saw some really, really good practices from Heretics, and that's the one thing I would say against G2. I mean, rarely do we see a team really go toe-to-toe with them in that sort of play style that G2 employ. But I actually think, particularly looking at Ascent, I kept talking about Heretics' setup on Ascent, in particular on defense, obviously with Lowell over in that A-short position, and the flex as well, the variation they had to that consistently kept Liquid guessing, and they weren't really able to break that. And defensively, I mean, Heretics have a very, very good structure to deal with that playstyle from G2.
I'm going to be honest, though. I've been watching a little bit of NA. I've been watching TSM turn up and run through it thus far. I want to see a bit of that from G2 here.
Yeah.
And that's no discredit to Heretics. I'd love an upset. Like, I live for this. Like, misery makes me happy. There's something to be said about my state if that's the case. But I want G2 to look like the G2 we saw at the very early days. They came in as just these absolute animals, tearing through teams, that confidence sky high. Yes, we know that they can fall now into maybe a slightly more thinking man's approach, but sometimes I want them to lean into what made them great and what still makes them great. And we're into this one. So it will be G2 to kick things off, looking likely to do some damage here, and Heretics going to have to try and deal with it. And look at this start.
Yeah. Again, no real surprises here to see G2 stacked up as 5. Looks like we're going to have a pretty fast A here. But you're right, Heretics stacks 3 over this side of the map. It could be an all-out brawl to start things off.
I couldn't imagine it any other way, and Mixwell the first to begin it. Avova's going to fall foul to it, and you're going to see Pora put to task. Might have to back away, try and stay alive, play for that retake at this point, because the site's going to be lost. Ooh. Spike's yet to be down, a bit of damage done. And yeah, now Spike planted, still a lot standing for G2 in a decent enough post-plant.
You see here, Niso hesitant at first. Ardis does manage to tuck himself into hell. Actually, the Cyber Cage goes up. He's going to swing right out. Niso giving his life up in a 2-for-1 trade. Leaves Lowell the last man standing. And an easy cleanup there. Patstech with the 3K.
Yeah, nicely handled. Going to have a little look around, make sure everything's all sorted. And it is. Nicely done by G2. I want to highlight what I like about that. Clean and simple. They didn't need to do anything fancy. It was your basics. You had your nice entry off the back of Mixwell. Love to have that on a Jet. I do like Mixwell on a Jet, if I'm honest. I still feel like that style with him really complements it.
Well, this is a big question early on, right? When there was so much emphasis on the operator, and actually, you know, recently we're not seeing an awful lot of operator usage throughout EU in particular. I know other regions, North America, it's still kind of the cornerstone, but seeing him flex onto Raze has been good to see that versatility from G2.
Okay, let's see what the second round looks like. Obviously, for Heretics, you're looking to do a bit of damage, maybe try and cost a rifle or two, and you can see quite a conservative purchase, I feel, for G2 here. You do have 2 of the rifles, so David P and Patitech both opting to keep on the rifles, but the other 3 opting for a slightly lighter purchase, potentially trying to strengthen that economy, but it looks like a gamble stack. So they've opted to put all of their players essentially towards that B site for the defensive team.
Yeah, as Niso actually got himself tucked into market. David P's creeping that way. He's actually going to wall it off, so...
Lovely.
Interesting here, going to cut off that lane altogether. David P doing what he does best, swinging on the top of that. Mixwell will find a second, and now... comes a taller order for Heretics to recover from this.
And I really don't mind it. So let's talk as to why. This round traditionally shouldn't go the way of Heretics, no matter which way you cut it, unless they gamble stack towards A. But the whole point of a gamble stack is you don't know where they're going to go. So you try and make the best of a poorer purchase. You try and maybe bring a bit of a surprise in, catch a couple players off, create that mayhem. For Mixwell, it's farming time, and it's clean. Gorgeous. Gorgeous.
Ultimate Online. There you go.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly how you want to start there. Obviously, a little Prime Gaming flawless for him, but the prime moment is the fact he's building funds, and especially being a Jet here, whether or not he opts into that operator is now going to be up to him. He's going to have funds available sooner rather than later.
Well, I mean, we always talk about, you know, Jet has the ability with that aggressive ultimate. You know, you can toss away a weapon here. And in terms of early game economy protection, that's really, really important. You know, if they do start trading rounds back and forth, you know, saving that 2,900 or alternative, the 5,000 for the operator this early on, it can be really important.
Get out of my way.
Okay, G2 keeping it clean.
Get out of my way.
2 ults popped, it sounds like. So let's see where they put them. Rifles galore for Heretics, and it seems, again, this very basic piece towards A. It is well constructed, but it is not going to be too complicated. Already you can see the smokes are up. Omen's going to keep the vision limited of over on the other side, of course, waiting it out, and a little bit of a patient play. Now, this could be a bit of miscommunication. No, they're going to find the puzzle piece. That's Sage. David P just playing very patiently, but now the spike to be planted. Good post plants ready for the other two as well. And you can see Heretics completely off guard. They have very little step back in here. They desperately need a pick.
Oh, well, this is the thing. They kept giving up A's side to play retake on it against Liquid, and again, they've got a very, very similar setup here. G2 just walking straight in, though. Makes it very difficult to have this many players up, though, for the retake. Here we go.
Oh, Mixwell's waiting on the verge here. That's going to be one, but he's quickly dealt with. Put to bed, and Heretics double down, but it's Ardis controlling the gateway. No one comes through until Pora, but it is a 3v2. Look at David P. Look at this timing. Does he get it right? Yes, he does. Through he goes. Horrible surprise, but a great moment for him. And Pitt in support to shut down the final player. But that movement around from David P, that little bit of a lurk there, catching the timing just right, as that retake looked like it had a bit of leg to it then.
I mean, it did at one point. You know, Pora's gone that. Again, we see him time and time again in spots like this where he's on that long flank through, obviously clearing his way through A main. Picks up one, but, I mean, David P times it perfectly off the audio cue from that utility. Just clean. This is a much more disciplined G2 than we saw the other day.
I mean, honestly, they've just done 3 site hits.
Yeah.
Haven't need to see much more, and look how low they've kept the economy. I'd love to bring up at one point how many kills have actually gone to Heretics, so you will see the fact that simply their money's in a really bad spot. Now, we will discuss the theories of what to do if you're just being run over like this and how to deal with it. For now, it looks like G2 felt out the pressure towards those B halls and went, all right, we don't need to walk into this yet, but there will be a problem. The Jet has gone walkabouts.
Well, this is the thing. 3 pieces of utility revealed all the information of Heretics set up on B.
Where's
now
Nuki?
the G2 have come away. Look at this. All players are rotating towards A.
I just wish we could have seen Nuki there. I don't know if David P spotted Nuki, but look at the ground that they've gained. Now, already, Nuki's going to fall kind of in towards getting the orb, trying to play around this one. And what do they have to play with? Is this just it? That is all that Nuki's got. So the off angle, if they play it right, could have worked. But I think, yeah, patience works for Pitt. Nicely done, even expecting a potential play out, which is a traditional answer to being overrun on sites. But they still need to land the site hit itself. 45 seconds, a Sheriff or 2, but still Pitt is doing well, and G2 look dominant. This is all. Is it past the watershed yet? Are you allowed to do this? Riot, are we okay with this sort of thing on it? I don't look. Can we get production to find out if this is okay? I mean, we will check. I want to check in with the score, at least kill-wise, for Heretics, because at the moment, this is G2 running over them.
Yeah, I mean, it is, and there's a little bit of utility being invested each round as well.
Yep.
They're not giving this up, so even though they don't have the weaponry to kind of stop this, but just in particular in this round there, as soon as the utility is revealed on B, I love the reaction from Heretics. They know they've given up their setup in terms of revealing the Sova, the Killjoy, and ultimately the Sage over there. As soon as G2 hear it, they react, they swing back through mid, but they leave David P and Pitt in those positions that have the map control. They know exactly how they're able to set up to make this push again, and it's fantastic damage control. As I say that, Lowell will find one, get one weapon off the board, but that is good for the trade.
Now, I want to just take note of how much damage Heretics have achieved so far. Kills aren't everything, but you want to do damage to at least build your funds up. Let's have a little look into one. No one's broken past 3 kills yet.
Yeah.
So, it's a little rough. For them, they need to just get off the starting blocks. They will have a buyout, and Nuki back on that op, or should I not say back on, but at least getting on the op could be a bit of a difference maker. I want to keep eyes on where he plays this. Does he take it aggressive to try and make a difference, or does he try and play more dedicated towards the side? This mid control he's kind of starting with, that peak towards the catwalk, does indicate he might try and get a pick off this, and it looks like rinse and repeat towards A, at least for now, with a little bit of a lurk from David P, swinging through mid to clear, and instantaneously you're seeing the denial of the op, and you can see they are reading this very well. well. They have kept great control of the economy, but they have lost that first pick. David P goes down, but that wasn't where the vast majority of G2 were residing.
Yeah, Artis did pick up one with the Hunter's Fury, so that will give away some entry into the A site. Spike going down right now. Really good control from Artis here to stay in A main. Now we're in the situation again. We're testing that A site retake from Heretics.
And it's horrible to retake with an op, though. Let's keep that in mind. That is something that is very, very difficult to work out unless you're, I don't know, Wardell. But here we are. Let's see what Heretics can do about this one. Already you can see the struggle happening. That clock is going to be a detriment and then some. Yes, the ultimate's going down, but you can already see the corner's been congregated in by the entirety of G2. Back in they go. Is someone very close to that spike, though? Artis says goodbye, good night, and even a flank, in adding insult to injury. Nisol fancies a go at it. Already, though, Mixwell's going to dive in there, denies it, and this is scrappy, but it doesn't matter. Artis will not let this slip. That is a clean board still for G2.
I mean, just absolutely shut it down. The lockdown gets invested. I love the response from Patitech. He uses the TP all the way over into the defender's spawn. It gives that secondary threat, and you could see for a minute Nuki was actually thinking about coming back and holding on to that, but there's just no time left to do that. With that much presence on site and coming from A main, you can't sacrifice one person watching.
And this is what I mean, I like to see big teams playing up to their skill level. This is something we talk about in Counter-Strike as well and other games, is playing to your own skill level rather than the skill level of your opponents. I'll see if that comes through later. We do, again, have a lighter buy, but with the ultimate coming out from Nuki, maybe a chance to do a bit more. Patitech down, but an instant trade. Mixwell not going to leave anything unanswered. Anything you can do, well, I'll do my best to do the same again right back at you. Spike isn't moving towards the site for now. It looks like they're holding up for a second, maybe considering what to do. The revive gets invested, and Mixwell's on the site.
And again, as soon as that revive comes through, I mean, this setup here on A short not working at all for Heretics this time around, and it looks so strong versus Liquid. Pora going to try and find one on the flank. Pat ready for it. Niso last man standing. Again, just another clean A hit from G2.
There's something incredibly frustrating for a team to lose over and over again to the same sort of hit. Now, the hard part is their economy's never been in a good place. It has been constant lower buys, weaker buys, and when they get on the full buy, they seem to still get run over. The answer is, how do you now implement something that is very hard to counter, very hard to read? We have to just work something out on the fly. I like defensive side aggression to give you early information and a stack.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned that. Lowell the other day looked fantastic in doing these, you know, just putting a wall up somewhere, controlling that part of the map. And whilst it's not the same sort of aggression we've seen from David P on the stage in the past, you know, his first blood rate is high enough that it's worthwhile doing, worthwhile exploring. Right now, G2, they're controlling the map and they're not really even peeking mid or anything like that. It's a smoke goes down, Mixwell walking up short like this. And they're finding the first kill so deep is giving them access. As I say that, Avova actually going to find David P through the smoke here on short. They're back up all the way. I thought G2 might push that for a second.
Yeah, I was expecting a little bit more aggression. Pora's going to try and play this smart and play it quiet. Oh, outdone. Double peek comes in from G2. Very meticulous in checking their corners. No issues like Scream had before. You can see the ultimates being popped, but Artis quick on the toes. Not going to fall for it this time. Pit does, though, and finally, Heretics might have a shot at this. Patitech still alive and kicking, though. Spike is down, so the time's in their favor. Where's Artis in this, though? It's just down to him. A 1v4 post-plan. Let's see what you got, Artis. 30 HP ain't much to work with, and they've thrown everything at him. Finally around for the Heretics.
Yeah, I mean, good stuff there. Again, Lowell making use of his utility in the post-plant situation, holding on to that the whole way through that round, not buckling to the pressure, I should say. Not going to mean an awful lot in terms of economy. G2 obviously going to be able to buy back into this one, but small confidence, you know, builders like that, breaking that lock that G2 had. Hopefully, Heretics can take this in their stride now and build a little bit of momentum.
Yeah, the freebie on short is hard to characterize as something that's easily repeatable, but the fact that no one was traded into then was excellent. So I like that. I like to see a little bit of a different look, a little bit of something coming out. Maybe Heretics can find a way to keep controlling certain areas of the map. It does look like we're going back to more of a standard approach. I do want to see if there's maybe a bit of trickery up the sleeve now. They maybe try and call into question, is this finally the B hit? But Avova is doing very well. Nicely done to take that quick fight towards the main side, and yeah, takes it even further. Why did they both peek into that. Do not allow instantaneous trades for Ardis. If he gets given a second, he's going to do exactly that. David P is in all kinds of danger pretty soon. He's got Jet behind. He's surrounded here, isolated, but the spike regardless is going down on A. Now, it will be Pit to plant, but he does have Ardis to support. So David P is just being a nuisance. He kept 2 players entertained by those B halls for half of this round.
Yeah, and actually the lurk might still work out for David P in mid. Ardis here trying to hold close contact on the door. Pit finds one with the operator. 1 man left for Heretics as Lowell making his way up. I mean, revive on the board. I don't think it's worthwhile here. And there you go. That's the lurk from David P. They were back and forth with the utility in B main and eventually catches up with him.
Exactly that, and I love the fact we saw the early benefit of having a lurk and obviously the late benefit of having a lurk.
Comes full circle.
Exactly. You had one Sage and I think both Jet were kept very entertained at this point. They were still there. You can see Sage has to be present, Jet was present, and now the late lurk element comes around as soon as trying to take short.
And that's all on the back of really Ardis picking up those 2 kills. Again, I agree with you. As soon as you get the first kill, fantastic. Mixwell drops. They throw the paranoia out. They find the second, back up. Hold on to the site, because Ardis shouldn't be picking 2 up.
No, I mean, if he's given an opportunity, he will just tear it away.
Yes.
And they're going back to A. Rinse and repeat.
But this is the setup I'm talking about. Look at A short here. You've got Lowell and Devova in there. There's no control over A main. They're opting for retakes so early.
I don't mind this if they try to focus towards taking middle control as well. And this is something that only really you can theorize in certain elements, but they have been just hammered at A. It looks like they're trying to maybe get that. Obviously, this is going to be the job of Pit this time. Mixwell finally gets the pick there. They were waiting for someone to have a little look. Pora, off the deeper angle, does fall away from this. I don't love that, but it does open up a chance for LoL to do well. But he's kind of committed to this angle. It's going to be a wide swing, but David P falls, and that's not bad. Okay, suddenly Heretics are finding a couple of fights here.
Get out of my way!
The hero comes through. Mixwell going to pop the Blade Storm, but Pora actually popping him through the wall with the operator. Finds another as well. Pit will fall. Pora now traded out by Patstek. Lowell there to clean it up. That's a good round from Heretics there. Again, the rotation came in early enough that as soon as Presence came onto the site, it wasn't just Lowell and Avova taking a 2v4 versus G2.
Yeah, nicely played around on that little smoke there that came down towards short as well. It did give that opportunity to get the second pick. This was nice from Pora, though, wasn't it? Let's have a little look on this again. Just enough. The bun giving away the game. Oh, no, ponytail next time. But back into it, it does still look like a very commanding scoreline. And this is G2 just showing one look. We have seen an A hit, and they've gotten 7 rounds for it. So there are various other areas on the map to explore, and it looks like they're going to have a go at it. Heretics, though, we haven't seen them tested on this side. Already an early warning signal going to be put down. Pora might have a little bit more to worry about soon enough, but behind the smoke, going to at least kind of give away that there are definitely players here. This isn't the same old A piece. The wall's gone up towards A. They don't have to worry about that for now.
And this is interesting now. The first time the G2 haven't seen that Sage presence, you can see them opting to lean back to B. Hunter's Fury, is he going to get sent out here, whether or not we see a tag? But it's just clearing off an angle. It clears that doorway to market. Ardis has done really well there to actually gain G2 the entry.
Okay, Avova, good luck. Try and stay alive. Bide some time. Allow those rotations to come in because they are so hesitant. Jet and Sage are still miles away for the defensive side team. Avova is doing the best he can to just smother this site in darkness. Lol's finally over there. A bit of a challenge towards the defensive side and wins it. Battle Sage v Battle Sage. It's going Heretics' favor. And Avova is doing glorious work. Staying alive. Players smothering him towards the side. Finally, Mixwell shoves the barrel of the up his nose. And a 3v2. But look at these post plants. They're going to be a little tricky to work with. Very dedicated and tucked towards the site. And now you're going to see Mixwell isolating and taking them down. We are obviously aware the UI's a little behind. Obviously, the productions do the best they can. If it gets updated, we'll let you know, but we're aware of it. Don't worry. But that was a nicely done piece. Again, G2, though, we're seeing strength across the board, which is scary for Heretics. They've thought, okay, we've got a grip on one side. We finally got a bit of an answer.
Well, it comes out. We've talked about conditioning a couple of times this week, and right there, the lean from Heretics was towards mid and A, and again, G2 read it perfectly. As soon as that Sage utility doesn't come through on B, and you don't necessarily get the Killjoy early presence, that's when they opt to kind of lean back. But it's 25, 30 seconds into the round. By that point, the rotation's already come from mid to A from Heretics.
Back in we go. Good performance so far between Ardis and Mixwell, I'd like to highlight. At least they are popping off frag department-wise. Money's in a great spot as well, and available to get the op up to play. Good to see them having a good couple of games as well, get that confidence building. And, you know, you look at win conditions for someone like G2, I would always say you want those two to be fragging. They are great pieces to have in the G2 puzzle. And on the other side, it was a very quiet start. It was a very, very quiet start. And for Heretics to come back and at least get a couple on the board here gives them a bit of breathing room.
It does indeed. And ultimately the thing for G2... You know, they like to start like this. They like to, again, talking about conditioning, I mean, they're bullies. They're bullies in-game. They're completely set up to punish anything that most teams throw at them. So far, no real surprises from the way G2 have been playing this. It's pretty much, you know, vanilla as it comes for them.
I just got to note that G2 actually just took a tactical pause. Hello? Okay,
Take a breather. Take a breather.
I mean, look, seeing them take tactical pauses is something we really haven't seen that much of. They're just kind of a run it through, so I like that. And it looks like we're seeing a bit of a playback. And look at this fake piece. They are biting into Artis being at B because they got a bit of info on it. They've sacked 4 players here. They're finally sending Sage all the way back around. LoL's going to be getting towards A by the time they're breaching through. Nice shot from Avova. Quick as anything, going to try and maintain presence towards this. And actually success on Artis is going to be great. That loosens up those other 3 players on B to finally get towards A.
Yeah, the lurker being found out from G2 could be a factor here, though. Resurrection invested by David P. So 4 back on the feet. David P actually swings through to tree, finds Avova still playing there. Again, he's got his kill. He was right to try and play his life there to see if Heretics can regroup and attack this from another angle. Mixwell top mid, though.
Okay, Mixwell knowing that these retakes have been a little bit trickier. They have been getting a bit dicey, but Pitt, the experience shining through, dominating as he goes. He does finally fall, but this retake is rough.
Lockdown.
Heretics need to get into this, though, and you're right, the lockdown is there. It is going to force them away, but are they going to be able to get to the spike in time? No one detained. The spike's still ticking. No one's on it. They'll just sacrifice bodies. The smoke goes up. The wall goes up. Oh, Mixwell goes down, but the defuse is continuing, and it's surely done and dusted.
They didn't get it. The spike goes off. It's a Red Bull clutch from G2. They ran the clock down just enough there. The utility usage was insane, though. The wall comes out. The lockdown pushes G2 all the way back into wine. Unfortunately, the Nano Swarm wasn't thrown down early enough, I don't think, and one player's allowed to cross. But when this wall goes down, look at this. This is absolute chaos.
Oh my, that was, yeah, I think they know that was a little bit of a cheeky one. You'll take them, but you're probably not going to go, yeah, let's do that again. That was very, very close. So well done in the end for... Who was it last alive? Was it Pitt or was it... I can't remember who was the last player standing.
It
might have been Patatek at the end there.
No, David P, sorry.
There we go. David P at the very end, just being calm enough, but having full faith that the diffuse wouldn't come through clearly, at least in time. We do see the ultimate popped, so maybe Heretics can do a bit of damage here. Bit of a different look as well. This middle presence coming through.
Yeah, it's the first time we've really seen G2 put some emphasis on it. Pora swinging out with a guard. You know, he might catch Artis in the back. He does. Artis still inside the owl drone. David P finally with the trade, but it's 2 kills from Pora, and that's more than enough on this round.
Well, you say that.
Yeah,
Hold on.
Not anymore.
Hold on. Yeah, let's see if Nuki does... Oh, I got a little nervous then, but he does deliver towards David P. 2 still alive, but it's Patatek and Mixwell, so there's always going to be a danger, but they are locked towards middle. Spike to hand, and 3 players to locate. Patatek's gone, and yeah, so is Mixwell. Nicely done by the Heretics, keeping control, and I love that aggression on short.
Yeah, maybe just throwing one to the wind. Last round of the half, but an impressive one from G2 nonetheless. I do want to come back, talk about G2 the other day on attack, looking very dominant, and then things...
Sure.
I don't want to say fell apart for them.
No, it just got a bit dicier.
It did. And that was down to August really just kind of brute forcing their way to try and get rounds on the board. Heretics, I don't think, will employ that sort of playstyle. They're a lot more reliant on these kind of structured executes. But it's going to be interesting to see here if G2 can hold the line.
Okay. G2, I think, have set their standard. They've made their statement so far. Heretics, it's time for you to do the same. It was quite rough to watch. I mean, that was a sight hit over and over again for a good handful of rounds. It did eventually get worked out, and you saw the rounds bounce back. Heretics did manage to claim 3 in the end. And it's enough to weather at least the storm of losing the pistol and potentially the buy off the back of it. So it does give you a little bit of a buffer. But again, David P, let's see what you get up to start with. Is this live? It looks very, very patient from the attacking side here. Does seem as though they are into this. David P just being cautious, it seems. Maybe just waiting it out a second or two, seeing if any audio cues are given away or what the initial plan from the Heretic side would be.
Yeah, looking at this, I mean, Pitt got a pretty aggressive spy cam out on A main, so that's going to give some early information over to Mixwell. Swinging out, finding one with the Ghost in mid. I was just about to say, defensive-wise, statistically, 92% pistol win rate for G2 here, and then a 92% round 2 conversion. So you look at that, you look at the scoreline, it can become concerning if Heretics don't win this.
Seems like Heretics, though, with the 3 players they have, are kind of leaning towards short for now, leaving Pora to be the one to try and engage. Nice shot from himself, very clean towards David P. That should at least keep Jet dedicated towards the B side, which it has. That's exactly what you want. Try and give yourself the best chance, but it looks like they're actually going to lean back that way. So Spike heading back over towards B after that pick, maybe feeling it's enough to work with.
This cam sees all the way back towards Gelato, so again, as long as Patitech's in that position to kind of spot out the short push, they should be able to read into this. Artist now going to tuck into Cubby.
Check
well,
your corners,
please.
please, Heretics. Do not go without checking. Well done, Avova. You already get a tick in my book for whatever that's worth. And Mixwell put down, shot in the back. Nisel's going to be there, and that's site taken. Very well composed on this pistol thus far. I love it. Patitech and Pitt, though, trying to find a way back through. Spike to be planted. Patitech dedicated towards that defensive side. Going to have to show presence, as is Pitt. Now both positions noted. Time going to be just ripped away from them. Yeah, nicely done.
Yeah, really, really good pivot here on this pistol round from Heretics. And a pretty clean take, to be honest with you. Again, the Cloudburst comes down to cover off the turret. Unfortunately, that blocks off lane and the sight lines for Ardis. So Avova, you know, and whoever it was actually that was double stacked with him to swing. What a cheeky little pick to open up there.
Liking Mixwell's beard. Looking very lush. What do you rate the beard?
It's a strong 8. It's come on leaps and bounds actually.
Yeah.
I've kept up to date with his Twitter feed. He's been doing progress tweets.
Very strong. However, this buyback in obviously won't be. Frenzies, sheriffs here and there. The name of the game, keep it clean. For Heretics, try and build back in. This is still an uphill climb. There's no need to lie to you guys at home and sell you something it isn't. 4 rounds against 9 is still quite tricky to play with, but if they get in the groove of things, they can definitely start putting up some numbers here. So, looking at the purchase, at least for the Heretic side, was it 2 rifles, Marshall, a couple of SMGs, so pretty well balanced. Quite conservative again, not full into the rifles, but also not full into the SMGs.
No, it looks like actually 3 members of G2 going to swing all the way back through defensive spawn. Maybe David P has heard some kind of sound cue towards B main. Pat, though, walking out mid.
That's info.
That is big info, yeah.
Okay, let's see if this stack does anything, though, because they're still locked towards CT. Mixwell just got himself in the site as well. Pora's ahead. Nice spam. Might get a tag or 2. David P looking a little worse for wear. Spam comes right back in. They are being noted, and it looks like they're disengaging. Looking at where the attacking side are heading with that spike, it might be a wrap. And they can leave Pora here to just try and catch people on the way out. Exactly what they're going to do. Love this. This is pulling rotations perfectly. It's a dangerous game for sure, but it's going to work wonders. Yeah, Pora might die for this. A rifle does get lost, but the round should go the way of Heretics here.
I mean, they've got all the time in the world to sell for this post plan. I can see Nuki actually looking like he's going to swing on to the defensive spawn. Finds David P here. Patitech and Pitt going to swing onto it. Pat actually finding that one, but again, this kill's so deep that it's just eating time off the clock for G2. And again, it's a 2v3, so.
I'm curious if Pitt goes for this. The rifle is in hand. They could maybe get something else away. Let's see what they do with this. It does look like a pretty hard commitment here. Patitech's on this, so Avova's the one on the site. They're going to try and clear Dark just down below, and yeah, I think that's when it's going to be called out from being a potential one. They might sacrifice Patitech for this, get a gun away or 2, but Pitt will be trying to potentially stay alive, or even catching Avova on the way out. And no one else is going to go down. He's actually surrounded. He's in all kinds of trouble. Yeah, say goodnight, Pitt.
Economy-wise, obviously,
it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, exactly. They're back on to buy for this next one. So don't expect that to have a huge impact, especially obviously with the recent economy changes with saving weapons and whatnot. But I mean, so far so good. Heretics, you know, good cautious approach to that one. I think they were probably poised in the way that they set up for that default. They were probably poised for some aggression from G2. And obviously G2 were stacked up as 4 over towards A site initially, so I mean, potentially the push was going to come through onto mid there, and then as soon as they don't have contact, Pat walks out. Like you said, all that information gathered. It's actually the timing that Pat makes it into the attacker's spawn that they come back through mid.
Yeah, and I love the fact they were happy to post up Pora there. It looks like okay, Artis is getting into that aggressive style that is very characterized with him, especially on this map.
Look how deep he's got already.
He's going to at least isolate one fight towards his kind of opposite number, and Patitek's found Nuki, so this is a problem. This is now success in areas they didn't want, and you can see, oh, this is a huge bit of map control. They can't rotate off this. Mixwell can watch his back as well. Look at this crossfire in play. So Artis, Patitek, and Mixwell, 3 of them have mid control. It does mean the players dedicated towards the sites are just locked in here, but the retake is going to be brutal. So here we go. Pressure now starting to mount. Who is it tucked on the side? David P, I guess, now has to evacuate site. Nisao's late mid play actually might have the timing, but Artis gets away with it, even gets time to adjust. No, Nisao's there for the trade, so things still looking pretty decent for Heretics, holding on to 3 alive, and they do have walk to site.
The problem is with that mid setup, Pit Spycam's still spotting out everything in A lobby. You can see it every so often just lighting up on the minimap. That's all information. They don't need to kind of swing away from the setup that G2 have already. They know exactly where Heretics are kind of poised to go towards.
Yeah, and there's one player watching the cross in towards B, now unable to. That is David P. Do you commit through that? Timing's everything, sees 3 and dies for it. Information found, sure, but Mixwell on the flanks could be the one to keep your eyes on, at least in a second's time. Patitek might get the first fight, but Avova's got a nice little deep angle to play with, but it might get undone by Mixwell in a second. Let's see. Patitek still having to deal with all the players on the site for now. And yeah, it's Mixwell to actually lose out to Avova. I thought it'd be the other way around. Heretics really locking this down. Gorgeous post plants here. And Patitek not getting a step. And I love this adjustment of committing towards CT. He cannot leave this area now.
No, this is perfect. Got him pinched in. Again, I think Pat just holding on to try and do some damage to the economy before he does fall. I don't think he knows that they've both crossed already. There's obviously one in Covey. Fantastic pinch there again to get that one off the board as well. And Niso, heads up play from him to obviously stay in that position holding on to top mid. Artis could have done way more damage than just the 1 kill that he got in that round. But again, just to talk about this, Pit Spycam and that kind of triple lock in mid, they know that they're outside B lobby. But Heretics, you know, running the clock down, David P being forced back into the defensive spawn from the lockdown. Heretics didn't rush in. They still waited on the rotation.
Now, I want to talk about how coming into the half they had, what, I think it was 3 rounds for Heretics, and now they are right back on the cusp here. And this is going to be a bit of a maybe rude awakening for G2, because, okay, they'll get the bye soon, don't worry, but it will be 9-7. That's a far closer scoreline than I expected it to be after seeing that half. But Heretics showing exactly why they've made it to this point. They've taken down one big name, and they're trying to eye up the second. Pit going to be trying to get it to the perfect level for him. And it is going to be Patitek to find them. Bloody hell, his positioning is nuts, isn't it? Lol's now in a bit of danger. He's a little bit cautious about what's going on. Does he check the corner deep enough? He's definitely heard something. He knows what's up, but G2 are trying to swarm this. And it may not get them the round, but it might get a gun away and a bit of a nuisance. Lol's in trouble, backing away. They're committing on this one with everything they've got, but one by one they go. And one by one they're going to fall to this. It's not good work by any means from G2. They're getting nothing out of this round.
No, desperate for that weapon on the other side of the wall, but Lol going to tuck his tail between his legs, head out of here. He's got his heel back up, so hopefully going to be able to get back up some of that HP that was lost in that fight. But yeah, G2 swinging 1 by 1 on that after the owl drone. Desperately trying to get the weapon off the board. Mixwell. Cheeky little last bullet out of that spray will find Pour Up. Whether or not they can do any more damage, we'll have to wait and see.
For now, this is great from Heretics. I want to keep watching this. I want to see when the guns come out how this continues forward, because at the moment, G2, it feels like they're trying to just kind of, you know, play quite a, not fast and loose, but a little bit, you know, stack a site, try and make some aggressive plays while they're on the weaker weapons, and I don't think it's necessarily a bad idea either. Artis, if he can do some damage, try and keep... Bloody hell, why is he so good? Try and keep that economy humble, that'd be lovely. And Nuki's got him, so here we go. Heretics right back in the game. This is where things get exciting, though. G2 back on the purchase. They should be able to goodbye out this one, but Heretics now get put to the challenge. This is the round that matters. This one gets you right back in and might make G2 start sweating.
And economy-wise, this is very, very important. Again, previous round, G2 put a couple of sheriffs, a couple of light armors on the board, a ghost, and some utility invested as well after that push into A main. Sorry. So this is important this round. I mean, you can see look at the economy here for G2. It's kind of everything on the board. Yes, lost bonus is a factor, but this is worrying times here.
Heretics very patient to start with, and I like the deeper hold, especially towards that B side, knowing that there is going to be presence, but Mixwell going to start things off with a bang. That op comes out straight away. Presence now noted. Let's see if he adjusts. He actually continues forward. They're getting aggressive towards middle. Going to post up David P a little deeper. The spam going to help him cross a little safely, and he makes it through scot-free, but he's going to hear this revive and know what's going on too now. Just around the corner. But on the other side, do Heretics find a way back in? If I'm then, I know that mid is now in trouble. Lean into a site if you can. Easier said than done. You still have the likes of Artist waiting, potentially, and maybe Pit kind of posted up. But mid is an area you do not have info in anymore.
No, or control. With David P there, they have no control. Again, look on the minimap. Look at these vision cones. David P and Mixwell, they've got it locked down from 2 separate angles. And I'm pretty sure, once again, Heretics aren't going to have any idea this has happened. Niso, the last time this happened, he was the player to kind of shut it down. Maybe he's still got that in the back of his mind.
They seem pretty aware of a possibility, and LoL's pick towards Patitech is going to just keep selling this idea of problems ahead. Now Mixwell, crouched under Pora, knows those lines of sight too well, takes it even further. But wait, there's still one waiting here. Artist trying to bide his time. Waiting patiently, swings on one, looks for a second, gets a second! 20 seconds, Spike now down, but he's in a 1v3. This gets so difficult to deal with, but he's a problem. He's got the reload, he's gonna try and buy the time on it. Spams away, he doesn't get it, and Nisao does. Even the plant to add insult to injury, and Heretics are right back at the door now.
Yeah, and that's scary. A couple of kills for G2, but economy-wise, that's a tough loss for them. Really impressive stuff so far from Heretics. What I'm loving to see is the patience. They're expecting G2 to make these plays just to gain map control, you know, tucking Artist into top mid, tucking David P into top mid, Mixwell flexing between, obviously, that pizza spot with the Sage Wall boost as well. I'm really impressed so far, once again, by Heretics.
This goes here.
Look, they've kept the economy humble, and you're going to see now G2 potentially losing out on this one as well. This will be 9-9. Yeah, you've got, what, I don't really look at much to see here. Marshals, sheriffs, that's about it. So for now, Heretics going to have to try and keep this clean. Again, this is always going to be the name of the game. Keep it clean in these rounds. Don't give up easy kills. Do not get caught out. Don't lose out on rifles.
Yeah, a couple of ultimates to reinvest into this if G2 see fit. I did hear a Blade Storm pop. So I have to wait and take a look, see if it was Nuki or Mixwell, because it's on the board for both of them.
Looks like Mixwell for now.
Yeah, so that could be a factor here. Heavy lean by Heretics this time around. 4 in aim, actually 5, sorry, including Lowell at the back. And looks like he's got a little bit of a lineup set up here. Pora maybe going to follow up with it. The Nano Swarm. The Hunter's Fury goes through. That's going to clean off a couple of angles here, but Pit's got top behind generator here. He's not been cleared just yet, and he's going to find Nuki.
Yeah, Pit can be a danger. He's going to find one, but a trade comes back in. Site still being contested. Mixwell is the one to keep your eyes on in case those blades do come out to play. For now, though, Heretics keeping everything going the way you want to be seeing. Heretics, this is clean. This is perfect. Just David P now standing. That site's theirs. They have taken this cleanly. Yes, a couple of, ultimates invested here and there, but for me, I'm happy to see it. This will get up Heretics to 9-9. They're going to put G2 through the ringer. We are tied up all even now. G2, time to deliver, boys. You are now pressured by the Heretics.
Well, this is the thing. Early on, the questions were called around G2. I'm talking about early on in terms of Valorant in Europe is how versatile can G2 be? How many of these variations of these pushes on the defensive executes do they have? Because right now, Heretics don't seem to be biting. I mean, G2 are getting that control, getting those positions, but it's not converting to anything.
If I'm G2, I call a tactical timeout now, and I discuss things. Because they haven't found an answer to deal with this. Now, I don't know if this is actually theirs. Keep in mind, I think the other ones earlier were tech pauses, but I would like to find out if G2 call a tactical pause, because this would be the prime moment for a coach to have a discussion, or for them just to try and consider what to do now, because they have been overrun by the Heretics quite handedly.
Yeah, and again, just looking over to the economy there. We'll take a look at it when we get back in, but I think I just saw team credits 900.
Oof.
So it's even tighter than that previous one that I said was potentially the most important round of the match. And the concerning thing now, we talk about economy and Valorant, but momentum is a huge factor. Just outside of the economy, Heretics now, what is it, 6 on the bounce?
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, it was 9-3 on the half. So Here we are. And yes, it is a tactical pause from G2. It's the perfect opportunity as well because they haven't found an answer. That mid-aggression does normally garner them a great deal of rounds. But if you are Heretics coming into this, G2 have stylized this map as being one of their favorites. You know Ascent. If it's open, they'll happily pick that. That's a go-to, and it's a very strong pick. But it looks like Heretics have a very good plan in mind. So let's keep up with this one because G2 hopefully have been able to adjust something here because at the moment, Heretics have really taken the reins. But now they have to deal with what's going to be thrown at them. Maybe Heretics throw something, a little bit of a curveball their way potentially.
Slow start to this one once again, and another variation of the setup from Heretics. You can see Nuki again just so wary of mid, and this time around G2 with this investment and keeping the economy in mind, look how deep they're playing. Ardis and David P don't want to mess with anything from market. Actually, looking like we might actually just get another straight out B hit.
Yeah.
From the Heretics.
Nothing so subtle about it. This could be a pretty dry hit so far. All 4 players are here. You've got the late lurk coming around from Pora, who is just making sure mid was under control. Bit of a spam, and you can see that utility being thrown in by G2 to try and slow this down, allow rotations to come through, get Mixwell in the right place potentially at the right time. But they have drawn a lot of utility out of G2 here, and that is great work. Very classic Counter-Strike-esque. Take away the smokes, take away the wall, make them pay for this investment, but there you go. Nuki's going to pay with his life towards David P. He backs away. It does show the indication they still want to hit this site.
Yeah, Mixwell finally now coming over to that defensive spawn spot. The Nano Swarm is perfect though from Pora. Mixwell swings out, finds the first. Niso trying to get into Cubby there, but 13 seconds left on the clock. Ardis here on the box. He can't find the kill. He does eventually get it. Avova falls.
Yeah, they have to go now though. LOL's in trouble. It's 6 seconds. It's 5 seconds. And it's one player alive. Where is the spike? Niso can't get to it. And the fight's not going to be given to him. They can play the time now, and they're going to dwindle it out. G2 just about getting this one under wraps, but that was dangerous.
Yeah, dangerous for Heretics, because when you lose a round like that after building that much momentum, it's a heartbreaker. I mean, the clock runs down. David P's just able to buy so much time there at B main, and yes, the utility's invested, but he's got a fantastic opportunity to find that first kill. And the important thing is, he doesn't bite off more than he can chew. He backs up, he plays off Ardis from sight.
I mean, we talk about taming the beast, and I feel like they have. I think Heretics have tamed G2 here to play a more standardized game. That aggression, that kind of cockiness that we love, ain't gonna work here, and well, it's not gonna work again, David P. Get down, sit down there on the site. Jet's already out there, the rotations are on the way, but it's too little too late. No one can make it around, the wall goes up. They have just backhanded G2. Heretics, surely this is gonna be a good post plant, nice positioning. Anything to stop it? Doesn't look like it. There we go, Spike now in. Retake time for G2, and the weaponry, it's lacking. Patitek, Ardis, it ain't perfect.
No, and actually, Ardis gonna... Okay, Nuki falls. Ardis putting that Bulldog to work. Recon Bowl goes through onto site. Now in a 4v4 situation. Couple of ultimates on the board, but looks like we're just going to get a pretty much straight push through from G2. Mixwell found from Pora, though. That's still lurk from B main here, and whether or not Ardis is going to swing into it. He's going to walk through the cage. He doesn't find it. He does. Pora will fall, but Heretics find 2 in response.
They dismantled one arm of this defense, but the others on the site maintained position, and Heretics keep building into this one. This is mad stuff coming out from the Heretics, and I love it. They expected that little push to come out from David P. They read him like a book.
Well, look at that. Straight away, the response is, right, we're hitting this fast and hard. And David P is expecting, right, they're going to play slow again. I'm going to creep up. I've got my slow orb. I've got my wall. But 3 of them swing on that, and it's entry given. The rotation doesn't come in quick enough. Pora, again, I'm not sure if you spotted there, the Nano Swarm lineup from B lobby onto defensive spawn opening. Mixwell can't hold that angle.
Look at the state of the money. The economy is still in a bad spot for G2. Heretics leading by quite the margin, but now look at this structure from the Heretics. You've got very deep holds coming out. LOL at the back here. Nisao using utility to clear up short. Maybe trying to make sure that there's no funny business happening here. No one trying to get Aggie in middle. We know that's a G2 look. They'll try and take territory by pushing up.
Again, huge pressure on Ardis here, and there are still, I mean, Spike's this side of the map, and there are 3 members of Heretics as well, so he's so
oh, God, they are so good. So, okay, they got contact at B, and you could see Ardis probably relaying the information. I've seen 2, maybe 3, etc. And then the rest, obviously, of G2 would like to help out. They'll try and rotate over, and as soon as David P tried to, instantly met. That is excellent gameplay. This is punishing rotations, and you're doing it again. Lulz found Patitech. This is so beautiful. This is good-looking Valorant. I want you to watch this back. Artist is in all kinds of trouble. He gets a tag, not a frag. It doesn't matter. He's dead. And the site's theirs. It's all theirs. This is exactly how you punish rotations. Heretics are living in the heads of G2 rent-free right now.
It is, but again, it comes off the back of that slow, patient, methodical start. Like you said, the contact comes through, information's relayed. David P doesn't even really push out. He throws a shoulder and he's found. And time again, Heretics are finding these kills. We saw it with that top mid push from Artis initially. It's a one and done spot, which it shouldn't be from there.
Okay. We've got a good game on our hands. Honestly, I was a little worried. I was sat here like, all right, if we got a 9-3, you know.
I'm going to say something here, and I'm going to sound very smug, but I said to you yesterday, I don't think G2 will spank Heretics.
Look, okay, fair enough, and I was happy to say I think Daddy's come home here, and G2's just going to absolutely give him the belt.
Well, you think
it wasn't the case.
Flip the switch.
Yeah, I thought they were just going to, I was going to do the old line, you know, big boys come to play in the big
It's crazy because I felt stupid when I said it to you, and now I'm... Lothar's going to be absolutely insufferable.
Yep. So let's kind of roll it back as well, just to keep you guys informed at home. This is G2's pick. This has been a very good map for them, and this is them. This was Heretics punishing rotation off of information garnered, and that's something that you don't often see. But this map has been very well played out, and Heretics have a wonderful understanding. So as soon as Artis relayed that information that there were players, kind of where Avova is right now, that's when you saw that punish of the rotation. And again, the money has been in a constant state of disarray.
They're buying back into it.
They're buying back in. Okay.
I mean, they want to hold them on 11 rounds.
Yeah.
This is the play to not let it even go to overtime. As soon as you obviously Heretics hit 12, you can save into this and say, yeah, we're going to push overtime, but...
Just having a little sip of the tea. Just those sweet G2 tears. It is going to be a little time out here to talk things through. Obviously, this is a round that's going to matter a great deal.
This is important, though, because one thing, the play style of Liquid on Ascent the other day, the rounds they started picking up was when Liquid were making desperation plays, and it was Scream coming out and having that huge impact that we know he did throughout that entire series. But right now, this is Heretics looking way more composed. Way more composed.
Okay, big one. This is going to be kind of, you know, getting towards map point 12 on the board for the Heretics if they get this. And it's a real investment buy from G2. They've got the rifles, not all of them. Artis a little lighter, David P lighter, Patitech obviously not ideal in his purchase. And again, we see this methodical clear and going through the fundamentals from the Heretics.
And this time around, Pit rotated over to B site with Artis. Trap wires down and the spy cam spotting out B main. Iso with his Aldone not going to find anything up mid. David P drifting this direction though, but it's the first time we've seen Heretics really pivot into mid here and put some emphasis on it.
This could be a new look. Mixwell has had success over towards A. That is the first time we've seen Pora being removed very early on. So that might alleviate some of the pressure and kind of allow that additional player to rotate where needed. Heretics going to peel away and look for more options. Maybe lean back in towards short. They have had success here. It does seem as though G2 like to find information. And it will be Mixwell posted on the other side. But Mixwell did start this off well. We do have Omen having a little TP around, having a look, having a little bit of a... See if he can find any info.
Cleared wine with that. That's interesting.
But that's where the kill came in. So maybe seeing if Mixwell was still around.
Left.
And it does look like they're going back to this A hit.
Yeah, David P actually still over towards mid. Lowell actually going to get Pora back on his feet, so that's why the rotation came through. Avova finds two. The Hunter's Fury following up, cutting off some of these angles. It's so clean from Heretics. The explosion on the back of the Resurrection.
They just played contact off the back of that res. That is madness. And if you're G2, they had no idea. Yeah, Artis is always going to get you one, it feels like. But a retake with 3, and the money is in the garbage. David P has only got a ghost here. Artis on the SMG, and Lowell's just got a freebie on David P. This is going to be 12 all day long, surely. That spike is ticking away. Artis is doing everything he can, digging as deep as possible. But still with Avova, still with Pora here. I don't know how he'd get back in, and Pora doesn't either. Pit, get out of there. This is going to be 12. He's still trying to commit. He's still trying to find a way back through. But they aren't going to give you anything. And Pit knows that he can try. He can try as he might. It's 12 on the board for Heretics.
Yikes. That was actually really, really impressive. And again, just running it down to 20 seconds on the clock, Resurrection comes through, and that explosion onto site. There's absolutely zero response from G2 on the way in. I mean, Avova walks in, finds those 2 kills, the round's over, in my eyes.
You know, when I did that little line about being like the Titan Slayers, I think it might be real. I don't know. I can't imagine a world where we don't see G2 in a grand final right now in my head. I don't see it. But the one thing we've questioned, and I'm sure the desk will bring it up, is do they have the ability to bring it back? Because they have not often been on the back foot. We have not seen G2 under the gun often. They have not had to deal with that. Whereas Heretics, they've probably had to pull themselves up so many times. And again, we see the economy never been in a good place. And I love this from Heretics. Slow, patient play, leaving Lol to do a little bit of what he wants, you know, taking their time, but they've held deep towards mid. They've held deep towards back B.
And again, the slow start from Heretics. It's just keeping G2 guessing. TP comes through. Pat going to clear out A main a little bit, but no information gained from there. Lowell was able to hide deep enough in A lobby. He wasn't spotted out. Mixwell, I'm worried now I'm seeing him creep a bit. No, he's tucking under, right, he's tucking under bricks, that's fine. I thought maybe off the back of that TP he was going to try and push through to A main, but now Heretics swing back. 45 seconds left on the clock. Are they going to hit hard again on A site?
Looks like that's the intention for now. And on the other side, waiting so patiently would be Mixwell. Investing the utility. Yeah, he's very isolated, untradeable, but he doesn't need to be. He's going to get one and dash, quickly gets out of there, a hit and run happens. Heretics now going to have to try and operate with 4. Killjoy puts it down and going to have to try and clear out the site as they go, trying to force them away, give them that step forward, but Patitek still standing tall here. That smoke is keeping them safe. Keeps himself relatively well positioned, but the spike will be planted. Lowell's found 1. Patitek still there with 2. And we're down into the final throws. Avova's got another. And now who's left? Pit trying to play it back through, and he's dead and buried. It's just Patitek now, watching as Heretics just picked up map 1.
And you can see Pora out of his seat already. That is a massive, massive performance from Heretics. G2 coming into this, they were night and day stronger statistically defending on Ascent, and Heretics just put on an absolute clinic, Lauren.
You know what, I'm ready. The Kool-Aid's there, I'm gonna drink, I'm gonna chug that bad boy, because Heretics have impressed me. Do you know what, the Liquid game? We didn't know where Liquid were. We didn't know what state they came in as. But they've just picked up Ascent against G2. And they did that in style, coming back with only 3 rounds on the half.
Yeah, I mean, and actually more often than not, we see Heretics kind of lean on their defensive performance with how strong they can be. Those clutch players coming through in post-plant scenarios. Pora, the man on your screen right now, the one I'm talking about in particular. But this is our day 1 upsetters. Maybe starting a similar trend here versus G2.
I love it. I love it. Give me all the upsets. I don't care. Salty, salty, delicious
We've
tears.
been spoiled.
I know
We've been spoiled.
Like, I saw the 9-3 half. I was like, all right, well, I guess, you know, G2 through to the finals. But no, it's definitely not the case. And it's not going to be clear-cut at all. Bind will be on the horizon and then split if required. But we have never seen G2 having to play at this sort of deficit. They have not been handed to like that.
How often have we ever seen G2 go 1-0 down in a series?
It's in a pressure scenario? Nah, never.
I mean, this is... I can't believe it, because I made a load of notes about G2.
Hey, I've got 3
and
books here,
I mean,
Heretics
from the other day, let's be honest, okay?
Yep.
Expectation-wise, Liquid had something to prove, right? Heretics were the ones that could have come in and caused that upset. So, don't want to sell it as an underdog. Heretics have been talked about a lot, but they were waiting for those kind of big reps. They got it in game 1. Now to come here versus G2 and start the same way that we did versus Liquid and look 10 times better on a map that, you know, Liquid actually, like I said, made some desperation plays on, maybe showed some flaws in Heretics' ability to handle that pressure. Right here, the 9-3 half, flipping that to this scoreline, absolutely insane from them.
I mean, no one's going to take it away from them. That Liquid game, some people might have gone, well, we all know Liquid weren't that strong. I've seen a couple of, but whatever. You cannot take this away at all. No. Anyway, it is going to be taken away from us because we're too excited. I need some fresh air to cool down. But why not let's have a little look back at some of those Prime Gaming highlights. And after that, let's head to the desk.
Left.
Spike planted. One player remaining. Screen high. Do not fight. Get out of my way. Good. Enemy down. Terminated. Stand down. 30 seconds left.
Hello everyone, Mitch here, and I wanted to talk to you about some of the superstars competing in VALORANT First Strike and the unmatched style they bring with their agents. So what is it that they do that makes them stand out? Let's look at Angel as Omen. Traditionally, the smoker of a team plays a more reserved role, providing cover for his teammates to take the opening duels on a site. Angel plays this role very differently. You will often see Angel fearlessly rush through smokes and lead the charge for his team. As the oldest member of the team, he's surrounded by some very talented young guns who he's more than happy to sacrifice himself for. And in the fights that he can't win, his teammates are always right behind to pick up those frags. The newest weapon in Scream's arsenal, Jet. This agent is usually reserved for the players using the operator due to the escapism it provides and the versatile positioning that it offers to its player.
No show started.
Yo! Scream, however, rarely takes the off and instead uses this agent in a very different way. With Jet, Scream focuses on instantly smoking angles to complement the rest of the team's utility when initiating a quick sight push. With the aforementioned positioning advantages and very powerful ultimate in the economy game, this makes Scream's Jet a breath of fresh air in what has long been an op-exclusive agent. Stay tuned for plenty more action in VALORANT First Strike.
and welcome back to Valorant First Strike Europe, where Team Heretics have just beaten G2 Esports on Ascent. And as you guys can see on your screens right now, it's definitely pure elation from the players of Heretics, but maybe a little bit of tilt, perhaps, from the G2 side.
They're pissed off. You know, they're really mad. Like, I don't think anyone from G2 was coming into this match with having in mind they can lose the first map, especially since they're their pick, right? But let's be honest also about Heretics. The first half, they played a little bit, let's say, well, it wasn't ideal. They were not flexible, and that allowed G2 to win 9 rounds. No, it finished 9-3. Basically, every single round, G2 had an empty floor. You know, they were just going on sites, planting, and then a 5-man retake was coming from Heretics. But that wasn't working, and Heretics didn't like change anything. They weren't flexible. They didn't adjust their playstyle, and this is why they lost the first half 9-3. But then the second half came, and what happened, Mitch?
Yeah, well, we could sit here all day talking about what happened. Heretics seem to just be punishing every mistake G2 were making. To me, this is something that we've seen before, that their individual skill generally gets them out of. The G2 that's super confident, that comes into every fight, every retake, not waiting for their teammates, not slowing it down, not even making reads on what their opponents are doing, but just saying, I got this, I'm going to go peek him, not winning the duels. And once things start to fall apart, we've rarely seen it. Like, the last time this happened was the grand finals of Blast Ignition Series. It was a similar situation. In fact, a worse loss. It was 13-7. FPX beat them. They came back to Bind, which is our next map, and they won, I think it was 13-4. Like, they dominated FPX, and then the series became close from that point, but ultimately G2 won. The difference is, this time, there's more pressure on them, not just because it's a bigger event and they're not even in the finals yet, you know, they're still on their way, they do not want to go out top 4, but also because they don't have the map advantage that they did back then. At that point, it was equalized to a 1-1, and it was basically a best of 3. Now, you have to win both of the remaining maps to 2-0 the series, so to speak, or you lose. That is a lot of pressure, and I'd argue they have never experienced this level of pressure before, and certainly if they have, it's not been from a team that's so freshly introduced into the top 5. It's been by FPX or by Liquid, teams that have been around and that you can accept it from. For such a fresh team to cause them this much damage, that's got to be playing into their minds.
Well, G2 have never lost a best of 3. You know, in Europe, they are the kings of the best of 3. They are at their most comfortable, in fact, in situations in a best of 3, albeit not when they're behind. Lothar, do you think they're going to be in serious trouble if they carry on playing the way they did in the second half of that map?
One sign for me that G2 wasn't in the right, let's say, mindset in the second half is how they behaved in round 22. Mixwell had a very important first blood. He got a frag on A lobby, right? It was 5v4. It's, if I'm not mistaken, 10-11 scoreline right now. And they have all the assets in their pocket. They know exactly they have an advantage. No one's breaching any site. And what they do? They just sit default. But if they would pay attention to what's happening in Heretics, just the information, Sage has res. That means the entire team, it was not much time on the clock, will rotate towards that A lobby, get the res, because it's almost end of the entire match, they need to use it, and they're gonna go on A site. Like, that was telegraphed. There was not enough time to go, like, res, and then just use those 2 players to lurk somewhere. So basically, G2 didn't pay attention, like, they didn't give respect to Heretics to some degree, I think. And because of that, they paid the price. If they're coming to the second map with the same attitude, we're going to have a problem.
And I think one of the things we have to remember about this G2 roster that has not been addressed much throughout the entirety of the history of them, purely because it's never been an issue, is the fact that there are players here who are known to maybe not perform the best when things are going wrong. Like, toxicity has certainly been an issue in the past. I don't see, an uplifting personality, shall we say, from what has been there before in their individual rosters. Now, when you put them together and you're winning games, it's very easy to sit back and go, yeah, look, we're all getting on, we're all friends, we're all buddies. But when things start to fall apart and you need to go back into that B plan, C plan, players start to get tilted a little bit, that's where you're really going to be pushed. Now, these guys are obviously all professionals. They're all going to be working and striving towards it, but we don't know how well they'll work together when those negative tendencies, like players maybe start to go a little bit quiet. You see it all the time. they haven't had the practice in those scenarios because they usually just pug and win games. And even when they try to apply strategy to it, they usually out-aim in general. You saw how frustrated Mixwell was in that clip where he smashed the table. I haven't seen that from him in Valorant full stop.
I mean, it's definitely not easy. It's not easy to be in that position. It's not easy to even play against G2, let's be honest. So I want to give some credit to Heretics. I know we talk about G2 falling apart a little bit on that CT side, but how impressed were you with Heretics?
I mean, it was over the moon, really. You're looking at Pora, especially that player cam at the end when he jumps out of his chair. That got me so excited.
Let's say the guy is very expressive, right? And both in game and outside of the game. I'm very happy that I actually picked him for a player to watch before the tournament started, because I feel like he is the driving force behind Heretics. But at the same time, I wasn't impressed with Heretics in the first half. I'm happy to see they found their composure in the second one, which also brings me to our next point that we were making this entire tournament. This Valorant that we see here on the professional level, tier 1, tier S, when you want to say, is so different from matchmaking experience. All matchmaking experience is about the defensive side, right? You defend a map, you win most of the rounds, then you go into attack, you want to get just few of the rounds. In the professional setting, everything is on the attack. All the, let's say, playbook strategies can be executed on attack, and they have more successful just strategies. Basically, every single team is more successful on attack than on defense.
What about you, Mitch? What is it about the Heretics performance? I guess if we kind of ignored their CT side to begin with and just focus on the fact that they were able to gain momentum, because they had to play from behind as well, but they didn't do a G2. They just bit the bullet and they just sort of got themselves back in the game.
Doing a G2, I like it. Yeah, the thing about Heretics, and we mentioned it a million times, they're a team that are going to be massively underestimated because, again, they weren't in the Ignition Series events. They're not a team you're used to seeing in semifinals events. They're quite new. They've got the backing, and they haven't really played against top teams. The question was, can they deliver it? They absolutely can from what we've seen. Pora, Lel really impressed me in this game. And this next map, as I said, this is where G2 bounced back in the past. So this is the challenge. Can they do it now when they're under even more pressure?
Of course, I do want to reiterate that they're definitely not out of this series yet. It is G2. They are still, arguably, if not still definitely the most decorated and most dominating team in Europe. But this is going to be a chance for them to sort of prove that they deserve to be in another final and to be the best. And as you guys can see, we are on to Agent Select on Bind. Mitch, talk us through what you're seeing right now.
Well, I mean, nothing out of the ordinary over on the Heretic side. They're going for the standard picks of Ova, pivoting over to the Brimstone, which we see on Bind quite a lot. But if you do take a look at G2, our Battle Sage, where's he gone? He's disappeared.
Yeah, we have seen David play a lot of Breach on Bind. Understandable, Sage is not as impactful. I have seen it on other maps, but Lowell on the other side, he only plays Sage, right?
Yep.
I don't think he played any other character in the tournament so far, even in the qualifiers.
Nope.
So it's more like probably like a comfort pick, because I don't believe that Sage is so much needed on Bind as on other maps. But in general, I really like the Breach pick because it allows Mixwell to really play well with the Raze. It's such a good combo. David P with this stun. It's kind of like still like a Sage slow and Paint Shell's Raze combo, right? So it has like the ability to combine both. So I really like the composition from G2.
And this is something that we brought up a couple of times, how you're looking at a composition from Heretics that you don't normally see, but they're so comfortable in making those pivots from what we consider to be the standard. And the fact that they're, I think, the youngest team in these top 4 in the semifinals, and that they don't just follow the mold of, you look up how to play Bind, even Reddit's going to tell you, not with a Sage, buddy. You go, I bet every time Lowell plays a bit of matchmaking, if he's got his name hidden, people are going to be like, dude, what? No, that's not the one to pick here.
People will also say that about Brimstone. Don't play
very
Brimstone,
true,
right?
yeah.
Omen is
Everyone
so much
plays
better.
Omen, bro.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think when it comes to Sage, I love the fact that Lel has come in and said, no, I'm still going to find a way to use it. She does bring a lot of valuable utility. Sure, there's definitely arguments for better agents in general on Bind, but they're finding their niche and they're running with it.
I mean, let's talk about the Brimstone as well, because beforehand, you know, you gave us that stat about how globally he's just not very much favored right now. But, you know, Heretics are going to pick the Brimstone. Avova's going to be on it. What are you expecting?
I mean, it's not uncommon when it's on bind. I think the fact that we're seeing Viper be a little bit more present is what's pushing Brimstone down in those stats, because teams are starting to experiment on bind, which was historically the niche map for Brimstone. Now, if you're taking Viper, and a lot of them are starting to use her as a controller, well, then you're going to be pushing the Brimstone out of the composition. I think you're going to expect to see a lot from Avova. He's been a solid player. Really, the danger of Brimstone is those orbital strikes. Using them in lamps in these confined areas like Elbow, you can get almost guaranteed kills and clear out map control.
For me, the Brimstone is actually more important than what you mentioned. Is he has the access to instant smokes. Not something that Omen has in his arsenal. It's also very interesting because right now you can see an example in G2's composition. There's Omen, no Jet.
Yes.
So there's no way of combining those two smokes at the same time. But they play no Brimstone. On the other hand, we have a Brimstone because they have no Jet on Heretics, which allows to have multiple smokes on the side in the same simultaneous moment.
Well, the Kings of Europe are just one map away from being dethroned, but can Heretics finish them off? Hypoc and Pansy, over to you.
They say a king's name is the tower of strength, and right now G2's is being questioned. Coming into this, if anyone said anyone other than FPX and G2 are probably going to be in those finals, I'm going to call you a liar. Straight up, they were the safest choices. And right now, Heretics are making upsets happen. This could be history in the making. I know people, I've seen Timeu on Twitter, the guy's been saying, look, Heretics, watch out for them. A lot of players, but we know practice does not always equal results. But now we're seeing those results.
No, you're absolutely right. And this G2 bad boy villain figure, the status they've put up, I mean, we needed a hero in EU. We needed a couple more names to throw into that mix. I think right now we're looking at probably one of the strongest candidates. If this goes the way I'm now expecting it to, Heretics haven't lost bind, period. 100% win rate in their official games. Again, that is tracked, and they have a very, very good set of statistics behind that. So I am worried for G2, but I am so excited to see Heretics continue what they showed us on Ascent.
Okay, we're jumping into it now. Heretics will be on the attack, and on the defensive side will be G2. And some of these players put a fire underneath them, and let's see if they can maybe step up a little here. G2 are not used to being in this scenario. And this, keep in mind, was Heretics' map choice. They feel comfortable here. Statistically, it's making exact sense. But let's see what they start with.
Okay, Heretics with a fairly standard default 2 members pushing up towards Hookah. And there's actually 3 of G2 up there. Spy cam goes through. That's going to give some information over of the presence in Hookah. Pit and Patitek still holding on to A there. But Spike's coming this direction, Lauren.
Okay, they still have to work with it. You can see David P getting a little curious here, trying to maintain that control with Mixwell. But Lal is considering that spike. It's at least going to make some noise. Try and get some attention, no response. G2 playing very patiently here, but it will be the play towards window. They have already caused those rotations to come in. Heretics working their way up now. Still 3 players from the defending side of G2, waiting patiently. Mixwell wants in, and he gets in. Takes down Avova. Artist there, but there are trades until Artist just about goes down. It leaves it in the hands of like a Pit. In the hands of Patitek. And now Pit's disconnected. Patitek needs to live. You could see Heretics wanting that pick there. Isolate the player, but where's the spike? Just about recovered. Oh, the timing. Pit just gets it right. Those sound cues giving away the game, and Nisao now left in a dire scenario. 10 seconds, isolates 1, but 10 HP. He has to find the fight. And Pit, he's waiting, but he might just have some trouble coming his way. Pit's still alive, but for how long? He holds his nerve. The veteran from Counter-Strike, the man brought in to fix NIP after their terrible streak back in Counter-Strike. He knows what it's like to be under the gun. He knows what stress is like. He at least gets G2 the first one.
Composure there, and again the reliance on the spy cam as well, just to feed that information over. I thought at the point the recon bolt comes back online for Niso, there was an opportunity if Pitt got himself stuck inside that spy cam that Niso was going to be able to get a cheeky little wall bang through, but I mean, it came down to one. It came down to a 1v1. There was a back and forth pistol round. What's important is how patient David P and Mixwell were in Hookah there. Artist did rotate over to A, so we like that.
Okay, nothing too fancy about this from Heretics, looking to potentially get a plant. You can see the utility is down, is pretty manic, but no kills have been acquired just yet. Pitt's still present on the site. You're going to see the information flowing. Artist, right place, right time, right sort of spray. Finds Avova, and this is a good shutdown from G2. Staying calm in this sort of mayhem is going to at least get them the round here. Whether it be clean is down to Lol and how much damage he could do.
Well, that's an important point you make as well. We talk about not used to seeing G2, or G2 not used to being on the back foot or going 1-0 down in a best-of-3 series, and composure is definitely a factor here. Again, G2's win conditions, setting the pace early, setting the tone, finding these, you know, the free kills that they pick up time and time again with these defensive executes. Holding the line on a site, Heretic's not able to get anything off of that one.
I'm still going to say, though, there is something to be said about getting a player mad, getting someone like Mixwell mad, getting someone like Ardis mad. Some will become quiet, some won't deliver, some step up and they do something beyond expectations. However, for now, Heretics do have the better buy. G2 going to try and buffer it out a little, keep those Spectres and all the goodies into play.
Heretics again, same two members, Pora and Nuki over towards window, and actually again the same stack, David P and Mixwell inside it. David P actually might send the fault line out. Don't think they're going to catch anybody. Again, spy cam goes up, gives the information over. But we're not going to look to get aggressive on this. The utility keeping him in there. Pat's actually taking the TP over here to try and reinforce.
Wait, but keep in mind where the spike is right now. This could be a little scary. Yeah, this is an over-rotation, I feel. And as soon as they scout this out, there's trouble afoot. Yeah, they can send the breach around, but by this point, there's a little bit of danger. Nice work from Ardis to at least alleviate some of the stress, and they can hopefully get around to the right place. But Pitt has to play this perfectly. Already being spammed up, though. Position probably noted here. Nice intuition, good utility, keeps Nisao safe for the plant.
Let's see, we've still got 3 members of G2 training through the defensive spawn, so David P and Pitt got to be careful here not to give anything away too early. Wait for all the reinforcements to come through. Yeah, everybody's in position now.
Yeah, it's time to go now. Throw down that last bit of utility. Try and maybe tip the scales in your favor, because it's going to be all through lamps. Look at them, 3 players there. Nuki's already got 1. Pitt's gone and fallen. Uh-oh, this is going terribly wrong. And now they have to keep pushing. They have to force forward. Ardis and Patitek in combination. Ardis just trying to spray him wildly, pre-firing everything. But it's Lol left alive. 1 on the defuse, and it's going to be Ardis with 3. Beautiful retake from G2.
And actually, you know, Avova utilizing the Molotov perfectly there to cut off that entrance to lamps. As soon as the fault line comes through, the Owl Drone and the Recon Bolt from Ardis, all that utility invested to clear out lamps, and it's effectively negated by Avova's Molotov. I mean, initially I thought Nuki was going to hold on to that side of the site, but G2, again, just resetting, moving as a pack, and they clear through.
Now, G2's money should get into a better spot here. We can see them getting those rifles up. Not sure how many they're able to take away and keep over. But regardless, they should be in a better spot, of course, than Heretics. And we'll see what they do with maybe this sort of like hero rifle I see with a couple of sheriffs. Bit in pieces here. David P feeling confident enough to get the ultimate orb into the pocket. Pitt was in support. And I want to see if there's any sort of quirkier plays coming out from Heretics to see if they can define a way to get Nuki into a good position. He's the player I want to keep my eyes on here because he will pack the punch in comparison to the rest.
There's a deep spy cam from Pitt, so if he hops in that, which he does, he's going to find all of this information there. They do pop it. No rotation initially. Actually, Pat going to fake the teleport there. And Ardis rotating through the defensive spawn. Heretics hesitating for a moment. Maybe just waiting for G2 to give something away. Look like we have a lineup there with a shock dart and the paint shells to clear out elbow. See if they can get into sight.
They're being held back by utility for now. Ultimate being popped, trying to utilize utility to maybe make up for the lack of weaponry, but for now, Pitt's still going to keep them at arm's length. 1 HP, barely alive. David P called in to help out. They are being mowed down, though. Ardis, he's not messing around anymore. This man is angry. And Pora, your last one alive. Incredible performance on map 1, but here with just the Ghost. Unable to do too much, but Pitt was 1 HP, and there's a rifle now recovered. Half. A shield to play with. Okay, Pora, show me what you're made of. Spike is loose, and Ardis has the angle. Ardis is turning up here, ladies and gents. That gets a bit worrying, but still, that was a very light buy from Heretics.
Light buy, but what's important there is Pitt peeling back all the way onto site. And again, the response with the Hunter's Fury from Ardis, waits for them to come into that choke point, the bottleneck towards B side, the top of long. Really, really good response from G2 initially.
Without Ardis popping 2 of them with that, it could have been a bit more dangerous, I do feel.
Well, again, peeling back there to elbow and back sight, it means they don't get overwhelmed. They can rely on Ardis if he gets a tag or the kill. I mean, even the tag is worthwhile. And obviously, it reveals their location. He can relay that information.
Okay, we see a good purchase for both sides now. The economy in a healthy state, at least for this round. And again, the constant back and forth of that shower controller is such a pivotal place on this map, but Mixwell taking matters into his own hands. Aggression through a short while double stacking towards shower here. Patatech will get the attention, but there is another player present.
What's the utility being traded back and forth there over showers? The Aldo comes through now. Pat actually still close. Niso does trade out, but Ardis re-swings on that.
Wait, Pora's just threaded the needle.
What?
Pora got around while Mixwell was backing towards Lamps. Nice play from Mixwell to keep control. That could have gone a little bit more dicey, but it opens up a chance for Lal to maybe get a plant from this. See if he gets it down in time. It does look like it was denied. Nice work with utility coming out from G2 to try and buy time. There was a moment, a lapse of judgment for a second that opened up that opportunity. And now the second bite at the cherry. Lal this time drawing out more utility. Still 40 seconds on the board. And no one making the push just yet. Lal is joined by Avova, so they do have at least that cross covered. And Avova's going to start leering out. He's going to have a little bit of a walk here.
30
and if they can
seconds
isolate
left.
that player on the side, if they can kill David P, it could be game on. And it is going to be the swing, and it's a clean kill. Uh-oh, sometimes this can get a little sketchy. Spike now safely to be planted. The flank is coming in, but it's both angles. Similar positioning now on the retake for Pit and Mixwell. And there's Pit to find one, but Avova.
Ultimate online.
Ultimate is available. No subtlety needs to be had here, but bides the time. A 1v2.
I know exactly.
Now they 100% know where he is. But how does he play this outright? The time is still ticking. You can hear the ultimate coming in. He's on the spike. Mixwell's going to try and take the fight. Avova needs to play this right, and he might have just made enough of a mistake, but the time is going to be everything. They should have enough to get the defuse.
Yeah, I'm not sure about swinging straight out there again. Just the timing wasn't perfect on the ultimate, and then kind of left himself a little bit exposed. Stimpack went down, so I guess he was planning on swinging all the way out onto triple, but I mean, good recovery initially from Heretics to get the spike down. Again, Lowell investing the revive, and as soon as that comes through, Pora maybe a little overzealous there, but what's good here is Avova able to isolate that kill. Mixwell still obviously trying to hold on to Lamps, so good response from Heretics initially from that early aggression coming out of G2.
5-0 now, but we've seen this in the past. All right, we've seen those 9-3 halves. Bide our time on it. Ultimate popped. Nice early damage. Mixwell probably smiling about that one.
Damage.
Yeah, it's done a whole lot. The splash damage from that, leaving them worse from where. And Mixwell hasn't even had to see the opponents to get two of them right now.
Opening up very, very well. Nuki actually going to pop his showstopper in response and try and walk it through. David P finds Pora on long, so just two up here for Heretics. Mixwell tucks himself into glass. So no damage done there. And here we go, David P. The trademark B-long push from him. Again, he's just peeling away now. Just trying to keep him pinched, waiting for his teammates to come in and clean this up.
Yeah, and the matter of keeping this clean again for the economy, we saw what happens when the economy gets broken and you're constantly in those shaky buys. Crossfire's in place for G2, and it's clean. Mixwell there, MVP in that round at the very least.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's vanilla as you like. Pop out with the showstopper.
Nothing vanilla about a Prime Gaming flawless round.
Fair. Touche. Touche.
But yeah, 6-0, this is definitely a response. I want to say this is a statement response from G2. As said, there's two ways big teams respond to getting backhanded. You either get a little quiet, we start seeing the cracks appear, we start telling you how this can happen, and big players go, you know, a little tilty, and they get a little frustrated, and egos get bruised, or they come out swinging. Right now, they are coming out swinging, but we have seen this been turned around before, exactly by Heretics.
Well, I mean, I actually agree with what Lothar said on the desk about Heretics not being too flexible in terms of responding to what G2 were giving them. But right now, I mean, we know what the win conditions are for G2, and they're absolutely showing that.
Okay, Patatech, the first bit of contact to be made. No player spotted until now. Bit of a tag on the cross, but Ardis just blocks him from the air. Nuki, say goodnight. That was a little rough around the edges, and Mixwell's styling on him now. That's just unfair behavior. Avova and Niso, the last two alive. Awkward timing, and Mixwell is making statements here. 3 kills again. This guy's on a mission. He will drag his team across the finish line if he has to. But Niso now left in the 1v3. Spike completely contained by the opposing side. Willing to take the reveal at this point, as you can see. Pit is closing in little by little. A little bit of a tag done, ensuring position is still there. And that spike, again, is going to be in the worst position possible. 3, 2, 1. Pit, where you at? There he is.
Yeah, and this is, to be honest, this is this aggression is not what we saw from G2 first time around. Again, on the defensive half, they were trying to tuck people into spots. We obviously saw David P and Ardis in the previous map, but right now they're just converting time and time again. As soon as this contact comes through, I mean, Mixwell's played top truck now a number of times, and I mean, it's so much cleaner in map 2 here from G2. And I'm wondering really if Heretics are going to have a response to this, because, you know, they were able to take the previous map on their terms, slow the game down, which was, you know, G2's kind of, I don't want to say weakness, but it's the polar opposite to their strength.
Yeah, it's definitely the way to counter them for sure. We do see an all-in long piece coming out, the traditional shower control trying to be played with for G2, but Heretics responding in kind by taking B long control, so going to be placing themselves up at the top there. But looking at the buy here, it's Nisa who can make the difference. Ultimate is online, so maybe you could do something with it. Mixwell again. This guy is doing so much work for G2. Welcome to the Mixwell show, and he wants more. He's going on this one. This is to prove a point. This is just filthy work from the man. Spike's now theirs. That is his to hold on to.
Yeah, and I mean, they can hold on to this right now. Boombot comes through. Fault line sent out by David P as well. Mixwell just going to send some bullets through. Actually, he may be getting caught off guard with the... Oh my word. Pora tried to follow him through the TP, but they didn't get the spike.
How many? How many people? Don't feed Mixwell. Do not make him come online. All right, thank you. Thank you, Pit. Get the last one.
He's basically... Here. Is he going to have his ult again off that? No, I think he maybe got maybe three orbs off of that, but... just another really, really good... do you know what's fantastic? I said before this, you know, way back in EU, we talked about, and I mean in NA as well, obviously the reliance on Jet and that operator role. Mixwell now showing just how to play Raze, especially on Bind. It's a playground, just absolutely fantastic so far.
8-0. We do need a response from Heretics. As much as I want to believe in this you know, slightly newer team to at least my eyes, when it comes to, you know, the high end of EU Valorant, they need to show up here and get a couple of rounds on the board. This would instantly maintain that mentality. There's going to be a nice little pick to start off with. That's the first freebie they've really had. I don't think they've had a clean entry at any point here.
No. It's off the back of the ultimate usage over there. Mixwell actually pushing all the way through. Niso ready for it. And again, he was the player for Heretics. Pora on the other side of the map as well. Neural Theft gets popped. Going to give the information all the way over to Heretics.
And how often do we see David P doing that push? It is very characterized. They know this, but Pit's on the site. He needs to maintain position. If he can play this right, maybe catch one off guard. Gives away the position now. Truly noted, he is alone. Ardis is still pretty far away. And he's going to have 3 players on the site at the very least. Overwhelmed. Heretics might be finding their first here. 5 standing and barely any damage back to them. Ardis is pretty good, but this might be a little bit beyond his reach here.
Yeah. Sky Smoke comes through again. Pora swings on it. Another Prime Gaming flawless. Again, that's the kind of response, and that was what they were able to do on Ascent. They were able to just wait on these pushes from G2 and punish them. Again, started off with that freebie. The first blood did go over as a result of the use of Hunter's Fury. But again, it was a fantastic opening. And the thing was, they got that over on A. Niso's still holding on to A short. Mixwell isn't able to push through and find that value that G2 so often do.
Coming back in for G2, this is probably to steal the nerves, I'd say. You come into this as favorites towards a tournament to at least get to the finals. You expect excellence from them, and we normally get it. However, information going to be found quite early here. They can post up 3 players down long. This is a direct response after that nice little pick that came in on David P. So they've already garnered the information that, all right, no one is initially towards B. So they can now cheat over an additional player. You can put your Raze in a better position towards A. So now they can support in the perfect place. This is why defensive-sided aggression is critical.
Yeah, I mean, for G2, it more often than not works out as kills, but just this information alone, you're absolutely right, Lauren. Ardis now going to just confirm that information. The Owl Drone goes through. Avova set up. He does have his orbital strike as well, so expect him to play a strong post-plant position if Heretics get the spike down. David P now drifting back over. He's actually going to use it to clear out lamps. Mixwell going to take a lot of damage down to 30 HP.
That's a pretty good start here. It does give them the ground to now take. You can see them flooding in towards Lamps. Gonna get up close, gonna get personal. Lol needs to get that plant and get it clean. It does seem as though that is the case. We're in a 5v5 close plant until then. The wall goes down and so does G2, leaving Just Pit alive, and suddenly Heretics are online. They need a buffer. 2 rounds, I still don't think it's enough, but maybe just a little bit more, just one more to give you that weather into that second half.
Maybe not enough, but 9-3.
We've seen it.
We have seen it. Yeah, recently.
I mean, okay, let's take this into bigger picture then. Attack, defense sided on this map. Where do you land on this? I would say that it's hard to say that when we talk about 2 teams who've come in from very different standpoints and applying that wider picture, but still, where would you say this should land?
I mean, interestingly enough, for Heretics in particular, this leans more towards an attacking sided map. So what I'm seeing so far is kind of worrying with this scoreline, if we're to just go off the numbers itself. But Heretics, I feel as if structure-wise, they are stronger on defense across all maps. And again, that is reflected in most of the stats. Hold that thought.
Yeah, we do have a little early action here. Mixwell feeling the pressure up long as well. That opening pick did cost David P his life, and he has been struggling to find some comfort here, it does feel. Mixwell, no subtlety to his presence now. That op is duly noted. And look at these rotations. Hold on, they put all their players towards B right now. Now, luckily for them, they're in the right place, but you could see the call. Guys, no one's at A. Get at least one player back there right now. We don't need to stack this out just yet. And now they've over-rotated again. They've posted up Pit. These rotations are just
Pit's going as
madness.
well.
What is going on here for G2? A horrific misread is what's just happened. Heretics get to walk the site for free. There better be a plan for this retake that is going to be incredible. You could see the intention at least coming through with the Hunter's Fury from Artis, but it's Pora to find 2. Already disaster strikes as Pora's in the spawn. He knows where they are now. This retake has got no legs to it.
No, and look how deep Heretics are able to move with all of that time and space that Pora has gained by pushing through to the defensive spawn and finding those kills. Low can post up in elbow. Everybody else playing so deep away from the spike here.
Yeah, they're
look at the utility lineups.
They are ready to go. Nuki's just got gun out playing at least a little bit of contact, but it's going to be Patatek. You got to go for it. No reason not to at this point. No one's offering you anything up. And, well, it looks like he's decided to try and cut his losses, but it is going to be a very similar scenario to what we just saw.
Yeah, really, really clean once again. G2 not really sure what information had caused that rotation, but again, initially it was a very, very heavy lean towards A. And then as soon as Pit comes out, the timing is awful.
Yeah.
Absolutely awful the moment he steps into the spawn.
Okay, excuse me. There was the opt-down, so it does make sense that he at least tried to keep that in play. Yeah. That's fair enough. I kind of maybe missed that because I thought maybe Mixwell would have stayed on the site, but no. Those rotations, though, it feels like overcalling or missed calling coming out from G2.
Maybe that is that, again, the confidence factor of G2, and it's like, right, cool, yep, swing back, and it's an impulsive call. The information is relayed, and they react so quickly to it.
That's absolutely fair. Heretics, though, if they can do one more, 4 rounds, I'll take that. I'll take that as a workable half. If it does stay 9-3, yes, we've seen it before, but I don't know if it's repeatable, but in we go, and say goodbye to 2. It's so explosive from Heretics. When they hit hard. Showers is theirs, the site's theirs, it's all theirs.
And again, I mean, all this utility now, the smoke's over, the slow orb's down, the wall goes up over heaven. And again, all of this time and space just allows them to set up exactly how they want to for the post plant. A huge order for David P and Pit.
Okay, let's see what you got. Otherwise, this half looks a little bit scarier than it could have. Pit's been in these retake scenarios so often, and it's so quick. A flawless closeout. That was prime. I've got to say, Heretics, late in the half, turning up now. We have a game on our hands. This could be 2-0.
A similar story to the first map. Heretics took them a while to kind of come up with some kind of response, and when it does, this round is a perfect example of what we saw on the first map as well, Lauren. Just systematically breaking down that setup from G2, not allowing the early aggression, early positioning to be converted whatsoever.
Can you imagine the mental state of G2 right now? After that first map, they come back in super strong. Okay, sick. We've got this great build-up. We can kind of get those negative emotions away. We're in the right place. But then there's that little build back, and it's explosive from Heretics. But it's still G2 with a lead. But on the side swap here, we will see Heretics have to show what they've got on this defensive side. And G2 they're still G2. I will never underestimate these boys. They are something else when they come to it. But They still have to prove what they're made of here.
Again, the early TP play. Pit actually finding Nuki straight away. Niso now. Hold the fort. Avova dropping out a window with Pora. Pora did take the TP, and actually, G2 in response going to send 4 all the way through to Showers.
Yeah, there's one Sage here for now, and that's about it. Now, Lol's going to be at least smoked out for now. A bit of safety for him to operate under, even without the vision. It is going to be onto the flank coming in now. Let's see how that breach plays out. It will be probably a kill, I imagine. No, patience being shown. Look at the flank. Get to short. I have to see this flank coming in from David P. It's going to find Pora. That opens up a huge potential now. Problems for Heretics. So many angles to deal with, and they have no safety to play from anymore. Lal and Niso backs in. They are not going to get a step through here. Pit does die, but look at the time. It is ticking.
A couple of members of G2, very, very low HP. Pat down to about 90, so definitely doable here, but they need to find a kill or two in the next 5 seconds to make this realistic.
No single peaks coming. Oh, wait, they lined up. Niso now in the 1v2, but he has to find 2 individual players. They can just hide away as Artist fades away, and G2 get the pistol round in their favor. It did get dicey. When that double kill came in, I got a little nervous then.
Yeah, I mean, the back and forth with the TP there. Pora doing the same thing we saw on Bind the other day on the defensive pistol around that cam setup into window. And obviously utilizing the TP very, very early round. Oh, David P nearly actually messed that one up. That would have been tragic for G2. Luckily closes it out, but yeah, just really, really nice response there from G2. And again, the reacting to the information they're given.
Honestly, I'm going to put it this way. I'm no diehard G2 fan, but if it does mean we get a 3rd map, I actually am happy enough to see them grind it out. Anyway, that aside, Frenzies, not too much to write home about for the Heretics. This should be a clean one for G2, and that should be on the docket in their minds. You can see a very conservative purchase if it is correct that David P and Artist opting to wait it until the bigger rounds to invest into the heavier weaponry.
Okay, actually, again, Heretics leaning this direction. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath here on B site. Already, flank coming through. G2 again opting to come through. Spike's gone through the teleporter again. Rotation goes through defensive spawn for Heretics, but I think they're going to be able to get straight onto site here.
Yes and no, there are players present. Yeah, and Pora's in a decent enough spot that could have done some work there, but as said, they are on. The spike is down. They are at least going to get a post-plant with 5 alive here. G2, a little bit of trouble from the utility there. You could see Artist finding Avova. And again, keep in mind that yes, you are seeing pistols in the kill feed, but it is Artist just trying to save and build up that bank, showing that prowess. Is Nisao the last one alive? Trying to get another. Hold on. There we go. Artist keeping things safe, under control, double digits now achieved.
And a big round. Very, very big round here for Heretics. 10-4 the scoreline. And again, this is when, you know, a map can just slip through your fingers in terms of the economy. When you have such a strong first half, again, this is the one that can be, I mean, it's either the turn or the tides, or it seals the deal.
Okay. Big round coming in. And again, if you are, you know, a fan of, let's say, Counter-Strike, you know that the gun rounds do look very different. Sometimes teams are exceptionally good at pistols, some aren't. And now we're going to have to see if maybe G2 do get pressured a little more. I want to see what Heretics' plan may be. Avova going to be at least swatted away for now from getting a bit of a freebie to start with. Nisao could be in trouble as well. Look at this contact play coming up. Mixwell straight on it, does the dance, and, well, he's just going to find death at the end of it. G2 with a absolutely belting start.
I mean, the risk of going further forward just to get an extra couple of yards out of the Owl drone. The reason Niso's caught off guard there. Now, Heretics, Pora, big swing and a miss from him. Pat will find him, so 3v5 now. Over. Pat's just sneaking through the smoke.
I mean, he's a bit of a smoke criminal, but he does get caught eventually. And now we do see the nade coming through. That should land, do potentially some damage. No, it actually doesn't, excuse me. That just went a little short on it. Nuki and Lolo trying to do something on the way back, but this post-plant looks pretty good. I like the fact that Mixwell is postured up aggressively. Oh my, that was so awkward, but Mixwell does find it. And Lol's a million miles away, chilling out by the spawn, just having a look around. Oh, this is gorgeous. Look at this.
Yeah. This was a big round. And it now relies on Heretics basically come back in either on a scrappy buy or a complete save.
Yep.
And with the way G2 are kind of setting the tone, setting the pace for these rounds. Again, just thinking back to that early pickoff with Niso, he's looking for that early information, and G2 has spread effectively enough where Mixwell can just walk. I mean, he's the only one there. He's the only one walking up B short, and he finds that kill. So, Heretics in trouble, I'll say that.
Yeah, they are for now, and keep in mind there would be a map 3 if you're just tuning in. Map 1 did go to Heretics, and in some fashion, the gorgeous kind of run back after being down at such a deficit on the half, but you can see that G2 look fired up now. The individuals are definitely online. This looks like a different beast altogether, but I also say the Heretics haven't looked as comfortable in certain areas. I think we saw a very polarizing half from them on the first map, and the second half was excellent, of course, but here we haven't quite seen that diligence slip into place just yet. But there's a couple more rounds to play with for now. It looks like G2 are back on course. They've righted the ship here, and you can see the economy's taken a beating for Heretics.
It has indeed a wide default from G2. Avova's actually got himself tucked into the TP, finds the first, but Pit and Ardis respond. Niso and Avova fall. Pora now in a position he's got to hold down B side, but nobody coming in just yet other than the Owl drone. Lowell might catch Pit, and he does indeed. This is all information in favor of G2, though. Again, they know exactly where the remaining members are at least, but Lowell will find David P on A site. This is interesting. Now, this spy cam is huge from Pora.
This is incredible. He was going to be fed alive, but Pora finds Patitek and back away slightly. 30 HP, just sees Ardis on the way out. The man's got moves. He will not be pinned down. And again, the information free-flowing here as Ardis wants to do this all on his own, but the HP is so low. And the other team now closing in Heretics. The net just getting closer and closer. Caught eventually. Heretics do get one on the board.
And it's important. Like I said, scrappy buy. But coming back into that, Pora anchoring B site with that spy cam again, playing his life long enough, draws out the rotation. Oh, sorry, waits out the rotation of his teammates, and yeah, really, really good hold there. The fact that Pora is able to escape all the way back through elbow as well, and Ardis can't trade that again, it just creates another threat for the retake.
Yeah, Mixwell played in off the back of hearing that TP go down, but effective trades as ever. That looks so cool when it goes through the TP. But still, nice work from Nookie in the end to find Ardis. No threats to be allowed. But G2 still will have the upper hand here, getting very close towards map point. Obviously not match point, as it was Heretics to pick up map 1. But coming back through, what's the money looking like for G2 here? They should be able to get a decent purchase, right?
Oh, definitely, yeah. They've still got 11,000 across the team in the bank, so they've got another couple of rounds in their favor, so to say. I say that, obviously, if Heretics do respond with a couple more.
But got to say, the man on the screen right there, Mixwell, has become a bit of a monster, if I'm honest. And Pora, careful now. You walk into the den, there could be some trouble on the other side. You have Nookie there with you as well. So an early exchange towards that control. Garnered now back towards Showers. Ardis going to pop a preemptive. Hunter's Fury, nothing to come from it this time. Normally it feels like he always gets one.
Again, it's unfortunate when you tag the Raze again. She's got that mobility.
I was wondering if he was going to get so bold. Would you dare? It's got to be tempting at this point to try and retake so much map territory.
Or even just push forward and again, get somebody pushed up far enough, even if it's a one-and-done spot. You get the information early enough and you can call out that rotation if it's necessary. But Pora going to hold tight in the Showers for the time being. A heavy lean from G2 now onto B long.
But look how deep Heretics are holding. No one is actually on site. They're towards the defensive kind of entrance. You've got one towards elbow. They're happy to give up the site, at least for the plant, and play for the retake because of this. Hunter's Fury is going to be a nuisance. It will deny the plant at least for a second or two. Patitek did find one of the rotators, so this becomes a bit more of an issue now. Heretics better be ready for what's coming their way. Now the defensive wall gets put up by G2, defending this spike plant, and you can see there's no freebies being given here.
Again, got to back up because of the showstopper. Actually, a lot of utility invested over towards elbow. Avova and Lowell looking to take control here. David P got to hold the line. Pora finds one. Pit and David P, though, respond with 2 of their own. Ardis with a 3rd. A fantastic hold from G2. Everyone chiming in, shutting that down, putting them on 12 rounds.
Okay, with their G2 have bounded back. Heretics have yet to find that momentum, and it might be a little too late in the day now. If it was a couple more rounds, you know, if it wasn't MR12, I'd give it a little bit more time. But G2 have looked ferocious. They look angry. And you know what? This looks like a team ready to win this game now.
Well, there's one thing to note. Again, we saw a couple of times on Ascent them trying those early pushes, getting ground, but it was like a 90%. In terms of what we're used to seeing from G2, it's 90%. The extra 10% is them swinging on angles, clearing things actively, using utility the way that they have here. And straight away again, Mixwell opens this one up.
Yeah, they want to make this hurt. They want to try and do this right here, right now. Nisao is still trying to fight the good fight for Heretics. Dips back in, does do some damage, but look at what's left. Patitek has so much room. He's basically holding two of their players back, and they can't do much about it. It's a bold peek out, and LOL's going to die for it. Pora and Nuki has just had to watch as these guys have shown unbreakable will coming back in. They got absolutely trounced in map 1 on that comeback, and it's got to have stung. Their egos were surely bruised, but Heretics now have just been pressured down. Unless Pora and Nuki can do something, this one is done, and we're going to go to a map 3, but Pora now, it's all on you. A 1v3 to play with. Time not on your side, and neither of those bullets, but he does find one. The cross is treacherous. The time ticks. 27 HP, 5 bullets. It's Mixwell to close. I cannot imagine a better player to do it, and that is just a steely gaze of focus. This man is just playing for business now. There is no more smiling. There is no more frustration. This is revenge for map 1.
I mean, that was absolute anger demonstrated there. And I don't want to say tilt, but they've come back just absolutely livid, and they've taken control of Bayern. One thing you said earlier, Lauren, I found very interesting about this theory that we've never seen G2 play to their ceiling. It's always to whatever the opponent brings to the series. And this time around, now they come out of map 1, they're like, right, well, we know what we've got to do. We just got to go out there, effectively first blood every round, and convert it. Time and time again, they were doing that. Mixwell absolutely huge on the raise here on Bayern.
Yeah, Mixwell being a key component to the victory there for G2, but everyone stepped up.
Yes.
The rotations, I got a little sketchy on, if I'm honest. They looked like over-rotations, over-commitment, but no, they pulled it back in and they actually dealt with the business that was thrown at them. And sadly, Heretics felt like they never came online this time.
It was, again, thinking about things, you know, Mixwell says they're very improv in the way that they play, and those impulsive calls that it could be based off just an audio cue or a feeling. And when they're amped up like that, it can draw out. And to us, it looks like that. The one thing is, every time they over-rotate it, they still look good in retakes. Again, just moving as a pack, time and time again, just finding the kills necessary. So a really, really good demonstration from G2. A fantastic response after map 1.
Okay, the rebuttal has been made, but there's still a map 3. I'm so glad we get to go to 3 maps. This would be no other way I'd like to have this go down. I want to see Split. I want to see G2 pushed again. I want to see Heretics do what just happened. That first map just made me fall in love with this team. Don't take it away from me now. I like them. I want to see more of that.
An interesting dynamic to this. Split the other day when it was played. Heretics were heavily, Liquid were heavily favored to win that one. Again, Liquid stronger map. Not drawing the comparison between Liquid and G2, but Heretics massively impressed me on Split. Massively.
All right. It's going to map 3, but before we get there, let's head to some Prime Gaming highlights, get back to the desk to break down everything we just saw and what's to come. Hello everyone, my name is Pansy and I'm here to help you brush up on some of your Valorant terminology. So let's get started. Trading. Trading is securing a kill on the enemy, even after losing your teammate in a short window of time. Essentially, evening out the score. Defaulting. Traditionally talking about an attacking side, taking overall control of the map to ensure no defending players can get free information by them potentially pushing out aggressively. Trying to default first and then lean into an execution. Execution, a scripted, telegraphed site take, with pre-planned smokes, flashes, and set intentions. Playing for the pick. Getting a pick is looking to catch any aggressive players out of position, or anyone peeking a little too much and allowing your team to build off the momentum. Map control is generally a term of understanding which areas of the map cannot be breached by your opponents without them letting you know about it. The more map control one team has, the more information they have without seeing the opponents. This allows for rotations to happen earlier in anticipation of your opponent's next action.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the bang. Hit you with the 808.
And welcome back to Valorant First Strike EU, where G2 have just managed to claw one back with that victory on Bind, which means it is now 1-1 in our semi-finals. I just want to open this with an analogy that I heard one time. When an animal is backed into a corner, that animal is going to bite. That animal is going to respond, and that animal is going to respond pretty viciously. And I do believe that is exactly what happened in this G2 Heretics game on Bind. They bit pretty hard. I think they bit so hard that Heretics didn't really get time or choice to even play their game.
You know, this isn't the first time we've seen this, though. As I said, the last time, the exact same maps as well that we had this versus FPX, it was a very dominant first map, actually, for FPX, 13-7 on Ascent. Then they went to Bind, and G2 came out swinging, smashed them into the ground, and cooled off coming into the next map. I thought we were going to see 3 maps. This is exactly why. But my question was answered. I said, like, they haven't performed under this pressure before. They've never been put under this much pressure on the G2 side. Could they avoid from falling into the pitfalls that a lot of teams do, where the tilt starts to set in, players get quiet, many things can happen? The answer, I think, is a resounding yes.
Well, I think they found that new fire, if you will. You know, it's just like they're a new team. They came in swinging, but I feel like Heretics also kind of crawled back into the hole that they had been in for the first half on Ascent. Like, they couldn't adapt. They couldn't find any answer towards the aggressive pushes that G2 was doing. And unfortunately for them, they did actually start now on the attacking side. So they were like kind of trapped in that motion where G2 does what G2 does, and Heretics has no response. They are not flexible again, you know? And I'm quite disappointed. So hopefully the third map is more competitive, because this wasn't like pretty to watch. G2 just kind of went through Heretics like a barrage.
I think my primary concern is from Heretics, and this doesn't just allude to Heretics alone. I think other teams are also, they fall into this trap, but from everything we've seen from them, from the qualifiers to the quarterfinals to the semifinals, they seem to be kind of inconsistent. They were very convincing in the second half of the first map, but even in the first half of the first map, they kind of came out the barrels quite slow. They're kind of going up and down a little bit for me, and this map, they went a bit more down. I would like to see them to come back up, but for me, it's kind of hard to predict when they're going to go down again and when they're going to come back up again.
I think this is the reason for that is because they play against G2. It's such an unpredictable team that you cannot really anti-strat, you cannot really prepare for them well. You need to be convincing on the server, and Heretics are currently not finding that. I feel like they didn't have, let's say, much practice against teams like G2, because there's no many teams like G2 in Europe, at least not many successful teams. If someone plays a style like G2, which is basically, we're gonna just do whatever feels like right in that round, we're gonna execute that and win the game, but that's not gonna happen with other teams. The other teams don't have the players that G2 has, where they can just, fall back and see, well, but this round Path Tech deals 3K, this one Ardis deals 4K, this one is Mixwell 5, and every single one of them is capable of doing that. They have 5 stars.
What I'll say as well is we have to give massive props, because I saw a lot of love from Mixwell. Really good map from him.
Yeah.
He's been participating in early duels consistently, but I feel like his role on this map was really pivotal. He was playing on the defensive side for mid control consistently, going out there as Raze. We saw him very early on pop that ultimate, take a kill, use his nades. He's long supporting. He's getting the information, though, which is the key part. And we saw a couple of times that they were rotating very quickly over towards the A site based on Mixwell spotting out that nobody was there. The other player that maybe didn't get the props they deserve is Artis. He's now had 2 maps where he's dropping 20+ kills. He's been pivotal in the bathroom control. He was going for very aggressive bathroom control with Patatech, able to get in there. And the fact that they were mixing it up as well, I guess the unpredictability. Basically, this team on the defensive side, they were so fluid in their setups. I'd essentially call them liquid, except they made it to the semifinals.
Okay.
That was a good one.
I do kind of want to
that one.
highlight Mixwell as well, because, you know, in this tournament, we've seen a lot of the big stars step up. Not just stars in terms of mechanics, stars as in people with long-term experience. Angel stepping up, Scream stepping up, Happy stepping up, and now it's Mixwell's turn. And he has that responsibility, let's be honest, to step up. He is the most experienced player by far on that team, and he is showing that he has what it takes. I know they talk about the fact that they don't really have an in-game leader, but I suspect that Mixwell is the person that's going to be leading at least in-game with this roster.
So David P is like the in-game leader right now for G2.
Oh, okay.
But Mixwell is the figure that everyone looks up to.
Of course,
and this is why he's the I would call him the father of the team, right? That everyone just kind of looks up to, and his role is very important to raise the morale of the team. He's the guy that should be uplifting. He's the guy that should give a talk to them, you know, beforehand or like after the first map when he was tilted, right? He was definitely tilted. But I'm guessing that in that moment when they had a break, he had to find the composure inside of him and tell everyone else, this is fine. This is our second map. We're gonna go fresh, and they did. Right? But in general, I feel like David still is taking most of the action when it comes to IGL.
David's been a guy coming to Valorant. I mean, I had some very bad impressions of him from Counter-Strike. He has grown so much in the months in between his CS career, kind of tapering off a little bit with everything that happened in MDL. Coming into Valorant, he has grown a massive amount. I would imagine that having some of these players like Mixwell around, you know, that father figure to help him out is definitely a leading factor, or at least a guiding hand. And I'll say for Mixwell, he's a very analytical guy. I know that he can be very passionate, shall we say, in the moment, but he's definitely somebody that can sit back and take himself out of the scenario that he's in to sort of calm down in between maps, and probably does the same for the team. Yeah, like you're saying, that guiding hand that will keep everybody in check.
I mean, we talk about G2 have never been in this situation before, but Mixwell has. Mixwell has played so much in his career. He's had ups, he's had downs, he's had probably worse downs and lower downs than this. So I feel like, you know, like I said, the likes of Scream and Angel and Happy, all these players are really, really, really showing why they're such pivotal figures on their respective rosters. And, you know, going into Split, it is a map that G2 probably have more experience on, especially on paper, given that Heretics, you know, we saw them with Liquid leaving that split open, but they had a fantastic performance. And now going into Agent Select, I am so happy to see Niso back on that Reyna.
Yeah, he's back on the Reyna, and he needs to pull weight. This is, you know, I will repeat myself from the quarterfinal, but Niso on Reyna on Split, if he is not the reason that Heretics will take pistol rounds, then he is not putting the weight. Like, he's pivotal in pistol rounds. He needs to get that kill, get the heal, play map control with the rest of the team. Then when he has 150 HP, get some nice trades. But we'll see. Like, there's a lot of pressure right now on him.
It's especially down to the role that he plays, the position. You're starting out defensive side. He's playing rope room a lot of the time.
Yes.
If you're losing that position, you lose all mid control. You can be split into heaven. Things go spiraling out of control very, very quickly. And you think about what role he's replacing. You're putting the Reyna in there. You could have a breach that is very supportive. So if you have a bad game on Reyna, you're taking a lot away from your team. The flashes are not nearly as effective at providing support because they can shoot them. They don't have the same kind of range, the same kind of flexibility. It is just hands down a worse supportive agent. We've seen Reyna used by, I think, Scream, for example, was the first one of the only ones really to pivot over from the breach to the Reyna to use it in a supportive element, and then they tapered away from that very quickly once players started to get used to how those layers worked.
She's also very expensive. She's one of the most expensive, I mean, she is actually the most expensive character in the game, 4,600 for a full kit, right? So this is pretty costly when it comes to the playstyle that you have to play, but this is why also there's a lot of Reyna players who favor playing Stinger because she has Dismiss, which can, just not allow people to trade with her, and will save a lot of cash. So if she is used correctly, the downside of having an expensive agent is actually beneficial for the team because she's allowed to have more health by rounds because of the Stinger strategy.
I mean, we've already seen Niso on the split with his Reyna. We know what he can do. He is so good on this agent, but also the battle sages. We don't just have one battle sage, we've got 2 now.
We do. We have both battle sages coming back out. As we said, David P much more reserved, much more passive. Lel likes to get aggressive, likes to participate. David had no opening duels so far before this series. Lel had the most opening duels of his team. Very different approaches to it. What I'll say as well is Pith, last time we saw him on split, defensive sides, we will have to wait till the second half, but he pulled out a Sheriff on the pistol. Now, myself and Lothar had just had a long conversation about how Sheriffs on pistols we do not see as viable. We were trying to figure out, is there any possibility, feasibility, and not really. But I spoke to Pith, and he said that in actual fact, it wasn't just because they were 10-2 up. He said it's been working in practice, so you know what? Even if it was 6-6 or something close, he still would have pulled it out. So I'll challenge him then. I want to see if he takes out the Sheriff, and I want to see it work as well.
Well,
that was on defensive side as well.
Yeah, it was. Well, you've heard it from Coach Mitch. He's put up the challenge. But this is it, guys. Only one of these teams can make it to the First Strike Finals. Will it be G2 Esports or will it be Team Heretics? Let's find out now.
This is the prime moment to find out who is actually making it through to the finals. We have one more map to go, and that is it. G2, I've got to say, it looked cold on map 1. They looked stunned after Heretics came out with an absolute belter of a performance. Map 2, G2 looked angry. They looked pissed the hell off. They were out for blood, and they got it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of factors to look back at here. Obviously, we're going to split. We look at previous performance, or I guess last performance most recently. G2 very strong on attack, but they were giving away rounds to August. That was a close fought match there on split. On the flip side of that, Heretics have a very impressive, not as many reps on split, admittedly, and again against a different pool of teams altogether, but statistically very strong here on defense. Heretics starting here on defense are going to be able to set the bar for it.
I can't wait for it. I honestly cannot wait for this. I can't imagine a better way to find out who will be waiting in that grand final. The first team to make it through here in Europe. Will it be G2 or would it be the surprise element of Heretics making it all the way through? 10 seconds and we kick this off. Looking out for the Sheriff to come out to play. And if any of you do know Pitt from Counter-Strike, you know he was a bit of a Deagle master, so you wouldn't be even surprised to see that in his hands. It doesn't seem like that's the case right now, but I do see Reyna, I do see a Frenzy, and I do see a lot of players going right towards him. Instantly dead. Ardis, get out of his house.
Pora responds back though, going to be able to peel away onto site, but gotta be careful. Oh, the nade comes out, and actually Pora able to peek onto it, not able to get that kill though. Boombot hopefully going to convert that, but all members of G2 pretty tagged up. David P on the stage, the only one that's been able to heal from all of that chip damage early on.
And they've been held at the gate.
Yeah.
Everything they wanted, the initial pick, a little bit of surprise, gone. It's done. A 1-for-1 trade, taking into account the HP differential, is actually pretty rough for G2 now. Mixwell, Patitek, and Pitt all lower than they'd like, and they have no map control elsewhere.
Yeah, 10 seconds now. They're probably going to reset, try and maybe get Patitek back up to a decent HP level. You can see Pitt's already drifted all the way back through the attacker's spawn. Other 3 members of G2 now following suit. 45 seconds left on the clock. There you go. Heal goes over to Patitek. That's 2 members going to be looking a bit healthier coming into this push. Avova has made his way all the way over onto B site now with Pora floating down towards stairs. I'm worried, actually, if he's going to continue this rotation through the defensive spawn.
It looks like he is as well. Yeah, he's heading a little bit round towards that A defensive side, so this is all going to come down to one man. Avova needs to hold back the flood. Oh, and that's how you do it. Build a dam. No one's going through. Heretics holding this down so well. 10 seconds now. Reinforcements on the way, and he needs help. Overwhelmed by David P. Patitek getting the plant in. It's going to be 2 of them to hold. Make it just 1. Patitek isolates 1, quickly trying to TP away, find a new angle, find some safety, because now 2 players looking forward. Patitek isolates 1. Oh, he gets outdone by Nuki. And Heretics, pat on the back for Avova there. Outstanding play.
And I love that decision as well of over here. So, I mean, it's 2 kills with 1 bullet. Opts not to give up that space and hold down next to Pillar just to buy as much time. Pora, unfortunately, going to drop down and obviously secure a kill before he is removed, but wow. Heretics, fantastic hold here in the pistol round.
Patisek gave it a damn good go, but Nuki very aware, keeping cool, and for the confidence for Heretics, this is key. That first stamp on the board, that first pistol round, yes, of course, we know the economy, the knock-on effect, it gets you that better purchase, but look at the purchase back.
Yep, G2 reinvesting straight back into this one again. A couple of kills on the board, and the spike going down means we're going to have an SMG brawl. Limited utility looking at it, but Heretics now going to take a slower approach. G2 drifting 3 all the way up mid, just David P and Pitt now trailing through sewers. Close, that trap wire going to give the information over, and this is where we saw Niso be so effective the other day on Split in this position on ropes.
Now they're playing blind to middle here. They do have a couple of, bits of utility set up to kind of raise the alarm if anything does come through. Mixwell making a fair crack of noise here, so that should alert the Reyna on the other side, of course, that being Niso. So now they're aware that mid has definitely been garnered. Looking towards Sage on the other side now. Lol's gonna be the one watching this, but Mixwell trying to make a bit of a mad dash through. Gonna isolate Avova. Good nade. Very good nade gonna come through. Keeps him away. And this side should be theirs. Now, if you're Heretics, you should instantly go to a retake position on this. Just play the retake. You don't need the early fights. But Lol's tempted. You could see it. He was considering, do I go on this? No. They played patiently, and now they have to find their way back into this site.
Yep, and there you go. I was about to say 4v5, but Pora falling there. G2 have a stranglehold on B side. Now the paranoia comes through. Mixwell converts on that one. So just 2 members up for Heretics now. Couple of players on G2 tagged up. Mixwell swings wide. Nuki going to find that one. Dark cover comes down though, and actually, looked like a little bit of damage will come between that when the phone line comes through. It's perfect. Going to slow this retake down.
Where is Niso in this? I really want to see that perspective if he gets anything done. Already blistering through the side. Nuki knows there's players by the pillar, but it is Niso to get the frag, and now looks for another and gets another. Hold on. It's going to be Nuki to offer up the body, and he even gets the frag. That was an invested round from G2, remember. This is not your normal second round. That was everything thrown in on that.
Yeah, and again, Niso just coming up huge again. The time invested in that flank, again, the slow push, and, hats off to Nuki as well. Not giving too much away from that defense. As when the fault line comes through, he can sit in the dark cover for the time being, and ultimately it keeps the members of G2 on the site guessing.
I've got to say it, very impressive work coming out from Heretics here. Such resilience being shown, and we the desk highlighted Niso does need to be big on this Reyna. It's a very characterized pick, and we've just seen it come through here.
The 2 integral components for Heretics on Split last time was Lowell on the Sage, Niso on the Reyna. Again, we saw a similar setup, and again seeing this aggression into B garage that we saw last time. Dark cover comes down, the wall goes up, it boxes G2 across.
Nice work from Pora. Should allow him to get away. Not necessarily scot-free, but using his utility almost as a smoke. Gets him away, retains vision for his favor, and Pitt's in all kinds of trouble. Yeah, the Sheriff, it can look good in his hand, but buying back in. These guys are relentlessly purchasing. Niso just tickling the toes. How has Mixwell got that? But he does. So now there's a bit of a flaw, a bit of a problem. There's a wild Mixwell walking around with 1 HP. Now, the theory is a lot more intimidating in theory than actuality.
Timing.
But the timing is everything. Pora's going to be a nasty surprise. He gets information, and that is key. That is critical! And so is that turnaround. G2 keep buying into this, and they keep losing.
And the thing is, he's removed the heal off the board as well. Sage dropping, David P going down there means that obviously Mixwell can't do anything about his HP levels. Pora creeping now at the top of ramps. G2 set up in a decent position, but 2 members blocked in on site. It's going to make this very difficult to hold on to.
Mixwell, even the UI thinks he's dead. I don't blame it. It's 1 HP. The man's barely living.
They wrote him off.
Yeah. And maybe I would too, but does Pora. Checks it. Nicely done by Pora. There you go, investing as well into this. They want to make sure this retake works out. Patatech now has it all to do, and Heretics deny it again. 4 still standing as well.
Yeah, and that's big considering, again, the reinvestment from G2. I mean, they've come under fire a couple of times. I've seen comments floating about, the buys on the first map on Ascent, maybe an element of arrogance buying back into that, and it left them on the back foot in that final deciding round. But again, that's the sort of plays that G2 make. They never give up.
It is very much a stylized thing for them.
So weird.
It's mad, isn't it? And the timing on this was excellent for Pora. Very good read of the game. Timing, there's no cues to peek there. It's just that feel of the game, knowing when that hit might come in. Very well positioned. G2 again, investing a little, not everything.
Yeah. Well, the important thing now, lost bonus comes in. Obviously, they got the spike down again, so just push onto B garage. Again, the same thing, just rehearsed time and time again, and this time chucking a bit of utility at it.
Ooh, Patitek, not given the angle. Pora too aware. Happy to take a fight as well. Quite bold to go into that. We saw what Marshall can do if you just put it in the right place at the right time, but these lighter guns aren't finding much footing here. And I like this approach. It's very unique, I feel, from Heretics. They've kind of left mid open, which normally this map is all about kind of taking a pick and then, you know, frustrating those rotations.
Well, it's the same thing on Ascent. They literally gave it up and they held these really passive, deep angles onto it. Obviously thinking of Niso, but hold that thought. Wall comes across here. Nuki dropped down. Pit actually finds a Vova.
Wait, is Lol still in the site?
No.
Lol's giving away nothing. Now he has to give it away, though. David P is going to fall for it, as is Artis. Oh, it's fallen apart at the seams. I thought this was the round they might turn it. And now Heretics still have player advantage. Lol is still alive, and Pit is frustrated beyond belief. Spike is down. Lol is your MVP again. This guy doesn't know when to die.
He doesn't. And the thing is, that all of these plays into B Garage, and even him just picking up 2 or 3 kills along the way every so often, he has that resurrection up every single time. And I mean, we saw it in map 1, how much they're able to make an impact with that ultimate.
Yeah, again, guys, noting, yeah, the UI not quite keeping up, but don't worry, it's being worked on. So back into the game, though, we do hopefully see a better purchase for G2 now. They need this buy to work out.
Yes, they needed to work out again, and I'm looking at the remaining credits on this. Again, buying back everything into this, a little bit of a scrappy buy in the previous. Let's see if G2 pulls something out now in round 5.
Okay, G2 back towards A. You do have the lurk towards middle from Artis, but this is quite a straight hit. This is basically a contact piece. They go on contact. Avova, Lol, or here. That's dangerous. Nuki's going to try and help out, but already Lol's dead and buried. Nuki can't do much now. It might be time to posture for that retake, and feeding in a little there. Mixwell taking a little bit more map control than they'd like. And this is good work from G2. Simple, clean, and it's effective.
Yeah, Mixwell finds another as well. Nuki kind of giving that one up. Niso now creeping, trying to clear David P on hell, but David P is good for the headshot. Last man up, Pora is found. Mixwell 3 on the round, and G2 put their first on the board. Prime gaming flawless from them, Lauren.
Mixwell, look at that focus. I love the fact we've seen so much emotion from the G2 side, and now it's just steel gaze. Is that just sheer focus? And it's time to be focused. You just had a rude awakening that this isn't going to be as easy as expected. And, or at least in their mind, they're one of the most confident teams out there, right? You don't come in thinking you're going to lose or have a hard game. You come in thinking you're the favorites and you're going to do the best you can to make it hurt. However, money. Let's look at where we're at. We've got the first op-out, I do believe, so that should be on Pora here. Interesting, and it's gone. That is a huge pick from Mixwell. That could ignite this round now. Nisao knows it. Patitek's there, instantly forces forward, as is Mixwell. They are flooding the site. They know they've got the entry. They know they've got the plant, and no one can stop them.
Now, the problem being now, again, the resurrection is on the board, but it's so deep on ramps, it's going to be very risky and time-consuming for Heretics to go to this. They're actually pivoting this way. G2 look like they want to try and defend it. They're absolutely aware of the ultimate. The trade comes through, Avova and Patitek, good for 1 apiece. The revive invested here, and still more ultimates on the board for Heretics if they want to go for this.
I want to see if Mixwell gets bold and pushes CT. It looks like he's considering it, but that's beyond the point. Patitek gets timed, and Nuki gets Mixwell. Suddenly the retake is on, and it's down to Artis to try and do the damage. He gets the spray, but Niso gets the kill onto the site. Defuse time, and it's another round for Heretics, but that was much closer.
Really, really good stuff. And I love the fact that, I mean, we talked about Lothar, I know, was kind of alluding to this point where G2 weren't reading that ultimate in that round on Ascent. Right there, you can see they went back to defend the corpse, so they couldn't get that revive. Again, kind of strengthening their position in the post-plant. But again, Showstopper gets invested right after a revive comes up and they see it goes unpunished.
5-1. These rounds are getting close, though. But the scoreline, as much as it may be close in the moment, the score is still 5-1. G2 have not landed as much as they'd like in this. They've been getting spike plants, they've been getting on the sites, but every now and then Heretics plays LOL with that nutty little kind of like sitting in deep, worked out there, and you just had Nisao doing the same. You can see a very similar build-up, almost, you know, very telegraphed here, but Pora's taking the fight. A 1-for-1 trade up with the Lear is good. Revive comes in. G2 are not relenting at this moment. Nisao with a wild spray, hoping to connect, but gets nothing for it. Where is the spike in all of this? It's being held up by Avova. David P has just won the fight of this round for himself.
Again, Avova going for a deep, deep TP behind G2. Now the spike's passed over to Mixwell, gonna hop his way through with the blast pack, and now Heretics find themselves in another retake scenario, 3v5 now.
Yeah, I'm just going to look towards what Nisao can do. They know that they've got them pinned at least towards sight. That's going to at least remove vision for a second. Artist just postured forward. I like it. Nookie's good for one, but no more to be seen, no more to be heard. G2 finally land it. They stick the landing on that A take.
And again, all of this B garage control, they're investing 2 people to that. I think G2 are leaning heavily into kind of basing their attack off that. Every single time it's an aggressive swing through A main, up to ramps. They're getting this control for free. And ultimately, you know, when you get it for free is one thing, but Heretics giving away first blood, you can't be doing that if you're going to put that much emphasis on the other side of the map.
We saw this almost stubbornness from G2 on the first map. That rinse and repeat kind of play that kept coming through.
Again.
And again, there's no nuance to this, but it works. But look at the stack. 4 players are now here for the defending side.
Yeah,
It's a light buy, though.
Not a lot of equipment on the board,
No.
and you got to say, Lowell only having 1 slow orb, there's not a lot of utility as well. Nuki, on the other hand, does have a lot of utility. Pat now holding this angle, but Mixwell again opening up the round. David P now on top of his wall. Oh my word! Niso opts up, but Mixwell and Ardis will respond with kills of their own.
Yeah, Avova and Lowell, the last 2 alive in this. Avova's been somewhat quiet here, just trying to maybe hope the attention gets drawn elsewhere, but they are looking towards clearing quite methodically. I would make an assumption, a bold one, hopefully. That they clear this. Wait, they didn't clear it initially, but a good trade. Lowell gets a little interested, but yes, indeed, they've cost them 3 players, which is key.
Is indeed. Yeah. I mean, I was just about to say it would be interesting to see now if they do the same thing, and every member of G2 in the pre-round running over towards A again. Obviously, this is a little bit different. Equipment, weaponry, a factor in that previous round.
I casted a couple of other games. There's this great theory I've heard, right? Rush B, no stop. Right now, it's not B, so they've already changed things up. But do you know what? It is a bit different this round. They have got a bit more of a default, and it's probably to catch aggression that might be coming through as a response from the Heretic side, and it would be a measured response too. But for now, David P going to try and take early control this time towards those B halls, which is a very valid place considering we know that Heretics like to put presence there.
Yeah, interesting enough. Nivso back in
Mixwell
all the
here?
way, yeah, down into vents, and Lowell trying to hold on to the defensive spawn exit. Mixwell has got himself tucked deep, and I don't think Heretics have any idea of exactly where he is. He should find that first one. I can't believe we've not seen that go up on the kill.
He didn't push through yet.
What?
And wait. Ardis won that fight, and Mixwell just got poorer. What has happened to the information this round? I thought they knew that Mixwell was there. How is he allowed to get away with this? And now Heretics, you would be so frustrated, but desperately Lowell is trying to keep this contained. But look at these positions. They're everywhere. They are just among them at the moment. Mixwell laying down further fire, keeping them at arm's length. The spike continues. This is a bad round for Heretics. They left too much available, and somehow still players slip through the net.
Yeah, I mean, Niso must have heard it because he backed all the way into rope. So gifting control over to Mixwell in heaven, I'm talking about specifically. And I mean, it looked like Niso was going to find that kill, but somehow Ardis finds it. Although we'll find this one, but no idea David B is going to be there. Yeah. That's like jump scare moment.
But let's talk map bias, right? Map side bias on this one as well. This is quite a decent attacking half for G2, I want to say. It has been stubborn. It has been one-dimensional to a degree, but they have 4 rounds on the attack. That is not bad by any margin.
No, G2 were very strong against August. Again, I'm pretty sure it was like a 10-2 half or something.
Yep.
And things crumbled for them on the defense, which again, we can talk history of Split time and time again about what this used to be early on in Valorant. Right now, again, you know, this aggression, if it goes unanswered on a map like Split, and again, it's the emphasis on mid that G2 love to do. And right now, they're pulling it out kind of once every 3 rounds. But it's giving them map control time and time again.
Okay, let's see what the look is this time from G2. Mixwell is getting away with murder, but will he do it again? It looks like Nisao's on the case this time. So potentially playing quite a passive angle, and they do. Patitek and Pit both check on it. That was their take towards the Heaven side and the close player towards A. So they have full A control now. The 3 remaining players for Heretics, nowhere relevant to this. And look at Omen's post-plant position. Patitek is already cutting off one of the approaches. Ardis is cutting off the other. They are in full control here.
They've just got all the time in the world to set up for this. No, I mean, the closest rotation is the Vova going through the defensive spawn. There was a dark cover down blocking there, but Mixwell also holding that angle. It looks like he's actually going to go on the hunt. And this is... I mean, it's another push onto A. And Artist, time and time again, he's feeding all of this information repeatedly every single round. The Prime Gaming flawless from G2 here in round 10. Fantastic stuff.
That was some prime crouching there as well. Did you see that?
Yeah, just
like a tactical movement.
You know when your crouch button just gets stuck and you have to.
Yeah, you got to really
tap it out a little bit.
Got it. Yeah, makes sense. But we are having a close game between these two, and I do think if you talk bigger picture of this map, having an attacking side like
hate it
there
when
it
this
is.
happens. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very frustrating. Hopefully, you know, they can get sent a new keyboard, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But having a good attacking side like this for G2 should get their spirits up. And things do get outside of the traditional, oh, you know, well, defense is a little bit, you know, easier to play or X, Y, and Z. This changes at this level of play. However, G2 rinse, repeat. They know what has worked, but surely it can't keep working. 3 players now posted here, and you can see the other 2 just waiting to rotate. And here we go. It's game time again. Once again, they breach in towards this. Nice little TP long with a surprise, though. Pit and Patchtek full foul. Quick trade back. Artist and Mixwell find it, but keep your eyes on the remaining players. Where is Mixwell? He's going clutch. That's where he is. And now with the spike to hand, he has to get this last 1v1. Pora on the other side, unharmed thus far. Full HP, armor looking pretty, but Mixwell, bloodied by the battle, has to wait it out. Pora, no subtlety to movement. Just trying to play the time so perfectly. Using the cam for information, gets nothing for it. He's got to know he's still on the site. And Pora taking another step, gets the information he wanted. He didn't get the tag, but he knows where he is. Another pre-fire. Pora now on the beak, and he gets it. Mixwell denied, and Pora is sharp as attack today.
So good in those scenarios. Pora has come up clutch for Heretics time and time again. I mean, that's what you need. Again, a scrappy round, but the one criticism up until this point for Heretics was not being flexible, not responding to what the messages that G2 were sending. And right there, again, a flaky hold, but Pora comes up huge in the end of it.
Yeah, I mean, bailed out by one player. I'll highlight it when it works for G2. They'll have a couple of players pop off and get them the round. There was a couple there that certainly happened for Heretics, but hey, that's the name of the game. We take it how we take it. A round is a round. Now, let's look at what's coming out. Mixwell with the op on attack. I want to keep eyes on what he can do with this and where the intentions may lay with it. Again, why not give it a crack? You might have the bank in the right place to bring it out and feel like it can work on the attack. Pora. Ooh, that's a dangerous game. Now, keep in mind they've been conditioned to believe it's probably this A hit time and time again. So I don't blame them being a little lackadaisical towards mid. But look at Artist gaining ground. A horrible surprise. Patchtek going to get the first bit of contact, but it's Artist to fall. And now information now fed through.
And that's actually Mixwell stuck deep up here on ramps. Niso finds that one. Will heal up. Obviously, only the light armor invested. Common tactic for Reyna. So far, Heretics drawing blood. 2 fall for G2.
Now G2, where do they get these picks back? They may hold for a second, see if they can punish any aggression. Nothing's being offered up. No one's there. Revive is available, so David P could get someone back up, chooses Mixwell. Okay, back to 4 now. Not too much movement. We still have Raze for Heretics dedicated towards B, but look where the push is heading. They don't know this yet. David P still heading through, but this is a Vova's den. This is his lair. This is where he resides. The timing is atrocious. David P gets a freebie, and up and over we go. Mixwell batters down Niso, and suddenly G2 are back in the helm of this, but there is a player on the site, and it's Lol. He was the savior before for Heretics, and he might need to do it again. He gets down 1. He needs more, though. He's going to get more. Doubles down, gets the second, and suddenly David P was called upon to even the scale out, but it's Pora. The man is a machine, and he's looking for the fight again. A classic between these two. Mixwell up against Pora, and Mixwell's got the op at this point. This is mad.
This is tough.
He's just dedicated to an angle. Get me back in game. I don't care about looking at him. Pora now makes the steps towards the site, tries to cover a bit of it, but he's not being subtle. And Mixwell doesn't need to be. What a way to close it down.
A 6-6 game. Wow.
Switching sides.
I mean, that was an impressive response from G2 again. Obviously, after... I mean, I thought things were going to fall apart. Raze sticking over to B is an important factor. She had the showstopper online. That would have been a fantastic opportunity to punish that revive from David P, should they go to secure that. Again, it's last round. You've got to have that awareness of the ultimates on the enemy team.
Oh, we've got a 6-6 coming in. This couldn't be closer. But again, we have to look at what Heretics look like. We've seen the good Heretics, and we've also seen the quiet Heretics. And what I've seen so far is a gritty G2. A G2 unwilling to relent. However, I now turn my attention to how Heretics approach this. This is their time to set the pace. They're the ones who get to aggress. They're the ones on the attack. They get to define how this goes now.
The thing is, I mean, I say back in the day. Can we use that term yet? Back in the day? Sure. Back in the day, Split was the map to kind of watch G2 do what they do best, which is taking ground, drawing first blood, converting it time and time again. And, you know, thinking back to the early Battle Sage David P days. Again, Ardis on the raise back when he did play on this. Let's see what happens here in the pistol round.
Cage triggered.
Where did he just get that pick from? David P just got caught with his pants down in towards middle. That's a horrible place to lose out on that opening pick. Heretics very quiet about this. No steps being made thus far. Pora holding patiently, waiting for a push, and he might just get it. But Mixwell, I feel he's going to check. He does. Mixwell going to get that nicely achieved. Falls away. They've now evened the score.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right there. Peel back. Wait for this push to come through. Important to note, obviously, G2 buying up light armors here. Ardis, as I say that, will lose his. Heretics opting for the ranged pistol. We know can be effective here. Mixwell got to be careful. He pulls out the nade, actually, as soon as he gets contact. That's interesting. Oh, my word. Mixwell finds two, and it's his third on the round. Gets the nade back, throws it out, but doesn't have enough bullets left.
Okay, what do we have left on the board? Lol can get the heal up so he can be back to a decent amount of HP. Niso, where are you? Okay, holding the push through the defensive side. This is still very viable. Oh, it is now. Ardis just drops him. Batman from above.
Ardis.
Nice work from Ardis, keeping control. And getting the first one of the second half on the board for G2.
I love that from Mixwell, though. Again, I thought it was going to be a bit awkward there as soon as he pulled the paint shells out to kind of block off that push. But again, he just wanted to buy himself time. This was a crucial point in this round. Pora almost kept, caught napping, to be honest with you, down at the bottom of ramps.
30 seconds left.
This was fantastic.
This is a close game between these two. And bear in mind, if you're just tuning in, this is for the place in the final. We don't know who's joining them yet. This would be the first team to make it through here over in the European portion, and 7-6. It is good to see a close game between these two, and I'm seeing a heavy lean towards B here.
Yes, indeed. I mean, a couple of pistols on the side of Heretics. The early nade goes out. David P slow orb through. Going to get this sound cue here from walking in to the slow orb as well. Heretics don't seem phased at all by G2 showing this early presence.
Combination between David P and Patitek. Ooh, great damage!
Yeah.
Wow, David P's in trouble, but Patitek bails him out, buys a bit of time.
I mean, the other side, actually, Mixwell, as soon as that contact comes through, he's looking back towards mid. Ardis holding on to ropes now. The rotation going to go all the way through. Avova through sewers, Pit with a huge spy cam above screens. Utility down on site, so he doesn't need to give anything away. You can see now G2 reading into this. They're kind of thinking something's up. It's all 5 members of Heretics coming through here. Pit actually going to go through the first trapwire. Fantastic. He doesn't actually find Pora on the first, but does on the second. Dark cover goes down. Spike probably going to go in here, but G2 already getting this information early. They're here. They're ready for the spike to go down.
Nice positioning from Lowell as well. They're going to keep safe at least for a second. They will get a spike plant. Now, whether or not they can hold this retake is beyond maybe their capability with the weapons, but maybe Nisao can prove me wrong, and so can Nuki. Surely this isn't how you lose this round, G2. You had the weaponry, but look at Patitek. Look at Ardis.
Oh,
they ain't got much to play with. And suddenly,
the Spectre.
Yeah, look at this from above.
Oh, my word.
From above. Heretics just turn it around again.
Fantastic stuff from there. Again, Nuki playing his life as long as that, and then getting the weapon that late in the round when a couple of these players are tagged up. They've taken that chip damage from the pistols. Fantastic stuff from Heretics. I thought G2 had a fantastic read on that. Again, the rotation comes through. They have the presence over in A Heaven before the spike even goes down. All of Heretics, all but one, which is Nuki, kind of boxed into sight as well.
I am getting a little nervous for G2 here. This is the pressure. We talked about what could happen when they're under pressure. Do they rise to the occasion or do they crumble? We're going to find out now. Heretics have shown, yeah, we are here this half. This isn't going to be what you just saw. This is going to be a much better performance. G2, we know they're not subtle with their money. They will buy into things. And we do see Sheriffs, we do see SMGs coming out, so it is a purchase back.
Yeah, what have Heretics got left in the tank? Map 3, 7-7. Pit again with that spy camera on screens. Again, it's just so much early information for him. David P kind of playing this float in heaven. But heavy stack towards B, you got to say, for G2 here. Artist this time playing backside behind Wood. Patek again playing close contact. And Mixwell watching that mid push. Spike now leaning over towards B garage. The other members of Heretics rotating, coming through sewers. So if they don't find anything on the way in here, might get actually Pora might have the timing on this with Niso. He swings out, finds Mixwell. Patek now got to hold the fort for his teammate Artis on site.
Yeah, they're getting worried. You can see the pings coming out. They know there's something up,
Oh,
but
that's
Artis
perfect.
is well
That is
equipped.
perfect.
He has good utility, and he has damn good aim to boot as well. Buying the time, 25 seconds. They do not have the time to mess around with this. Pora got the trade, but Patek is there. Look at these off angles they're playing on. They are not getting through. This is a shutdown so far, but maybe there's still something to be said. Artis is saying no. He is saying a very loud no. He is holding on to this single-handedly, but he still has to win this fight. Pora's low, but Artis is just better.
Ardis going absolutely huge. The 4-piece from backside. Patek putting in absolute work. I mean, basically enabling Ardis for that after he finds the first kill with that fault line. Again, you walk into B lane like that, the fault line, the perfect piece of utility to slow that down.
You could not ask for a better player to be in a better place. That was exactly what Artist wanted. And I do want to highlight the support that came in from the other players. It wasn't just the Artist show. You saw those angles being provided. You saw the damage being done, the utility.
Pat with the dark cover as well.
Exactly. Everything being thrown down to support and supplement him. That is what you want in a teammate. And we do have an 8-7 scoreline now. But the money is in such a weird spot.
Is indeed in a bit of a weird spot. I mean, they're going blow for blow, Lauren.
Okay, just to give you guys a heads up, it is a tactical pause for G2 here. This is something we do not get out of these guys often. This is something we're talking about, you know, we have a joke about it backstage and, you know, they just don't call them. It's not something we know them for. This is different. This tournament means a lot more than all the others. This is the way to keep yourself in that front-running position that a lot of people put with G2.
You have no idea how much I want to see the player cams during the tactical pauses, just to gauge the mood, just to gauge the emotions.
I'm sure we'll find out pretty soon. Let's see how this round goes down. 8-7, of course, being the scoreline. Map 3 here in the semi-finals. If you're just tuning in, you've missed a belter of a game, but I assure you there's more to come. Artist, very mobile in positioning, this time dedicated towards A, but it looks like a very all-in piece coming from the attacking squad. And it seems like he's felt that out as well, buying so much time here.
Yeah, nothing actually comes through there. Pit eventually finds Nuki. I'm not sure if Artist didn't have line of sight on what was coming through here, but G2 already pushing up to try and retake control of ramps here. Niso got to be careful, caught just on the edge of the slow warp. Mixwell foaming at the mouth on top of the box. Pora finds Pit in heaven. Actually looking like Heretics might be able to get in, but a spike caught out in the open. Lower will fall. Dark cover comes down. Artist looking to re-aggress with the fault line. Mixwell got a swing from main.
His flank could be everything. Niso's on it though, and Niso wins it. Uh-oh, trouble afoot for G2 here. How do they get back in? Artist just delivered them a bit of a mercy from up top.
Oh, no.
But now David P trying to step by step get closer. Niso wants this, he doesn't get it. David P takes him down. A quick little switch up as surely you don't see this being clutched out. I'm looking at that Omen. Ovova's got a dirty little off angle to watch. If they all come through heaven, there could be trouble. Pora's going to be on the side. He has to win his fight, though. He cannot leave this to just his teammate for now. He's buying time. He's doing so well, but the wall goes up. Is it broken? Yes. Ovova now on the timing. Diffuse halfway through. He gets one, but it's not good enough. Nice retake from David P.
Yes, but David P fired his judge there. Niso still opted to play close contact on that wall. Really interesting decision there. I mean, again, hindsight 2020, fine. This is the situation I'm talking about here. I'm pretty sure David P lets off the first judge. You can see the bullet holes in the wall there. Niso, I got a feeling, coming back to hell there. Maybe he's got some more support from Pora on site. And, I mean, Avova drifting a little bit into screens, leaving himself, I mean, falling victim to the utility from David P.
Okay. 9-7 now. G2 starting to wind things up here. Double digits beginning to loom. If they get one more, they'll be looking pretty solid in this one. Heretics need to make a response pretty soon. We have seen great moments, but they've been matched, if not bested, by G2. But the money's still not perfect. It's still in a precarious spot. And Heretics, you can see, working a little lighter. Pora here is just on the Ghost, so going to have to be a little bit careful with how they approach, at least firepower-wise, and a lot quieter approach this time. Not as loud, not as bold or abrasive, but they know what's coming their way. But the two rotations from B have not been pulled. wait. Pit's gone down. Suddenly Heaven's looking vulnerable. David P feels very isolated on site, and there's too many angles to worry about. Yeah, wall it up. Give yourself one angle to play with, but let's look at the attack inside. Where's that Cypher heading off to? Pora's opening up a chance. It's going to be Artist on the other side to meet them. Let's see what Artist has, though. This angle is filthy, but Pora gives him the backhand, bounces through. Patitek next on the chopping block, gives it away early. They look manic in this round, G2. They want back in, but for now, it's Heretics taking the site.
Well, that's it. David P finding it with a random Pat finds one. Mixwell with a third. Look at this. G2 looking to get so aggressive early. As soon as the spike goes down, now finds himself in a 3v2 retake.
Oh, Avova though isolates the one. Gets the second. He's done so well. But now lol. He's played this perfectly, but Patitek up above. He's being an absolute nuisance, a true pest. But Heretics digging their heels into this matchup.
G2. That was the hottest attempt to stop the spike going down from Patitek. Neurosef comes through. He's like, yeah, ping me, fine. I'm still going to swing on you. Doesn't find anything, but David P, Mixwell, and Patitek finding kills in quick succession. Looked like G2 were just going to brute force their way into that. I mean, look at this. The dark cover goes down. Mixwell swinging out. I love the tenacity from them.
Yeah, this is them fighting with everything they have. This is, you know, everyone say, oh, maybe G2 are holding back strats for the finals. No, this is G2 going through everything. 9-8, desperate for that place in the final. Who knows who they'd face, but this is an incredible semi-final. And now the money once again in a bad spot for G2 here. We have lighter weapons, but some to supplement. Mixwell, a decent purchase, but Heretics far better established.
Yeah, I mean, decent weapon for Mixwell. He's got his nade. Utility elsewhere. Not looking the best. Avova actually going to TP to backside. David P somehow gets away with his life there, but he's going to wall off the rest of Heretics into B garage, and that kind of isolates Avova now. The response wall comes through. Heretics looking to flood onto the site. Swings out. Good 2-for-1 trades. Nuki finds 2. Patitek responds.
Where's the spike? Look at the spike.
Oh my god, it's going to A.
They've absolutely done them. They have absolutely nutmegged them on this. Look at this. Pora can take so much space. Yeah, okay, you know where I am now, but hey, spikes on the site. They have thrown them through a loop, and retaking with these weapons is going to be brutal for G2.
Sheriff, Judge, Spectre. The worst thing is, Heretics have got so much time to set up for this post plant, and a couple of other drifting players. I'm looking over to ramp now. Nuki finds his third. Ardest will fall. Niso and Pora on site now. Gonna have a really good read if Pit and Pat opt to go for this, but they're going to drift back over into the defensive spawn. Going to try and save these weapons, I guess.
Maybe they could grab a couple. I think Mixwell had a rifle, if I'm not mistaken.
A Vandal, correct.
Yeah, so maybe they can recover those. But at this point, Heretics showing great ability to make mid-round calls in such a hard position. And yeah, we called it. It looks like they've gone back to recover those rifles.
Can tie game 9-9, Lauren. We've been absolutely blessed. Again, it's our third map, and they both go in the distance. Dare I say the word that rhymes with Schmoverschmeim?
Don't tease me with these ideas, all right? I'm already happy enough.
Can't jinx it and say it.
True, true. 9-9 though, it is tied up in this matchup. I said I wanted to see more from Heretics, and well, I guess they've gone, all right, fair enough. Into this one though, I want to see what the buy's looking like for G2, because they tried to keep those rifles in, which they did manage, but to support, if not complement that, they're not going to get much. So maybe a quirkier piece to come out here would be nice.
Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting G2 to maybe put Pit and Pat, I love saying that, by the way. I'm going to keep doing that. Put both of them in kind of an anchor position and kind of just enable, you know, David, Mixwell, and Artist to at least play the trade on it or bait somebody into a spot where they can convert these pistols. Heretics got to show some discipline here. Don't give anything away on this round in particular.
And see that composure maintained. G2 are masters of mayhem. They will get under your skin. But for now, they will be working with far less. Pit does have the rifle. Patitek also. David P showing off, hey, look, I've got a sheriff. Don't worry, come over here.
That's the bait I was talking about. Fire the sheriff, hope someone will push in. There is, I mean, there's armors across the board. 4 light armors, Pit on full armor. So, it's, I mean, this is doable. Again, if they can play around it, Mixwell hovering inside. He's got the shorty. Heretics Again, you can see Lowell just absolutely
So
fixated on that.
So aware of the possibility, and look at the two at the bottom of mid. If Mixwell gets too ambitious, the barrel's going to show. Okay, mid's now looking a little bit vulnerable, and they know it's just a shorty, so they may fall foul to the rifles. We've seen Pit find one. Information now being plentiful. Pit is going to take charge. 2 massive kills, but they've turned attention with that spike heading right towards B. The 3 remainders for Heretics will get the spike down, but we've got to see this post plant.
Actually, I mean, 2 players still very, very far away from this. David P coming through, and actually, Revive gets invested. Pat back on his feet now. 4v3 retake for G2, but the post plant looks solid from Heretics here.
Okay. They're going to commit. Patatek goes in, offers himself up for information. He sees it, but what else is there to be done? They are getting nothing given. Yeah, Patatek is late. He does get the rifle back beside him. They've got to go on. This Pit is now dead. Time is starting to run out. There is a time incentive, and nothing's working. Niso is holding the line. He will not let G2 pass. He adjusts towards defense side. He's going to wrap Heaven. He's going to do him dirty. Keep your eyes on this man if it's not his teammates doing it early. Patatek, run for your life. I don't know if you're going to make it out here. They are hunting him down, but he does just about make it away. But it's double digits for Heretics. Does he get him?
Oh, he must have heard him there.
You saw it. You saw him getting close.
He was walking, creeping, didn't want to give away the audio cue to Pat. But again, nice round from Heretics. I mean, giving away the first 2, David P invests the revive. I thought there was a chance there, but the retake from G2, I don't want to say it came in too slow, but I mean, first contact on the retake came with, what, 20 seconds left on the clock about?
Yeah, they weren't given anything. I mean, now with double digits facing off against G2, they do have the purchase back here. And for the sake of their money, they need a clean round this time. Otherwise, I feel it's going to be those shaky buys going forward. Oh, mid-aggression, hold on. Mixwell's going for a walk down mid. Avova seems to be aware of the possibility. He has support from 2 other players. There's 3 of them looking towards mid, 3 about to play into it.
God.
This could be a downright straight massacre. Nuki's found David P, but they don't know about Mixwell. He's the unknown quantity. The flash comes in. That is so well positioned. Mixwell, he's double downing. He's going back in! Mixwell is making it hurt. There's the paint to follow. He doesn't get a tag off it, but he takes territory away from them. Instantly, Artis is over towards A. He knows what this is happening, but Pit is on the site, and he just needs to wait patiently for his moment to strike. Timing is everything. He takes down Pora. He turns for the second. He gets Niso, and Avova is dead in the water. G2 kept it clean and made it look good.
That was absolutely fantastic. Again, David P giving the kill away. It's almost like, yeah, take this one, take this one. Artis straight away responds with that flash. Mixwell swings, finds all he wants and more in mid.
Okay, they've kept themselves. The win condition there in my mind for this kind of build back from G2 was keeping a clean round. And to get so bold to face this in middle was nuts. Very well played, very well considered. Heretics had not seen that look from them just yet.
I mean, the second flash as well into Suez is perfect. Mixwell was actually very unfortunate not to catch the third there, but right back into it. 10-10. Heavy lean over towards A from Heretics here. Everything on the line in terms of economy.
Right there.
It's 3 strong from G2 on defense too.
Yeah, they've got this. They've got the read right. David P knows that there's players there. They don't have anyone in heaven though.
Nobody crossing. Heretics peeling away from this. Maybe here, and obviously the fault line comes through early in the round. As soon as the Sage utility is invested on A main there, that gives Heretics information. They know obviously Artis and David P are outside, but
I'm pretty sure Pit just got the information. No one was still by A, so you can see the rotation.
Yes.
They're going to have the player there early. David P is in the right place at the right time. Here we go. It's game on. G2, get ready. Here comes the flood. And G2 hold it. Heretics thought they had the advantage.
Oh my God.
And it's just destroyed. Incredible read from G2. Perfect placement. And Niso and Pora are baffled. They've got A control, but how does Niso get there?
I mean, he needs to be moving because Pora's all the way in screens here. If they want any chance at recovering this, Artis tucked all the way into the defensive spawn now. Again.
Wait. If we... Pit's found Niso. Okay, well, that's the spike down in middle.
That's the spike down in middle. So now G2 do regain control around. There was a moment there. Again, Niso, if he didn't drift all the way through mid, there was a chance that Pora and Niso able to regroup maybe get the spike down. But again, it's in a 2v5 situation.
Yeah. We're looking at the thinnest of margins, but if maybe he had opted to go the long way around, I don't know if he had time to do it. It could have maybe had some potential to it. But 11 to 10, this is now coming down to the wire. I want to keep eyes on the money because economy is going to hinder this. This is going to start getting dicey. I want to highlight whoever called that rotation, be it Pit, seeing that the cam was free, no one was there. That was your MVP moment.
Well, we were talking about how active G2 were on bind on defense with those rotations. That's the sort of thing, it's the flip side of that situation. Absolutely pays off for them there. Looking over it, I mean, ultimates-wise, Heretics, again, nothing in the bank except for the Empress. On the side of G2, they do have the Rolling Thunder, which we know how crucial that ultimate can be in some scenarios. Talking post-plant, denying the spike going down and whatnot.
Okay. Back in we go. Another go of things. Nuki not being quiet here. At least for now, showing a great deal of presence. Maybe trying to pull that rotation. It looks like they're trying to catch a rotation in middle. Heretics looking to see if anyone's going to go walking through. For now, it's Mixwell waiting towards that mailroom side. He's going to tuck himself in. See if anyone dares walk through that smoke. No one is, but it is going to be down towards ropes. David P's already under this. That's enough. That is enough of a pixel. But I've overfound him. David P's dead. The trade, Pit can't capitalize well enough, but Mixwell can. He finds Pora, and suddenly G2 holds strong enough for now. Where is the spike? Look at this misread. Look at this fake. Oh, they've just worked it out. They just worked it out then. They've just come back through down towards B. Patitek is here, and Mixwell is not far away either.
Right, so it's a 2v2 over on B side. A lot of pressure now lies on Lowell. Mixwell actually finds that one. Nuki strolling his way into the defensive spawn. Now Lowell has to react. He has to come and bail his teammate out. Niso pops the Empress, finds the headshot onto Niso. Mixwell still lurking in the defensive spawn side. Lowell actually might get caught out from Ardis. He's so aware of this flank. 20 seconds left on the clock now.
There are 2 1v1s happening right now. So keep your mind on which one it is. Mixwell up against Niso, Ardis up against Lowell. Whoever wins each fight obviously is a huge game changer. And here we go. Timing! Oh! The timing is atrocious between both of them. Where is Mixwell in this? Get me Mixwell's POV here. Spike is down, but they don't know where he is. But they've got 2 players up in middle. Mixwell is going to have to go above and beyond. Otherwise, this is going back to 11-11 now. I don't think he can isolate a player. They've peeled away. They played safe on this. He gets one, and he gets it quite clean. 49 HP. He needs more. Oh, he doesn't get more that time. Pora back on his feet, back from the dead. 11-11 now.
Oh my word. One thing I want to highlight there, we were talking about, was going to come down to a 2v2 on B site, and Lowell being stuck in that position, again, lurking. Nuki drifting all the way into the defensive spawn. That's the moment that turned this of over finding that kill onto David P. But I just want to say, Mixwell, down to about 40 HP, he doesn't bite. 3 times Niso tries to bait him out with that spike plant, or to kind of bait out that rotation from Ardis. So much discipline shown on both sides in that round.
Yeah, both of these teams are incredibly turning up here. This is, you know, a higher caliber. Pit with the op. Hold on, where is he taking that?
What?
That is not something I expected to be seeing.
Threading the needle over there from Heaven.
Okay, I guess that does alleviate pressure, allows Ardis to rotate quicker if needed, maybe feeling mid and B is getting too much attention now.
I mean, as well, the spy cam as well has gone up over, you can see it on the mini-map. That's covering down over towards Rambatzi. In response, Pora just tucked inside his spy cam all the way back in the spawn. But Nuki wandering again. He's got to be careful. He's actually going to find one pack. Good for the trade.
I'm amazed he got Mixwell.
Yeah, I'm amazed he even got one from there. David P now on the steps. The paranoia comes through. It doesn't actually blind him, but Niso will fall.
Okay, I'm keeping my eyes on that spike. That, to me, is still critical in this and pretty key to where they try and close this down to. This will be match point starting to build. Keep in mind, 12 is the goal. Lol, Avova, and Pora still trying to find an opportunity, but nothing being offered up for free this time.
And G2 holding strong again. Both sides playing quite deep. Pat all the way back in the spawn. David P holding onto that stairs position. Dark cover comes down over lane, but nobody going to stop this push out again unless David P opts to swing on this, and 3 strong of Heretics are going to go inside. They're going to opt to play retake here. Look at them.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad idea at this point. They can play it out in this fashion. Maybe safer to get Ardis over. Wall is up, and now the post plant begins. We do have the adjustment coming out from Avova. Gets himself up. We're going to see the ultimates being popped. Everything going to be thrown into this retake. Avova, though, dirty little off angle. Wait, they still trade it. Ardis does get Avova. We're down to Lowell and Pora here. And they're standing. Oh, they've only finally got it, done it. 12 rounds on the board for Heretics in a scenario that was never meant to go their way.
Point.
The Rolling Thunder comes through. They follow up with it on the flash as well. Look at the smile on the face of Pora. They've stolen that one away from G2. The best possible ultimate with all players boxed into sight there. And unfortunately, G2 couldn't close the gap to convert off it. The lineup there, they line up for Lowell. That was massive. Look at what it means to him.
This means
They're
the world.
so close.
They are 1 round away from getting to the grand finals here. I cannot believe this. I thought that first map was great, but look at the money as well.
Oh my God.
Oh, this is everything. How bad do you want this, G2? This is your moment to answer back because Heretics have just broken your back in this game.
Economy's busted. Nothing in the tank for ultimates as well for G2. Again, Avova, he's got his online. Pora's got the neural theft. We'll have to take a look if Lowell or Nuki possibly have something left in. I've only seen one Empress out of Niso so far. He could be not far off as well, but it all comes down to this now.
1 minute and 39 seconds. Is it OT or is it Heretics to the finals? Bold play towards those B halls from David P to start with. But the intentions coming out from Heretics look patient. That spike is at the back by A. They're not showing too much. And there's a roaming pack of 3 players for G2 now poised around top mid.
And this is what we saw Heretics do very well on Ascent. Just sit back, wait for G2 to give something away, whether it be utility, whether it be a push out, somebody looking for a kill, and they're set up to punish that. Playing this one slow, already down, 60 seconds left coming up. The spike over towards A main, now making its way into Suez. Pora still, it's been a nuisance, gathering that information for Heretics. It looks like they might try and walk through mid again. Nuki, a couple of times now he's able to wander out onto B site. This time Ardis playing from the rafters. He's going to swing. The tag comes through. Ardis actually going out worse off on that one. It looks like it might actually be... Okay, Pit finds Pora. That's the lurk over.
It's pulled rotations.
It has indeed, yeah. Pat's looking like he's going that way, but oh my God, they're going to explode.
Ardis, the timing. They're going to go right now. The Leah's out. They fly in. Nuki is there. Finds Ardis, but there's more. Pat's still holds the line. How ready are you for this? You're not. The spike's going to go down. David P. He's the enemy. How is he in here? How have they not spotted him? He's still got Lowell. And now he waits for just that.
God.
Nuki takes him down. Mixwell and Pit. The last 2 standing bastions of hope for G2. Trying to play it back in. Heretics have 3 alive.
The post-plant positions are so good as well. Look at it. 1 tuck behind default, 1 backside. Nuki holding on to lane now. G2 have to go fast. Not a lot of utility. Nuki finds his 4th on the round now. Pit down in heaven. The ace from Nuki closes this out. G2 eliminated here by Heretics.
Heretics are the King Killers, the Titan Slayers. They make it through to the grand finals. Liquid was the first to fall to them. And if you told me G2 would be next on that chopping block, I'd have said you were a liar, but they have proven how much that meant to them. That grand final is theirs, and they need an opponent now who is willing to stand up to them. G2 at a loss for words.
The bigger they are, the harder they fall. The Kings finally, I mean, I can call it dethroned. These guys were flawless. Flawless up until making it to first strike. This is absolutely unprecedented. Heretics looking absolutely fantastic under pressure. Again, just what other team have we seen go blow for blow with G2 like this in a best-of-3 series?
I am beyond words for this. I know it's my job to talk, but they just took my breath away. Heretics, you have proven time and time again, no one can say you had an easy run. No one can say you had an easy opponent. You went 3 maps, you've had overtime, you had 2 of the biggest names. And you beat them both.
And yeah, Finn, there you go. That's the end of the segment there. I mean, just individual performance left, right, and center. Nuki getting the ace in the deciding round. That was absolutely bonkers. But you know what? I mean, I kind of agree. Lothar made that point about them looking so rigid and unable to respond or kind of pull anything out of the bag to counteract the things G2 were doing. That last map on Split, it was literally 1 for 1, back and forth on the rounds, and Heretics kept improvising. They kept improvising on what G2 were giving them. Just fantastic composure here.
Welcome to EU Valorant. That looks kind of good, right? I mean, give me more of that.
It looks fantastic.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right. You know, I'm going to give you guys a challenge. Try and pick out your HyperX player of the series over on
luck with
Twitter
that
right now. I don't know. I wish I could help you. I cannot. But honestly, get over there, get on Twitter, give it your best shot because do you want to go for the ace in the final round? Pora being nuts the whole time. I mean, everyone had a moment then.
They did indeed. I mean, I got a shout out as well. Mixwell had one of the best series I think I've seen him have, and that's saying a lot about a player like Mixwell. We know how much impact he can have, but wow, pats on the back for all of those Heretics boys, for real.
That was an incredible game. I am so glad that went all three. I'm so glad.
We are so lucky.
Yeah, I know. Honestly, thanks for making it fun. I mean, that was an incredible game, and I think it just solidifies what the future's going to look like. And we're not even at the final yet. This is the first real look at things. This is the big competitive games now.
This is the one thing. There was two things I kind of wanted out of First Strike. One was to kind of chuck another couple of names in. Obviously, the history in Europe, G2, flawless, right? We couldn't really put too many teams into that kind of top contender category.
Absolutely.
The fact that now Heretics are coming through and defeating Liquid and then G2. But on the other side of it, I mean, we've got some more excitement to come for the rest of the day.
Game one.
Yeah.
There's another semi-final.
There's another series to go.
Okay, you know what? We're going to get ready for that. I need to go outside because I think I'm about to pass out from this. That was a mental series. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. I want to hear what the desk has to say. Break it down. Good luck. Hopefully you enjoyed that as much as we just did.
back to Valorant First Strike EU, where Team Heretics have just taken down G2 Esports to book themselves a spot in the grand finals. I am joined by Heretics, Lau. Lau, welcome to the show again. You know, the last time I spoke to you, right after the quarterfinals, you said, Team Heretics are just here to improve. You are grateful that you made it this far, but you're not just improving, you're winning. Tell me what it means for you to get into the grand finals of First Strike and beating G2 Esports to do it.
I'm speechless. Like, I'm super tired during the 3 maps, but it feels awesome to beat G2. You know, they are the top 1 team right now. And it feels amazing to go to the finals. So yeah, I'm super happy. Like, I don't know what to say, to be honest.
Well, I'm not surprised you're tired. That series was really one for the ages. You know, it was a lot of back and forth, especially on Ascend and Split. How tough was that matchup for you?
It was really tough in every aspect, but I think the main key, and I think why we win this match, is never give up. Like, the attitude of the team was super perfect all the time. Like, doesn't matter if we lose one eco, doesn't matter if we're losing, like, we just keep talking, keep helping each other. And I think that was the key to win, in my opinion.
Well, how did you guys bounce back after that bind map? Because that was the only one where I feel like G2 had the upper edge the whole time.
I mean, they play super good on bind. Like, they play really good and they deserve to win. But what I said to my teammates is, doesn't matter. Like, it's a best of 3. They played good, but we need to play split, you know, the last map. So we need to forget the last 2 maps and focus on this one. And doesn't matter what happened before. So, yeah.
Well, you are one of the most experienced players on your team. And, you know, in the past, you've spoken about trying to get everyone sort of confident, trying to get everyone into the zone. How much of an influence did you have on your roster today to keep everyone focused? And like you said, make sure that you have that goal on Split focus at the very end.
I don't know. I think my teammates should say that, but I just did my job. You know, I was keep calling. I was helping my teammates. If we lose one round or important round, I was talking like, guys, doesn't matter. We keep going. We keep playing. You know, we never give up. You know, and about my teammates, they played really good. Like, their attitude was insane all the time. So I'm just happy.
Well, yeah, well, a lot of teams have had their eyes set on G2. Everybody wants to beat them, but you guys are the ones that managed it. Taimu said a couple of weeks ago that he thinks Heretics are the best team in Europe. How would you like to respond to that now?
I think we can be the best team in Europe, you know, because some of our players didn't have that much of experience in this kind of tournaments, you know, and it's awesome to go to the finals, you know, without any experience from some players and for the team itself, you know. So I don't know. I think we can be the best in the world, you know, and we saw it today, and we saw it without any experience, you know, in this kind of tournaments like First Strike is our big tournament, you know, and we managed to go to the final. So, yeah.
Looking ahead to the finals, you'll play either FPX or Summon FC. Is there a team that you would prefer to face, and why?
FPX. I want to play FPX because I have really good friends there, especially Angel. You know, I played with him before in Hellraisers, you know, in CSGO. We played together, and he's insanely good, and he's a really good friend of mine. So I think FPX is going to win. But yeah, I really want to play against FPX.
Well, you were the HyperX player of the series at the quarterfinals, and I'm happy to reveal that you are also the HyperX player of the series in the semifinals.
Oh, thank you.
Well, as you guys can see, there's some highlights there from Lau. Thank you so much, Lau. Have a good night's sleep, and we will see you back here tomorrow. And as we guys watch him earn, you know, why he is the player of the series twice now. Massive impact on this team, and you guys heard it's not just, you know, the in-game stuff that Lau brings to this team. It's that experience, is being able to carry the roster mentally, is being able to not give up even when they lost on Bind in the fashion that they did. Guys, how amazing was that best of 3?
I am heartbroken and very happy at the same time, you know, because first of all, happy for Heretics. I was hyping them up coming into this tournament very much. I liked the playstyle. I liked how they convincingly were winning the match in the qualifiers because of their play style, not because of singular players' prowess. But I'm sad at the same time, because I'm part of G2. I really wanted to see them winning another title and cementing that position as the kings of Europe. I knew it was going to be close. I said 51-49 for G2, right? And it was almost like that. Like the 13-11 on split, it was nuts. The game was nuts. There were some fundamental differences in approach from both players. Like an example, G2 had been forcing 4 rounds in a row in split, buys, right? And then in the 13th round, if I'm not mistaken, G2 won pistol round and then started playing with just 3 weapons on anti-eco, and they lost that one. Like fundamental differences between two different teams. So I'm pretty excited. That was actually amazing to watch.
Yeah, well, welcome to the desk, by the way. Hi,
I'll just sit here and be quiet. It's
Yeah.
fine. I'll kind of wrap this
Wait,
up for the
I
time
need to follow
being.
my notes. Hello, Hypo. Hello, Hypo.
I will preface that we don't have very much time because Summon FC and FPX are up next, but I do want to get just your thought on what happened because, my goodness, you and Pansy had a hell of a day.
Yeah, we did. I mean, you can't ask for much more from a best-of-3 series against, of all people, G2. I mean, the big storyline coming into this is how insane that team is. So to see them go out in this fashion, massive props to Heretics, but wow, this is the storyline I wanted from this week.
I want to talk about this more in the post-show because there is so much to unpack.
Loads.
Yes, but Heretics will have to go up against either FPX or Summon FC. And we have map vetoes right now for the next semi-finals. I believe that Summon FC banned out Ascent and FPX banned out Icebox, which means we'll be playing Split, Haven, and Bind. And my goodness, if there's any time that I want this to go to 3 map, is this matchup because that Bind is going to be absolutely insane if we get there. But guys, looking at the 3 maps, what are our first immediate reactions?
I mean, we're going to Split. FPX looked absolutely fantastic on Split yesterday. Again, the things that stood out to me was kind of that discipline we've talked about, that Counter-Strike pedigree that Angel brings to this roster, the way he's got the other guys kind of following suit as well. Zipan's obviously one to watch on Split, being obviously the Raze main. I'm expecting this one to be kind of explosive from XPX, which isn't something necessarily we're used to seeing. We're not really used to seeing kind of, out of control aggression from them, but I'm expecting them to try and start strong with that map pick.
Yeah, I would just like to echo that because right now, we have FPX coming in as I would say, a big favorite to win this match. Like, this is Summon MC being the underdogs, but at the same time, they're like the mini FPX in playstyle. So I wouldn't be surprised if they have something really, really well prepared for all the maps against FPX specifically.
I want to see some really geeky anti-Stratton. That's my expectation. Again, someone really, really impressed me yesterday. That's what I want to see from this.
Well, Angel did say that Summon FC are basically FPX on low settings. And I think he's got a point. It's not the most flattering thing. But however, if Angel thinks that this team can be compared to FPX, you are doing something right.
I mean, that's a compliment in itself. Let's be honest. So, I mean, the thing is for Summon, and again, I know we had this conversation yesterday, is how deep does that innovation go for Summon? Do we, well, to be honest, yesterday, Bind, they were saying, actually, we're not that comfortable there. That's the one we're kind of least prepared for, and look what we saw. So that does excite me. This will definitely be a better test today than the series we see against Cobras. Obviously, no offense to them, but they were outclassed by what Summon brought to the table.
I mean, they have a lot to do if they want to beat the best of 3 we just witnessed. But with the map selections in mind and all the information we have, I'm going to have to ask you guys for a prediction.
FPX takes it, but 2-1. I want it to be 2-1 because I want to see Bind.
Okay, fair enough. Very educated prediction.
You just clip that and put on repeat. I want to go to Bind. I want to see Angel pull out the Viper. I also want to see Summon try and do the same thing. And again, see if there's any variations on what they put on yesterday. Because that was a masterclass. It deserves all the credit in the world. I do want to see the bait out whether or not they'll run the Viper and Omen again. Because I know Angel was kind of like, yeah, you did it well, but you made it easy for yourselves.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to ask Doma to play Raze, there is a very small chance that Doma is just going to be like, okay, I'll play Raze. But one of these teams will have to go up against Heretics. And after Heretics' performance today, do you think they're probably one of the most scary teams in EU right now?
You know what? It's kind of interesting because I felt in the match against G2 had such a close match just because of individual skill. Like there were many rounds that were just clutched because
Yes.
artists stepped up insanely with the bulldog of all weapons. When I was like, my eyes were bigger than I don't know those notes here. You know, it's insane how many times he bailed out G2 out of complete disaster of a round. And we had many situations like that. So I feel like Heretics right now, when it comes to personal level, they still have a high ceiling. They still have to do a lot of work to get to the high ceiling of other teams.
The comparison I would make is, and again, this isn't to kind of kick them while they're down, obviously having just been eliminated, but G2's kind of fast and loose playstyle. It's kind of like, you know, occasionally a loose cannon will pay off. FPX, that discipline, I think, is a completely different beast. Whether or not Heretics is kind of response to the way G2 kind of aggress around the map, take that, the territory, take control, and not necessarily convert it into kills, but I actually don't think FPX will allow that to happen. And that's a major concern for me looking at the way Heretics play, because it did take them a while to respond to a couple of things G2 were doing. I think FPX will be way more proactive in dealing with that.
You know, that's funny what you mentioned, because I feel like FPX would rather play against Heretics than G2.
Yes.
Because it's so
It's more
hard.
rehearsed.
it's
There's a lot
like,
more expectations that happen.
You know, in many scrims games, and not only Valorant but also CS:GO, also League of Legends and any other team-based game, people don't like to practice against teams like G2 because they feel it's not a real game because they don't play it the exact way that everyone should play. Like G2 is playing a different ball game than everyone else. They kind of crafted their own style, and it's so hard to follow because everyone is like, you can't play like that.
Like I said, it's very improv and being that quick to that kind of fluidity to their formation allows them to, you know, gamble these rotations. We saw it on Bind where, again, a couple of times it didn't pay off, but they look so good because of the fragging power on that roster and the retake. And again, that's when the discipline does show for G2. They stack up. It's the buddy system they go through. They methodically clear through in retake scenarios. And I don't want to say they're loose cannons. I'm just saying FPX are going to demonstrate very, very different disciplines to G2. I think that's more of a threat to Heretics.
I mean, we're working on the assumption that FPX are going to go through, but I think we do have to also...
My prediction was FPX winning, by the way.
True,
That's why I'm talking this way.
But we've also got to take into consideration that they have to be the poor man's FPX first. But in a scenario where it's Summon FC are the team that goes through to tomorrow's finals, how do you think Heretics will handle that?
I think that's actually probably more leaning towards Summon, honestly. And I say that because of the way that Heretics played. I think Summon, that heavy reliance on the setup, playing around utility and that synergy, I think that could possibly expose a weak spot to Heretics. Again, coming down to that, how quickly they're able to think of a response, adapt to those sorts of things on the fly. And again, both Heretics and Summon probably difficult teams to do your homework on and kind of have that kind of deep counter strat. Or I guess a deeper list of options to counter-strat.
I mean, honestly, if you told me like a week ago that it could be Heretic Summon in the finals, I would not believe you. And heading into Agent Select, Mystic is hovering that Viper because he's a troll, and Boaster is hovering that Reyna. That is Doma's favorite agent, so I don't know what they're doing.
Mystic. Like, I was so happy. I was already preparing my notepad here.
What I will say is the last time these two teams met on Split, Shao dropped 30 kills and completely decimated Summon FC. And Summon FC do not forget about this. In fact, in Boaster's house, I think for a while they had a sign up that said nerf Shao right after this game. So this runs very deep between these two teams. Of course, Boaster locks in that breach at last. I would have had a heart attack if they were going to play Reyna there. Okay. Not that many surprises. You guys, any changes on?
No surprises whatsoever.
Exactly.
Again, FPX has looked fantastic with this agent composition yesterday. Expecting them to try exactly the same thing they did. Obviously, it's going to be on Summon. Obviously, on defense this first half. It's going to be difficult for them to kind of come up with a couple of different ways to control mid, because we saw how many times Angel was just unleashed in mid yesterday. And again, you know, when you've got Zipan and Shao kind of being the backup players to a player like Angel, when the person you've got to kill first is Angel and then trade out Zipan and Shao, it's a tall order for anyone. So that's going to be where my eyes go to immediately.
The big difference that I see right now in the because, you know, this is the second split that we're going to see in a row now. The main difference between this match and the previous match will be that there's actually one Jet. and that just changes the dynamic of the entire map. In the match before, we had seen like Mixwell, an example, using double satchels to get to ramp fast on attack. But here, it will be way easier for Jett and Omen to get that crucial paranoia, dash in, take control. So we're gonna see most likely a more defensive approach from the defenders, even though, you know, it's in theory they shouldn't play like that. So it's gonna be different. This is gonna be a different match than what I have seen before, which hypes me up.
Yeah, well, and I also think it's interesting that on this Jett, they do sometimes AWP. Summon FC are not a team that got to where they are by AWPing. Boaster did AWP on Jett right in the beginning of that team forming, but now, you know, Mo can also AWP. He picks it up every now and then. I'm expecting to see him AWP a little bit on Split, but I don't think they're going to rely, you know, on him AWPing on Jett.
No, I'll be interested to see what your view is on this. So me and Lauren were obviously talking about during that previous cast, like the teams moving further and further away from this reliance on the operator role. And again, you know, it could be a pocket strat you pull out. Obviously, you know, once every 3-4 buy rounds or something. The problem is now there's a much heavier emphasis on kind of synergizing around that operator, not putting it in the one and done Jett dash out spot.
I think there are a few different reasons why we see less and less operators in Europe. First of all, obviously, it's just more expensive. You can't really
The
buy
economy
it,
change is a big factor, yeah.
Yeah, the economy changes both in price of the weapon and in the save rounds, right?
Yes,
But second of all, and this is more important, teams are better and better and better at usage of utility. And that means the Jett can be pushed out, blocked off, there's no vision, no sights. The operator will not be as handy as before because of the movement changes as well that it had in the past. There are many factors, but which makes me very happy, see less operators in meta.
That makes me very happy.
Yeah, me too. Amen to that. Well, this is the battle of the brains, and we have two people with the brains and the looks to match. Take it away, Mitch and Jonas.
Oh me, oh my, you're too kind, Yinsu. Gurav Mila Mahagut, August Falcherov Makara. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the caster desk. I'm ready to roll for this one. And of course, with me is my boy Jonas.
Hello, hello, hello. You know what? So far in my casting career, you're by far my favorite co-caster. I'm just going to put that out there.
Thank you very much, Jonas. I'd be insulting a list of people if I said that, but you know what? You're my favorite Norwegian mountain man I've ever cast with. We've had so much fun. Honestly, the games yesterday, they were hyped. They hyped themselves, and I think this one should do the same. The problem is we're following that G2 series where Heretics have made it to the grand finals. And I mean, if you're just tuning in now, you're thinking, all right, Mitch is having a stroke. He doesn't know what's going on. No, genuinely, Heretics are the team in the grand finals. G2 have lost the best of 3 at long last. And you know what? I reckon Angel is going to be upset about that because they've been so close. They're probably coming into this thinking, this is our time. This is when we beat G2, and you don't get to play them.
Typical. Anyway, we're in the game here. We have 3 ghosts on the attacking side with FPX here. Only one ghost on the defending team, and the classic Frenzy Jett. We've seen this many times before, a Jett having absolute frenzy with that gun, if you like. What do you think?
Well, yeah, okay, we'll see. We'll see if there's a frenzy or a flurry of frags coming through for the Summon side. Now, on the defensive side, Summon, I don't really know what to expect in this series. I'll be honest. These are two teams that watch each other closely. The two most tactically adept teams that we've seen so far, but also stylistically, they're very much the same. And that comes down to the points that we've heard on the desk. Boaster's been copying Angel. Doombros, Angel have a lot of respect for teams like Summon and for Boaster in particular. So they've been looking at each other for quite a while. Now we get to see them butt heads in a best of 3, and I'm beyond excited to see it as FPX looking towards the A side. But oh, careful, careful. There's 4 players here from Summon FC. They seem to have a read on what's going down, and Doma, well, he's able to take Zipan down.
Oh my god, already 4 versus 4 here. This is a River that almost pushing through the CT here as the Sage Wall comes up as well. Mystic is there on the corner, gets taken out by Angel, so it's a 3 versus 4, 40 seconds left on the clock. They need to have an answer here, but the refrags keep coming in. It's only a man waiting alone on site. Mo's trying his best there with the Frenzy. Can he make it work?
Nice use of the dash to get out of there, at least create a little bit of space, allow his teammate to provide some cover. He baits them out into the open, but the trade isn't there. I like the attempt, but the shots hit by FPX cancel out the strategy, putting a 1-0 lead now for the attacking side.
And we know how scary it is if you lose the gun round on the defending side on Split. considering in most scenarios we find Split to be a defender side of map. So this is looking, I mean, I'm not going to call out any results yet, but this this can be scary.
That would be a ballsy play. Round 1, just FPX win. That's it. All right, move on. Map number 2 incoming. Now for Summon, they're going for an eco, contrary to what we saw from G2 earlier on, where they just force bot. They kept going in for it. They were throwing their cash at the wall, and unfortunately it never stuck for them. So I like the decision of Summon to take Classics, and we've mentioned on the defensive side, Classics can be dangerous. And we've actually seen this from Summon before, playing out this Heaven control with 4 players, excuse me, up close, and then 1 in rope room. Mo able to hold his own. The rest of the players crunch in towards that mid side, but a great use of a flashbang by Shadow to make that space for his players to fall back, and he even gets an aftershock kill.
Yeah, and so far this looks like a pretty safe round here for FPX. They've taken out 2. 2 are very low in HP as well, but it's a full eco, so this isn't too surprising. Probably just a slow round here as Boaster gets taken out as well. Mo is in a really tricky position here. Gets stunned by Breach as well. Probably going to get peeked here, but he actually gets Zip, and that's a big trade and a little bit of economical damage down to FPX.
Definitely an impactful one as he picks up the weapon as well. Now, no dash to play with at this point, so he's not able to get out of that corner if he does get in a fight. Hasn't got that escapism, which could be a little bit of a problem. Now, Mystic has his smoke, his second one online in just 8 seconds. So this is a position where he'll probably slow it down, pop out the smokes now when he has 2 of them, and then if they are going to look to push, it will be now. I see, though, they haven't actually made a move off the smokes, so you can clearly see at this point, they're playing exits. And that makes sense. For Mo, for Mystic, you don't want to survive, but if you can take the weapons out of the hands of your opponents, that would be perfect coming into their buy round in the next one.
Absolutely, that's another reason why we see. Oh, and Mo takes out Shadows. Well, suddenly we have a 2 versus 2 situation. They're very low in HP though. Mystic and a Dream, probably not. Yeah, and there we go. Pretty expected round, I'd say, but it's still good that they managed to take out 3 on the enemy team. Of course, they only bought Spectres there, so they were pretty certain that they could still have a buy for this round. So we're probably going to be looking at a bonus round here, most likely.
One thing that we need to mention about FPX is how much they play off of orbs. We will see them consistently take ult orbs, and that's why you'll notice Xiao has already got that resurrection online. That is massive, and I think that's one of the reasons that we saw Mystic make the decision to push down those 2 players. He wasn't risking giving away the resurrection. He maybe gives Cypher his ultimate, whereas but the thing is, if he gets a kill, first of all, great. If he dies, it doesn't really matter. He still gets his ult charge. Whereas if he dives into the spike so that he doesn't get that hard 1,000 credit punch to his economy, the risk reward pays off to try and hunt them down in that scenario.
Absolutely. We already have the Wardell kick W strat by Mo here, playing operator on round 3. Let's see if he gets anything done with that. It's a risky purchase. You basically empty your bank for that round 3, so this is an important round to win here for Summon.
That it is an important round, but Doma starts it out well, alleviates some of the pressure, but he's forced out of position. Good aftershock, good conversion by Xiao. The upgrade isn't as good as it could be, but that is a nice upgrade to a man advantage based on the resurrection we'd mentioned was up and online for this round. There is a judge to be picked up, and Shadow does indeed get it, but again, on the attacking side, it's harder to manipulate your opponents into positions where they'll take the fights. Also worth mentioning, Mystic is now playing down below the rope on the B side instead of holding close in Heaven, and that's probably because he knows he can be up against the judge.
Oh, and he misses that Shadow Dream. Oh, Mystic with the perfect position here to get a double kill, but Xiao gets in the refrag. Suddenly, it's only 30 seconds left, and they have to make a move here to get the plant down.
Great position, actually. I thought he was down below, but he was up on top. Got that. You can see they didn't expect that either. So very nice stuff to put it into this 3v3, but Mo has to answer up on that operator. He's already got 15 seconds, but now they're pushing him down. He's stuck, being pushed on either side, being naded and out of the round. Chak, the player left in the 1v2 to try and recover this. He's swinging out wide and he catches Zipman. All down to just 1. The camera goes out, but he's not going to check it. Quickly does! And baits Meadow into swinging around, and nicely played clutch by Chak, and with that, a 3rd round denied for FPX.
And if I'm not mistaken, that should... Taking a little selfie there, sir.
Why not?
I have a big guess that that's going to be a Red Bull clutch. What do you think?
I think it will be a 1v2, a beautiful play. That start, I love straight away. We are seeing how both of these teams play. You have the start of the round strategy. You have to kind of put yourself out there. This time it was Doma going down through mid. Information gathered by FPX, they react. Information gathered by Summon, they react. It is a very reactive play. They play for info, they play for map control, for ultimates. They have their objectives. This is not the loose style you'll see from some other teams of go out, find some picks, see what happens. It's calculated. Oh my god! Doma straight down middle, but he gets shut down after just one kill.
It's the caster curse again, isn't it? They're playing slow and steady, gathering information, and then Doma just flies in there with a double satchel. Oh, Mitch. Oh, Mitch.
Well, we did say they have to make a play at the start, right? And that is certainly making a play if I've ever seen it.
Absolutely.
God, you love that. I mean, not if you're the guy that's getting judged in the face 2 seconds into the round. You know, Shadow's probably not as big a fan of that strategy as we are, but from our perspective, great bit of entertainment. And also great allocation of a very weak weapon compared to some of the other rifles in play.
Yeah, and we see here the rotations are coming in over at A. They've usually been playing middle every round here, but finally they're leaving middle to try go for a different strategy to see if they get caught on the cam though, so they know the rotate should be coming in pretty quickly as the push comes in through heaven here, leaving only one person alone on site. Actually, two.
So there's the info. The push, the Heaven lost. Where's the reaction for Summon? They have 2 players stuck on the site, but they have got a nice tripwire out the front. They'll try to peek off of that if there is a push heavily down, so you will not see Boaster peek until that happens. He goes out, pops the Aftershock, actually meant to pop that into elbow, but Shaq, he's spotted in the back of the site. The wall back there, but Shaq is delivering every single kill. Shao doing one further though, picking up a 3K and the spike plant as it's now into this 2v2, and those players that had been playing mid and B are just now making it into the defender spawn to mount this retake.
We see Jet here out with the knives. Obviously not easy to retake with an operator, so it's a good decision to play with knives here. As he gets shot by Meadow from heaven, so Mystic is almost on an impossible mission here to try to retake this. They can only hold these angles. They don't have to do anything. He's trying to bait them out with a teleport. It doesn't really work here, as they're probably just going to keep holding these angles and wait for a play.
I think the idea there was that they would think he's in elbow, obviously, as you're saying, baiting them out, but there's a kill. He's managed to catch Meadow in the peak either way, picks up the operator, doesn't want it, goes down to the Vandal, but time is too low. Time is done and dusted. He had to get the kill there. There's no time to stick it on. He's caught on the way out. What was that? He's going to go down to the spike in the end. Shao leaving him there as he escapes. Just about a narrow escape and a narrow victory for FPX.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see how different the playstyles of these teams are compared to the other split matchups we've seen so far, where almost the middle is just left untouched. Here you see a heavy mid presence from both teams quite frequently in almost every round, and then because they're both analyzing their playstyles, rotations and baits are coming back and forth, but they're a lot more centered around the middle than what the other matchups have been so far.
Certainly, both. Now, 2 of those rounds have been with Doma on a weaker weapon. This time with the Sheriff, you're actually seeing a heavier stack towards the A site. There's not going to be any fancy blast pack plays this time around. You can see they're actually allocating Shao to watch very passive alongside a crossfire from Shadow in case someone does come blitzing down through mid, so they could catch him off. Now, what's also interesting is FPX are always that mid-heavy team, and it's Angel here we're seeing going forward first. This is a staple of the attacking side of FPX on split. He loves to really poke out and pressure that mid area and try to get into rope room if he can.
Oh, Mo's got an angry boom bot after him. And, oh my god, the amount of times. Oh, look at this 3 guys camping in there, and what's happening? Oh.
They know exactly what Angel likes to do. As I said, the strategy we've seen from him even in the previous game for FPX of going in for that mid push into rope room and poking out and figuring in the early stages of the half how much control they're putting around that area. This time, he runs into very weak weapons and loses a Vandal. Great read by Summon FC. Even though they probably won't win this round, they've already got a Vandal, and now it's time to see what else they can get out of it.
I really wanted to see his facial reaction there as 3 people are waiting for him with a shorty in vent rooms there.
Oh, I don't imagine he was looking all too happy when he made that lead. One of those situations where as soon as you see them, you're like, I'm dead.
Yeah.
Do I get 1? Do I get 2? But I am dead. There's no way out of there.
Oh, Doma actually gets the pick off here, but Zipan sprays and gets a double, but Doma gets another headshot here with the Sheriff. Suddenly, we're actually in a doable scenario here as a new nade comes out, but Shao just makes it look easy. Walk in the park. Very well done.
show. The Xiao show.
The Xiao show.
So he's having a lights out series straight away. We're coming into round number 6, and he's got his ultimate online for the second time. That is very nice. Look at this. You're just dead. There's no way out of there. And again, great read by Summon FC on the tendencies that are coming into play for FPX. And I think at this point, that is where you can actually start to play some mind games, you know?
Yeah.
If you're realizing this early on, these guys kind of know what I like to do.
Yeah.
But then your comfort zone shifts a little bit.
Yeah, and this is what we predicted, that these guys have been studying each other so much, so now we're going to start to see how deep is the playbook. Can they start doing counter baits? Can they try to expect that they know what they're doing, so they're doing something and double backing?
Exactly. And you know, Angel, he's got that depth from Counter-Strike. He's played for so long. As we said on the desk, Boaster's the 10 years younger Angel. That's what Doom Bros has been saying. And when you look at that, then I expect Angel to be able to make those on-the-fly calls, figure out where the holes are in the boat and patch it up. But Summon, they might let on a little bit more water before they make that decision to plug the hole or before they even find the leak.
Oh my god, and here we're already at a push in on site as Xiao takes out Doma. He was camping in a corner, couldn't really get out of there as the Raze ult was just popped to give space, it seems, because obviously as soon as you hear a Raze ult, you just gotta get the hell out of there.
Run for the hills, absolutely. You'll probably see Jonas up there in the mountains if you make it that far.
Yodeling.
Oh my word, it's like being on a Disneyland ride. I love it. You never know what song's coming up next. But I know what's coming up next for Summon FC, something we actually rarely see in Valorant because, again, shortage of super smart big brain teams. They played for the retake on B after losing that opening pick. They realized, okay, we're not actually getting any openings, and contrary to the style of, again, I'm going to bring up G2 in the previous game, of kind of sending a player out here or there, poking and seeing, oh, can I find and force a fight that is favorable for me? They know FPX are not going to give you a 1v1 or 2v1 fight, or if they do give you a 2v1, it's because they've got the 2 guys peeking you. So they save all 4 weapons. A smart play by Summon, although a bit demotivating when you do just lose 1 player and the round's over.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a move of respect, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It's absolutely, they probably know how well FPX are playing the post plant with 5 people alive with full buy. It's going to be really hard to retake. And with a scarce economy as well, it's a big risk to take. So the fact that they now can play with full weapons and operator, it still puts the pressure on them because now they need to start getting these rounds, because considering this might be a kind of defender-sided type of playstyle we're seeing here, this can start to get a bit worrying.
Oh, it definitely can. Now, we have to always lean back towards the fact that in this tournament, a lot of the maps that we would even see as being defensive side wins have swung out into the attacker's favor. And Summon at the moment are being pressured by FPX. When you're on the attacking side, you've got control of the vehicle. You figure out when you want to push, when you want to put pressure, and how those engagements start. Or at least that's how it should be. This time FPX go for mid control, but they leave a lurk outside B so they can hopefully push in there. I say normally the attackers are the ones that dictate the early fights, that choose the battleground, but this time Summon, they take matters into their own hands. A flash, a rush in from Chak, and an opening duel now gone into their favor. They can just sit here and wait to see what FPX do next, and they've got a 3-man stack towards B, where it seemed like FPX were going to go. Even that smoke, the pressure by Angel, but look at the spike. It's creeping outside of A, as is their Meadow. He's sat out here as well and about to get challenged and spotted.
And there's this waiting game. It's a tactical waiting game. Doma pulls back on site. They're taking control of Heaven here to try to push them back on site. It's really hard to defend alone on site. They're trying to split the teams off, excuse the pun. The wall comes up against the CT again, and so once again you see this type of attack on the bomb set that we saw in previous rounds, leaving 2 defenders on site surrounded. Let's see if they get a better working this time, but this looks promising for the attack team, but there's only 30 seconds left on the clock. Can they get this?
10 seconds as they push forward. Mystic able to, or not able to get anything done. Doma traded out immediately, now into a 3v3. That Heaven peak, Shadow managed to shut them down and take Chak. I mean, he's just won the round for them. Xiao's popped his res and he's thinking, do you really have to get the 2 kills as I'm popping the res? Come on. It's kind of thrown away. I guess it's good for the economy either way. But the reality is, in that situation, the fact that Shadow gets away with that, had he have died, they could have swung on the spike planter. They could have won the round based on the time. So he was the key player and he got away with murder, taking a double kill.
Absolutely, and Mo is probably looking to try to save his weapon here, but it's not easy. He gets surrounded and Meadow takes him out. 6-1.
It's getting tough.
Yeah, it's getting tough indeed. Someone needs to look into they need to maybe summon a few...
Summon a few rounds, a few strategies, I agree. But, you know, the thing is, when you look in towards someone's economy at the moment, it ain't great. They can't get a full investment on every player. They might go in for something weaker in this round, I imagine. Your sheriffs, your ghosts.
Yeah.
Obviously, you're buying your full utility anyways. As you can see, all these players, they've got brains. They're doing that. Or at least enough that you can full buy in the next round. Whatever you can afford, basically. And so 6-1. And if you don't know, actually, worth mentioning, that's because in Valorant, you don't lose your utility when you die. You carry it through to the next round. So you're better to have it here, so at least you have the option, the door open, in case room opens up to walk through it.
Absolutely, and we see a semi-buy coming in here, or a eco if you'd like. They're saving for the next round. He tries to get a pick here, but Chak doesn't really find it, as Angel takes out Doma, and already this push seems pretty effective, but Sheriffs are really hard to fight against Vandals, and they're just giving them the site pretty much for free here.
Oh, it's because Boaster's got that heaven position, but with a Frenzy, he's the one player on the team that doesn't quite have that ranged capability. As you see, he tickles Xiao a little bit, who even just heals himself back up. So at most, he's lost a little bit of armor. Left down with about 10 left.
Yeah. Oh, Mystic, a beautiful shot to the head. Meadow's gonna have a headache for weeks after that one. But it's still 4 versus 3. This looks like a pretty safe round. Unless some hero plays come out here, this should be pretty simple for FPX to take into a 7-1.
It should. And Angel's even just providing the extra security and watching B made aggressively. He can go for the mid flank if he sees the possibility. And actually, his position could be pivotal in shutting down Mo from saving that being shot in the head. So that also works. You know, it could have Angel come up through mid, late, and take the weapon out as they try to save it, or just shoot him in the head now. And why go through all that bother?
And Xiao is just having one hell of a game with 16 kills now. Basically 2 kills per round.
And, you know, I guess as well, that now that I think about it, the fact that he's just been lights out is probably another reason that he popped that economy res earlier on. Because he's like, well, I'm going to have my ult up in 2 rounds anyway, so I might as well get him back up, save our economy some, and we'll be right back where we want to be coming into this. Because he should be very close, but he got a 4K in that round. And I don't know if he got ult orbs, but either way, with an ult orb here and a kill at most, he should be sorted.
So we have a tactical pause here for Summon. Hopefully we'll see some changes to their playstyle here. Maybe trying to talk through, calm down, take a breather, and talk about how FPX did this. How did they get up to 7-1, and how can we stop this train that is currently coming towards us in pretty light speed? So, I mean, I'd say FPX are looking really strong right now, I'll be honest.
I like Sage there. Just talk to the hand, baby. She's not looking at the camera. She's not happy right now, even with 16 kills on the board. And I think, you know, the Xiao show, we mentioned it earlier on, it's certainly continuing. The value of having Xiao take these kills, they're setting him up to take ult orbs consistently as well. Even there, the cage is going out, they rob map control away. If he pops those, especially the one that actually blocks the peak that we're seeing Chak go for, or his camera seat, it just means that now players can be in heaven, and you have to be very cautious of that map control that you've given up. So another thing though, when you look at Summon, I like the positioning of that tactical pause. I think it's really well timed. 7-1 is like my line, where for most teams, where you need to now fix it. And you don't want to do it too early. You don't want to call in tac pauses, slow down the momentum, really put pressure on your team to think and stew on what's gone wrong. I think you go with your strategies, and then you start thinking, okay, what we've called so far isn't working. Let's sit back, assess what's been happening now that we've got so much information, and figure it out. If it doesn't work in this round, though, Summon are in a lot of hot water.
Yeah, now we have 47s left on the clock. And actually, both breaches have their ultimates, and they're both going to use them. This is going to be such a mess. What? Everyone's just stunned left and right as Angel takes out Boaster, his younger identity. Zipan takes out Jack as well, and this looks like another beautiful push, but only 30 seconds are left. The smokes are coming down. Zipan takes out Doma as well. The plant goes down, and this looks like another pretty good round from FPX.
Oh, they're just double swinging onto Mo. He gets another, but Meadow's there to trade. That's the important part. Mystic fakes out the TP, gets the opening, but again, Shadow there to trade off. It's exactly what we saw from FPX yesterday. The fact that they are so ready to bounce off each other, play those fights together, as well as that, even the utility timing was perfect. Looking back at that round, right there, when Angel popped it was actually before that, excuse me, that was a smoke. When he popped his paranoia, it actually stopped Mo from peeking out and catching the spike as it crossed out of the tunnel. It was exactly when it needed to be, because he was just about to swing on the angle to take those players down, or at least challenge them on the cross. And when you don't have a wall left to cover that cross, you need some of that utility to help you.
And Boaster was prepared for this. You know, the counter breach ult came as soon as the breach ult. So it's getting into such a mind game format here that I'm thinking, like, did they know that the counter breach ult would come, but they still thought that this was the play? Like, I'm trying to just expand my brain to understand these plays, but it's just FPX are looking so solid right now.
We talk about being pushed out of your comfort zone. There's Angel. Exactly what I was going to point out, that he's confident in going back towards the rope room. Not only that, he's now jump peeking that angle, giving it a lot of respect in case there's 3 players with stingers down there ready to give him some nasty little, well, I guess stings. As he comes down, he spots the leg of Chak. Look at his HP. But hey, you know who can help with that? Sage. And he's just about to be healed right back up.
Welcome to the Xiao Show. We've got a solution for every problem. Don't you worry.
Hey, and even if he died, there was a solution, because guess what? The res is back online.
We have a res again. Res number 3 in 9 rounds.
Well, I think he got it in 8 as well, which is it's just ridiculous. He's popping them out like crazy.
Yeah, and you know, if you're feeling yourself that game, you should. Absolutely.
100%, 100%. And that's the value that Xiao brings to the Sage. Whereas when I played and don't peek anyone and usually die, you know, 1 res per half. That's the most you can expect from me. Doma and Mystic, though, you can expect a lot from these guys. They're fragging out. Mystic is under pressure, though. This player's up above. He's getting all the res. Oh my God! Xiao is so smart, but it might not matter. These other players, Mo and Boaster, are starting to refrag. Boaster's tickled up the remaining players as well. The swing onto Shadow shuts him down. The spike not planted. No time. It would have to be stuck already, and so that is going to be the end of the round. Summon just back on out. They want nothing to do with this. Take your weapon, Xiao. Get the hell out of here, because they've got the round win.
Wow. That res.
That was such a smart res, man. He pops it so he can drop down. He knows the player's going to go, oh, here's a free kill. And then, oh no, who's this guy jumping at me?
Yeah, that was... I mean, it could have gone both ways. Obviously, we've seen Sage race baits before. And, you know, sometimes when it works, it looks really good.
It does.
When it doesn't work, it looks really bad.
Your teammate sat there going, thanks for the extra death, mate.
Thank you,
affected
sir.
my KD ratio.
At least I got an ultimate charge for it.
I suppose. Look at Zipan, though, in this early round. Double blast pack up into heaven, but the rotates from Summon. They are flocking to the A site. There's already 4 of them here. And in fact, Mystic was on his way until they realized, well, this could be a fake. We've only seen 1 player. But they are starting to get a little bit panicky, a little bit desperate, or perhaps they've seen this before and they know what FPX are going for. Because so far, you haven't had that blast pack play. And now that I think about it, that wall with the blast pack is usually used by Zipan from what we've seen to get to heaven. So it's nice to see there's a little bit of flexibility and versatility to actually put it into upper as well.
Absolutely. As Mo gets slightly low here, nothing dangerous yet, but they don't have a Sage to heal back up, so taking poke damage is a lot worse for Summon than it is for FPX. They're still slowly pushing in here. A 4-man push into heaven. This can be very dangerous. If Mo peeks out, this is just silent before the storm.
But they're going down through ropes now. They're going to have to break that tripwire that's being put there in the early round. That's the only problem. But when they break it, they might even presume this is... No, you can hear the steps. They know it's going to be a B hit, so they're heavily rotating over, sending 2 more players, excuse me, to help out on that angle. You can see there's a bit of uncertainty, though. Are they coming back up into heaven? But now they realize they're not. It's all down to Mystic in this round. He has to maintain B main control, and he goes down straight away. Boaster's going to try to delay that plans. He will do so with 10 seconds left. If he can actually drop this spike planter, it was so close. Another teammate going to try, but Mo can't quite get there in time. Didn't have the dash to create the angle, and now a difficult retake is afoot.
And what a tactical play that was at Doma, and Mo takes out 2 as well. Suddenly with a clutch situation, 2 versus 2. Doma, oh my God, this is Xiao once again.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Xiao Show. This man is such an animal, and he's almost going to res up again.
But you know what? That round was art. Slowly, because Summon gave them space. So they let them into heaven. They give them more real estate on the map here. FPX takes this and they put 4 people slow walking into vent room, identifying that there's no Cypher trap to actually spot them. And they just go for B heaven. They smoke off CT. They just rush into site and they plant with like 10 seconds. That was literally that was a playbook move.
You know what else? I think that the way they set themselves up was interesting. I'll talk about that in a bit, though, because Angel's already picked up the opening. Mo dashed straight down middle, trying a bit of a Doma, but this time he gets domed right in the head by some bullets. So a 5v4 is now on the line. As Summon, they give up mid control. These smokes should push them back. Doma doesn't really want to mess around with this. There's a lot of spam going on. There's still a lot of utility up and ready to go. In fact, I feel like a nade might be coming to him, but hold on. Boaster swings out for the kill. Doma with the trade, but it's not enough. A 2v3, excuse me, but look at the weaponry. Might as well be a 2v4 when you got a Stinger and a Judge to play with. The engagements you can take favorably are severely limited.
Yeah, and Summon needs, if they want to win this round, they have to play around the strength of their weapons, which is currently close combat. And this is what FPX knows, so they take no chances. They're playing this very good. They're going to be main to try to keep distance. They know that if they get shot on Toastmaster, ult comes out, it's the last round. There's no need to save it. Sight is already cleared. He's looking for a Cypher camp, doesn't really find it. Probably just going to shoot his rocket here. Oh, but he maybe finds Cypher. No. Oh my god. Oh.
So that's a beautiful kill by Jack. He's pulled it back. Might be able to find more, but no, the range ultimately his biggest foe, or maybe it was Xiao. Xiao doesn't have the res online. They didn't take the ult orb. It's a key factor with 20 seconds left. The spike still to be planted. Smoke allows Mystic back up into heaven. He starts to move forward, but so too does Meadow, creeping inside the smoke, getting an angle that isn't expected. Good headshot, wall up, doesn't actually cover the retreat, so Xiao is stuck in that position, but he's such a beast, man. Comes in with the headshot. That gets his res online. It doesn't matter, though. It's the end of the half. He's just showing off at this stage.
10-2. Summon needs to be thinking here. What can we do?
Well,
how do we? So obviously we're in the second half now. They need to set up a strong attack, and I mean a strong attack. And you know, these teams have been studying each other really heavily. They're very inspired by each other, especially, you know, we know Summon is very inspired by FPX, and it seems like FPX have found a way to use that to their advantage so far.
I know definitely, obviously there's the respect there from the FPX, and you can see what Summon have adapted from FPX, improved on in some aspects, but then on the other hand, I think FPX are very self-sustaining. Without Summon, I think they'd still be, obviously, in where they're at right now. It's a more beneficial relationship one way. What a push by Mystic, able to catch off Xiao, taking the ult orb. They did not expect that one. That is such a smart play as Summon take a double, a triple opening, and now the man advantages are aplenty as the spike goes down on the B site, and they even know that Raze is coming from heaven. Extra info, the cherry on top.
Oh my goodness, that was so beautiful. Just a bunny hopping Omen coming through the smoke and the wall there. Mystic takes out Zip as well. This is pretty much it. Unless Shadow does the impossible here, this should be pretty simple. Yeah, there we go.
And what is it?
It's a Prime Gaming Flawless.
That it is a Prime Gaming Flawless round going over to Summon. That is one way to get confidence back and start out the next half. That's what I want to see. Doman doesn't look too happy about it, though.
No, and
I want to see smiles after that. Look, hold on a second. Why was Mystic in that position? Did they actually expect this? Because that's not something I've seen FPX do every time. So
yeah, you said it earlier. They play around the orbs very heavily.
Yes.
Is this something they expected?
I genuinely, that looks to me like someone have said, okay, Xiao plays B, or Xiao plays upper mid at least. He is right now fragging out like crazy. He's been taking a lot of orbs, a lot of reses. Maybe they go for it. Let's try it. Let's jump over the wall. That's so smart if that's what happened. And I hope we ask that in the interview if we get one with Summon, or just ask them later on anyways. Doma shutting this one down to start it. It is weaker weapons for FPX, but they have still got some damage dealing ability with that Sheriff on Angel.
They do, and the bomb is down already, so a retake situation here is pretty difficult for FPX with this eco round, but it's kind of expected here to save weapons, obviously, with the playstyles these teams have. We'll see if they can make something work here from CT. They're probably going to wait out the Cypher cage and another cage come in here. They're just playing time at this point. They're not really making any rash decisions. Omen smokes are down as well. Doma is just chilling out here in the corner, out on rafters. The stun comes in. Oh, okay.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's how we expect it to go, isn't it?
Absolutely.
There's not a whole lot of surprise in me for that round. But for Summon, there's a whole lot of happiness. Now, they can play this as a bonus. It's a risk when you're this far behind to take a bonus round, but there's very few scenarios. Like, if it's currently 11, I can definitely see you just force buying up and buying all the Phantoms and the Vandals that you can. In this situation, I think you are better to play that very low buy. You're probably going to lose the round, but you accept that off the bat. And you can see for Summon, that's exactly what they're going to do. So again, very low expectations for them in this round. Let's see what they can make work with what
if they win this round, they're in a good spot to ride the wave and get a few more.
Yeah.
Obviously, with FPX full buying here, and we see actually 4 Vandals. Now that's what you want to see.
Well, it's what you want to see if you're FPX. The one-tap machines, the boys, they don't like spraying. They like that headshot percentage.
Absolutely.
You know, when you're Summon in this position, it's a lot of pressure. But I think a round like this can almost alleviate some of that. You can make a faster play, and hell, if you win this, that is momentum. First of all, you're going to get upgraded weapons, but momentum swings massively into your favor. And if you lose, you can say, hey, look, we got a bit of info on how they're holding. You know, they probably already know a lot of it, but there's always going to be some adjustments there.
Yeah.
And you can read off of that coming into your first proper buy round.
True, as not much is happening here yet. A lot of lurking back and forth, but slowly making some movement into heaven here as they're getting smoked up. They're still waiting as Zippon takes out Jack here. Only 5 HP left. Summon Mystic takes him back. 4 versus 4, 30 seconds left. Something needs to happen here soon.
Well, for Summon, they've got control of Heaven. Okay, they lose a player, but access to the side, there's no smoke down. Angel's in a little bit of danger if he does get wide swung on. Looks like they're giving him some respect at least. And the smoke, or sorry, it's Mystic. Excuse me. So used to the Omen being Angel in these situations. Yeah, Mystic was in a bit of trouble. He pops the smoke down very, very close. Allowed him to play around it into Heaven, but at the end of the day, really, Defender Spawn was where you're worried about. They don't get a lot done. It was just a 1 kill, right? But at the end of the day, as we said, very low expectations for a round like that. You're poking out how your opponents are playing. You're trying to get a feel on, are they aggressively playing mid control? Are they doing something different than we expect them to? And now you come into this buy round where you can actually focus on just dealing the damage.
Yeah. Oh, the slow-mo voice is really creepy.
That it is. I also love Xiao's cam, but what I love the most is that Shadow has fixed his setup. That man used to have the shakiest table I've ever seen. Every time we switched to him, it looked like he was in an earthquake zone. But luckily now, he's gone to IKEA, he's gotten himself a proper table, so he's sorted.
So this round, so important for Summon here. We're looking at match points. Oh my goodness, that is so unfortunate timing here as Zippon takes that moment but gets refragged pretty quickly by Doma. 4 versus 4. Once again, we see Breach here alone on side getting surrounded, and Chak takes him down, being ruthless. But another refrag comes out. Angel gets 2. The man, the myth, the legend. The bomb is down. 1 minute left.
So the UI again. Oh my God! I was gonna say there's only 2 left. That was the point I was leaning to. And then Angel just did the nastiest little double spray I've ever seen. The lineup was perfect, and so too was the execution. And that might just be the execution of Summon FC's chances on this map. They're 11-4. Summon have just full invested, which means that the economy now is not gonna be looking great. This is tough.
Yeah, we're having some UI issues here. We're getting sorted now because it's actually 12-4. And we're back. There we go, there we go. We're on the actual round or map point here. And there's not a full back counter. Oh, Mo is already taken out. 4 versus 4 so far. Doma just rapidly pushes into Heaven. He's being ruthless, but gets walled up here, quickly destroying the wall. Ults are coming out.
I think at this point for Summon, you need to get down to the site, but Chak seems to be the only one really pressuring it. This is heavy Heaven pressure, which hasn't worked for them at all so far. FPX have been controlling this. They've seen it again and again, and Angel, the man who was up there every time, comes through with the final frag, closing this one out 13-4. A convincing win, if ever I've seen one for FPX, and that right there really sets the tone for the series.
Yeah, look at Zippon just grinning. He knows. He's happy with that. He's happy with Split so far. That was quite the show.
You know, I heard before that they were confident over on the Summon side. Quietly, they've done their research, they've done their work, but really, we talk about FPX as a team that hasn't been challenged too much on the run-through so far. They're a team that have got that depth and the tactics to them, but they've been hiding a lot of them coming into this tournament. Reading them is difficult. We saw some shining lights, some glimmers of hope for Summon FC, but the adaptation from FPX round to round, you could just see they were in control the whole time.
Yeah, and this is where you see the experience coming in. You're adapting to the play styles. You're actually taking a lot more time than what we've seen in some of these other matches, where you're kind of trying to get a feel for your opponents. And then as soon as you start to get the feel of how they're playing, suddenly you just burst onto one side, you smoke off the entrances, and suddenly you have a plant down. And even though it looks really scary, because sometimes they have 10 seconds left when they're planting, it's still a controlled, expected situation for them.
Exactly. There was no moment there that looked like panic from Angel and the boys. And realistically, it's not Angel that I would highlight there. It is Xiao. And I'm so happy, man, because for the longest time, we've had Angel racking up the stats.
Yeah.
We've had Zipan. Obviously, as we said, even in the last series, Zipan go kill. He's the man that everybody knows. But Xiao this time, when he came into this roster, Zipan kind of stole the limelight a little bit, but on the Sage, he was getting res after res because of those kills. 3 reses in a half that they dominated anyways, and he was what? He was on 16 kills at one point. The next closest teammate was 6. I don't know how it finished because it happened so fast.
Yeah, and this is the thing. There are so many advantages of having a Sage frag, and of course the res comes out so often, and if your team has economical disadvantages, it's so good to have this res to get back into that spot where you can have a full buy, you can buy the operator, and even so, you can still use the rest to win a round where, you know, you're in a 5 versus 4 situation, and that forces them to kind of play, they can play more aggressively. They can try to go for a trade because they know that the rest will come out afterwards.
You talk about aggressive play, you talk about res, as we saw it together even when Xiao resed his teammate, used him as bait, dropped out of heaven. I loved it. It was so good. That was a highlight for me, and it's time to take a look at the rest of the highlights. Here are the Prime Gaming map highlights, and when we come back, the analyst desk will break down that very swift 1-0 start.
I know exactly. One player remaining. One player remaining. One player remaining. One player remaining.
Hello everyone, my name is Pansy and I'm here to help you brush up on some of your Valorant terminology. So let's get started. Trading. Trading is securing a kill on the enemy, even after losing your teammate in a short window of time. Essentially, evening out the score. Defaulting. Traditionally talking about an attacking side, taking overall control of the map to ensure no defending players can get free information by them potentially pushing out aggressively. Trying to default first and then lean into an execution. Execution, a scripted, telegraphed site take with pre-planned smokes, flashes, and set intentions. Playing for the pick. Getting a pick is looking to catch any aggressive players out of position or anyone peeking a little too much and allowing your team to build off the momentum. Map control is generally a term of understanding which areas of the map cannot be breached by your opponents without them letting you know about it. The more map control one team has, the more information they have without seeing the opponents. This allows for rotations to happen earlier in anticipation of your opponent's next action.
Show me what you got. Back up, 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 back up.
and welcome back to First Strike, a Europe main event where FPX have just shown the world why they are one of the favorites in the tournament.
Wow, look at that. They're the same height.
Jonas is shorter than Mitch for once. Yeah. Wow. Big up Jonas for making Mitch feel comfortable.
It's not often you see that.
Yep. Like I said, FPX came out, played almost a perfect game of Valorant, I would say.
That was, you know, would love to say and talk about the analysis of the tactics and so on, because there were some, you know, there were tactics used by both teams, but when one player shows up and shuts down an entire plan, everything just falls apart. And an example, I felt like Salmon didn't even have time to show what they have prepared, because on attack there were really good executions on the pistol round, there were nice fakes from the middle, going then to back on the A side, and suddenly Shao shows up and just like pew 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 pew, everyone's dead. You know, you can't really do much when someone just starts shooting and hitting every single shot. Shao is a skilled player, but maybe you need to check his PC again. How was that copy pasta going, right?
Yeah, I mean, the Summon FC Twitter account just tweeted out saying, yo, play Valorant, can you please nerf Shao? This is almost deja vu for me. Like I said before the game, the last time these two teams played against each other, they played against each other on Split. Shao played Sage. What happened? He dropped 30 kills and completely just snowballed the game to FPX's favor. But it wasn't just Shao, was it, Hypoke? You know, FPX were very organized and disciplined as ever.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you can say Shao is the kryptonite for Summon FC. That's fair to say. And I think Lothar makes a really good point. There's not really an awful lot of recovery time in Valorant when something kind of kicks off that quickly in rounds. I mean, he's stringing kills together left, right, and center. And the reason that Shao was finding so much value was actually, you know, props to Summon for having that tight of a formation. You know, if somebody can walk in and find one or two quick successive kills, you know, it's kind of just, an element of it is being outclassed, but, you know, props to Summon for having I guess a setup to try and address this mid presence that we knew FPX were going to try and employ, right? I mean, again, these are things that we shouldn't be surprised seeing. It's Angel and Shao walking up mid on split, on attack, and finding kills. I actually did love the one round, by the way. I'm hoping it's in this package where Angel obviously comes into ropes and there's just three of them staring him down with a sword. That was a personal highlight for me. But again, they tried to set up, but I think the word to use is Shao was just in a league of his own and he outclassed Summon here.
I mean, just look at this clip right here. Even before they've made contact with one another, there's so much brain power that's already happened, you know? There's a lot going on here.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a slow, progressive push from FPX. So they're obviously gathering the information, obviously trade out of ultimates here. The Rolling Thunder got in. Boaster unfortunately didn't catch one player flying past there. But this is the thing, again, when you're trying to anticipate FPX like this and you've been given no information, it's this very reactionary play style, which, I'll be honest, works for very few teams. And it does come down to a couple of really strong individual performances. You know, that one player that gets 4 enemies staring down, you know, B lane out of garage, it's a tall order. Again, you know, I don't want to take too much away from someone. First game coming into the series, maybe they can get a feel for this. Again, without kind of seeing any scrims or any official games prior to this and reading into it too much, maybe this is FPX kind of being overzealous in terms of pushing much harder than they would usually, and that's kind of caught someone off guard. I mean, you said it yourself in between relatively young guys. The experience maybe isn't there, and maybe, you know, Angel's reading into that. And that's the best way to catch a team off guard, is to keep doing something unexpected. And if it keeps working, we see what just happened.
I mean, I think the experience thing is huge here because, you know, most of these teams in the tournament have that one person at least. We saw on Heretics, they have Lau. He's been here for a long time. He knows what he's doing. Angel, Scream, Happy. Every team sort of has that person that's moved from another game, that's had almost 10 years of experience playing on stage, not just at home. And if you look at this Summon FC team, most of these players have never even been on a team. You know, Mystic, Moan, and Doma have never played professionally before this.
Yeah, and I mean, it's interesting. We were talking about this as well. Someone's inability to kind of draw out that rotation, trying to fake off these sites, and that's something that comes from experience. We were talking about Happy, perfect example. You know, the way he kind of reacts to information, he gathers that information and relays that to his team. Angel plays a very similar role for FPX.
True, but I also think this is, you know, Split was an FPX pick.
Yep.
They have it, like, let's say, in their blood when it comes to executions. They were blazing fast, actually. Not many times I have seen situation where someone could have a good rotation or a fake, because there was already a call from FPX to rotate to the other side. So I would say that I'm looking forward to the next maps, because I feel like on other maps, Split is less, let's say, tempo-based or more tempo-based than other maps, because there's less room to work with.
Yeah, and then there's that huge emphasis on mid as well. I mean, as soon as the changes happened to Split, again, splitting B became like the default push on attack. Because previously it was so difficult. And again, it's good to see. I mean, the first task is obviously shutting Angel down on those mid pushes. The second one is then finding the kill onto Shao in this scenario, which, again, you're sacrificing so much or leaving a space somewhere else on the map to just shut down that one aspect.
This is the reason why mid was so important on Split, that Cyphers started putting traps on vents, because that slows down the potential split from, let's say, there's a fake on B, 2 people are going garage, 3 people are going mid, they fake that B and go vents quickly to A. That's not going to happen unless you had the control of vents before and you destroyed the trap. So there was a very big meta game change before this tournament started in how the teams professionally play Split, and it's so different from what we have seen in the lesser teams, let's say, or not as experienced. So it's pretty tough to play actually on Split without having much control.
I think it's the most unforgiving map in that regard, because you can get a lot of value off kind of that one player making a play, and if that player is Angel, he finds kills, it's converted instantly.
Well, you know, looking ahead, like you said, Split was FPX's choice, but we're moving on to Haven, and that is Summon FC's map, and we are also heading into Agent Select as we speak. Mystics, you have to stop hovering that Viper. You're giving me way too much hope, although I hope he's not playing it on Haven. I don't think I want to see Viper on Haven.
Well, she has good spots there for one-ways, but the problem is there are 3 sides, and the wall is not as effective because of it. So it's understandable why no one wants to play Viper on this map.
Well, again, you know, both of these teams, no surprises here so far. I think it's going to be really tough, I think, for Summon FC to try and come back. But maybe in the break, they had a bit of a reset, you know. It's never easy for them to lose like that. And again, they're not a team that usually loses, let alone lose in that kind of fashion. So could be a reality check here.
I'm looking forward to this map, especially since we now have both teams playing Sova. This is the major difference between other maps and Split. On Split, you don't have as much vision control, which Sova gives, right? With the recon arrow, with the drone, this allows to, let's say, more coordinated attacks, gives a lot more info. You are perfectly set up to also do fakes when you commit with a recon arrow, because people are thinking, oh, they're gonna be an execute on this side, and so on and so on. So Haven is one of those maps that allows for a big expression of skill and preparations for teams if they're well prepared, which I'm 100% sure we can say about FPX and Summon.
I can't wait to see Jonas's reaction, to be honest, having both of these 2 teams to go up against each other on that Sova. Hypok, you know, after everything that happened in the last map, do you think maybe this one could be a little bit more closely matched?
I mean, I absolutely hope so. We were talking briefly about experience. One of the most important things is obviously mental fortitude, resetting in between maps. Again, don't bring any of that negative energy over from getting stomped in the first. I'm hoping they can kind of try employ some of the confidence we saw against Cobras, because that's, I do think that's their biggest strong foot. Again, it's not often, well, I mean, we haven't really talked about kind of the individual mechanical skill of some of the Summon players, but it's that kind of synergy that's their strong point. I want to see them kind of pull off some confident defensive executes, maybe catch FPX off guard. The problem is, what I just said, catching FPX off guard, them not being ready for something that the enemy team's going to do.
I'm going to assume that Summon FC, who's the starting defenders? I think Summon FC is starting defenders, right?
No, I think FPX.
Yeah, Summon's map pick.
Okay, then in this case, I would love to see more retakes planned on this map, especially since there are 3 sides, and would love to see like 5-man retakes as executes as well. So this is going to be an exciting map to see how are they well prepared. We have seen that from Heretics in the previous matches. We have seen that in qualifiers. And I believe that Summon was also a big fan of doing 5-man retakes in the past. So
well, this is the thing. I was just about to say that the big concern would be someone kind of trying to throw down these fakes again and not getting a bite out of FPX and kind of FPX holding strong. Because again, you know, Xiao in that Sova role, again, he's potentially going to be floating the same way that he has been on Sage on the previous map. And that's a scary prospect. With the performance we just saw from him in map 1, that's absolutely terrifying. Because, you know, if you throw down, I mean, I remember we saw the fakes over on A Haven previously where it's, you know, the raise goes in, the breach ult gets sent out and the seed push comes through. Again, if Xiao's kind of left tucked in a corner somewhere, I mean, the way he's playing, you know, I'd still gamble on the 1v3 gun in his favor.
Well, Xiao and FPX made the last map look easy, but Summon FC have a chance to claw one back. Mitch and Jonas, over to you.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. This is going to be fun. Obviously, first map, little bit of a stomp, not quite what we wanted to see, but this time around, I've got a feeling that this is going to be a good map. What about you, Jonas?
I think so too. I mean, clearly Summon came short on the last map, just like you, Mitch.
Yep.
But anyway, we have 2 Sovas. Yeah, sorry, I had to. We have 2 Sovas, guys. We have 2 Sovas. We're gonna see shock darts left and right. I'm so excited. I can't even... My wallet might not like it, but I'm gonna enjoy this map so much. And hopefully, Summon might have some good strats here that FPX are not prepared for, but...
Ooh, I don't know if I ever want to say FPX might not be prepared, but hopefully, for Summon's case, they've got something up their sleeve that will catch them off guard. We're getting into the map, ladies and gentlemen. Map 2 of your second semi-final to determine which of these 2 teams is going to go through to join Heretics in tomorrow's best-of-5 grand final here at EU First Strike. This is what we've been waiting for. Haven, Summon's second chance, and it might just be their last chance to show that they've got what it takes to take on FPX.
And look at FPX. 4 people on A, 1 on B, trips on C, and double doors.
So this is a very, very passive setup. Oh, going over towards the C and B side, as you're saying. Early control of A, they get the orb, they push. Now they're going to look to try and deal the damage from behind. I've never seen FPX do this before.
What is this?
There's a stun as well, the fault line. Somehow a turret's gotten a kill from Jack. The damage swinging over in favor of FPX for now, and it keeps on going. Jack so low, but Doma's doing the damage. A 1v2, essentially, as Jack is now all alone on 9 HP. They do know where he was, but they don't know where he is, and he's dodged it.
Wow.
He didn't get detected by that.
I don't think he did, no. 1 man, 9 HP, 52 seconds left on the clock. Only time will tell what's gonna happen in this round.
This is going to be tight. The problem here is Shadow. When you take on Xiao, you can win that fight, no problem. 1 tap to the body and he's gone. But Shadow, he's got 125 effective HP. For Jack, he's moving up through A short. He might just get to the site and we'll have the bot and turret to work with. The bot was never triggered outside on C. That could help in a fight if Shadow is the one to trip it. And indeed, the turret can even take down Xiao if it's given the opportunity. 20 seconds left. Utility back online. Bot goes down. Here comes the plant. The turret will be placed close by as well. We'll see the position on that one. In fact, a nano swarm. Like so much utility. This is exactly where you can see Killjoy win a round. Hasn't touched the turret out just yet. Alarm bot triggered. That's onto Shadow. Or was it just destroyed? Either way, hit by the nano swarm, little bit of damage taken. The right click can be so dangerous, but it can be dangerous in both ways. As Shadow wins it out on a 3K, and I think he's going to be... No, he's not going to be gifted the defuse. I thought because he's so close to his ultimate, but they've decided instead to put it on Xiao.
That was such a cool defensive... Like, it was just... It's the caster curse again. Just as you go, yeah, it's a very passive defensive hold here. They just push all the way to T-spawn as defenders. I think you just need to like stop saying those things. It's just going to keep happening.
Perhaps the caster's curse can be real. We saw it in the previous map. But the curse on Summon FC has not yet been broken on this one. As it is 1-0 to FPX in a tight pistol round. An interesting strategy deployed by them, and it has found success this time around. A lot of individuals coming through on the frags. I do like it. I like the innovation. And this is something that they know they have to do up against Summon. They cannot get, or they will not get away with playing the same style that they normally do. Neither will Summon. Going in for a force buy, taking 2 stingers and 3 specters Spectres, and they're about to be spotted out by this drone.
Oh, there we go. Now the rotation are probably going to come in as they're rushing towards a short area. In on site already. Shock stars are flying left and right. Trades are coming in as well. 4 versus 4. Mystics almost taken out as well. Very low on HP. The nades are coming in. The flash comes through from Angel here. Will they actually push on it?
It looks like it. They've at least pushed out to get the angle. Now they're going to move together after the smoke spams. Oh, nice fault line. That catches 2 players, pushes one back. Angel connected on straight away by Mystic. Someone have got the advantage, but a lot of players on low HP. Shadow joins that list, but it might not matter. As Meadow and Zipan, they've got a 2v4. I think FPX probably have to go for a save in this situation. And it's the thing is, some of these players are so tagged up that they can go for it, but the utility just isn't there to get them into this site. They've got Meadow and Zipan without anything to work with, and a long-range stinger kill opens it up, leaving a 1v4 in Meadow's hands, and really nicely played there. Mystic is super low in hell, but Boaster is ready to swing as soon as he dies, making that a very challenging fight to win out.
Yeah, and the fact that Jack managed to plant last round was actually the reason why they could do this. They got 300 credits extra per person on their team, which allowed them to actually essentially have the same weapons as the defending team with just slightly less utility. So they took a risk, they did a force buy, and it worked out really well. And now we're looking at 1-1, and now FPX is suddenly on the back foot.
That they are. You know, that's the benefit of taking those force buys. As you're saying, they took the risk, it's paid off. Now we get to see them reap the rewards as FPX. They're on the defensive side, but so far they've been very, very aggressive. And you got the smoke down over towards A long. They push up, they don't see anybody, and they're actually heavily committing the rotate towards the B site so that they can have Shadow move over and hold down C with his teammate. Making gambles in rounds like this is completely fine because you've got those weaker weapons. You have to try to get an advantage somehow.
And both these teams, they play the buddy system so much. You see they're 4 stacked on top of each other. This is very different from how we see a lot of other teams play. And this could also be a part of the changes with Cypher and Killjoy, where flank protection is harder, so they just decide to stick together to play it more safe. And then it's also harder to just simply outplay them with a pickoff.
50 seconds on the clock. It will be kind of a pressured push, and the one Vandal they have over on the FPX side is in the perfect position, but that paranoia completely negates his position. 20 HP. He's tucked in the corner. He's got to be a little bit careful now. Aftershock going to push him out in the open. Dominated him. Xiao, though, able to return at least some damage. Shadow picks up the weapon. No armor. 100 effective HP. He's got Cypher close by, left. But they know that that weapon is in position on A, and they're rotating so quickly. Realizing as well, on a lower buy, it's more likely that FPX will stack up that A site. What FPX have done, though, is started a rotate of their own. They did send 2 players towards the C site, but now just sitting outside of it. This will probably have to be a retake. The time is so low. It's an A push with the spike. They need to get this planted, but the cover is just being deleted. Mo needs the kill. 3 seconds left. Doesn't get the frag. Round falls apart for Summon FC. They had a player pushing C, one on short getting tagged, one pushing up on site. That was so scattered.
Yeah, and originally that looked really well because they rotated towards C. Of course, FPX listened to this and they also rotate towards C, but then they did a double rotate again, and we see this once again. It's like it's the counter play. But the only problem here was that they were so spread out from this double counter play that they didn't have the ability to refrag, and the clock simply started ticking.
I'm guessing the idea was that Chak would have caused that rotate. FPX are just too big brained. You saw them. Initially, 3 players shift towards that C side of the map. But then they realize something could be up. And they don't even get faked out by Chak putting down his turret, pushing forward onto the C side. They still have players in position on A. That catches off one frag, which was supposed to be the player defending the spike planter. And then there is just nothing you can do. You can't stick that spike. He's just going to swing and kill you. The other teammate wasn't close enough by to cover either. It just fell apart. Really well played by FPX, though, to make that predictive play. They gambled, the risk-reward paid off towards that A site, and now they're the ones that have the weaponry advantage. How the tables turned so quickly in the first 3 rounds. The tag there, Meadow, is known to be on site. Doma, blast packs up above, catches him out, and this is going to be maybe not a spike plant. The Rolling Thunder actually catches a couple of players. Great Nano Swarm to cut off the spawn rush, and Angel gets caught out. His teammate's not able to support because of the Nano Swarm, giving out the opening frag again to Summon FC. They are way ahead on this. Another Rolling Thunder comes out to counter, and this should be Summon FC's round easily, unless Xiao has got some sort of hero play up his sleeve.
I may be confused, but I swear I heard 3.
So I noticed that, remember the last map as well?
Yeah.
We actually heard the double rolling thunder, and then it actually came through the third. I think sometimes, I don't know if it's two perspectives or what's happening, but sometimes the first one just gets duplicated.
This is like living in my home, you know, in the mountains, because every time you say something, the mountain responds a few seconds later.
Fair enough. And then an earthquake comes, like an avalanche.
Yeah. So this is just, it's nice to kind of feel at home, you know? No, but that was a beautifully executed push. How Doma satchel on top of the box there, got the pickoff they needed to safely plant and play post-plant. Really well done there.
I love how Xiao is having probably a better game so far in this map, definitely in the previous, than I've ever had. And the man has not smiled even once.
Mystic has already been taken out by an Aftershock.
Not ideal. Not ideal at all. Pushing right into an Aftershock can cause some problems. You're picking up the pace, but Jack, he forces the players back with the lockdown. Down goes the Nano Swarm, throws another one just for good measure, and he'll pop that up to buy them the time to get that spike planted. Now, 1 minute was left on the clock. This is a very fast push. That means that there's still a lot of utility left for FPX. The nade being the first, the paranoia the second, and this is causing problems. They can't actually keep FPX boxed in. They get the space now, and they're able to swing on the site, capitalizing and closing it out 3-2.
It's just, that retake was so good. Zipan was up on heaven there, throwing the nade, damaging Killjoy a lot, and then the paranoia comes from Omen, and Zipan takes this opportunity to reposition and jump down, so that actually it's a lot harder for them to know where he is.
That was an awkward fight as well. They kind of body blocked each other a little bit. I mean, for Summon FC, this is feeling it's feeling rough, right? You're getting caught off by a couple of these plays that FPX are throwing out. A couple of basic things as well, like you can't get Aftershock straight away coming into the round. Now,
No, that was, we didn't see that happening, but that was unfortunate.
Now, it was Mystic, so I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he was shadow stepping either into or out of it, and the timing wasn't quite right for him. There's a number of things that could have happened.
Let's go with that.
Yeah, let's go with that. Give him the benefit of the doubt. This man plays Viper, right? He gets the benefit of the doubt every time from me. And Bind is up next, right? This is the thing. You can see that double Viper setup if someone can push us there. So honestly, bias caster, man, I want map 3.
Well, at least they're showing a lot more counterplay than they did on the last map. They're looking a lot better so far here with 2-3. So maybe your dreams will come true.
You know, I do feel like starting on the attacking side is almost easier in a way versus a team like FPX, because you've already seen how much pressure they can apply on the defensive side. It's even more so on the attack when they know what you're doing. They've got that read on you. That is a risky TP, but it's managed to work out. Mystic gets away with one. The spray through the smoke. Vandal, that's the problem. You can be seen and taken out just like that. So we go back to a 4v4. Man advantage negated as FPX look to get back in here. Faultline catches out the planter. Mo and Doma, though, they return some kills. You may stun the planter, but they didn't get the other two. There's one player spotted in the backside. Meadow swung on, leaving Xiao all by himself. Another heroic moment on offer. A 1v4, but not this time either. 3-3. Summon FC answer right back.
And so far, they've had 2 very successful pushes on C, so they're probably... This is where FPX needs to start thinking, okay, maybe we need to play more heavily around defending C, but it's clear that they've started to find an opening. So you see this kind of adaptive playstyle all the time, and that's what makes these teams so interesting to watch. They try to find a weakness in the opponent team, and they take advantage of it. Now it's happened twice. Will we see now FPX playing more heavily around C as a counter adaptation? Maybe, hopefully.
We could do. You know, in such an early stage of the game as well, though, you have to realize Summon aren't going to commit towards that. Actually, okay, hold on. They've got 2 players outside C, right? They're making a little bit of noise. I think the idea here was to get the push up on A or middle. You can see that there's actually the Omen sat outside double doors, Sova for window, and there was, before the smoke went down on A long, Doma stood outside of long. The idea there being that hopefully they'll think it's C pressure, they'll go for some counterplay and pushing up behind, you catch the kill, react off and get a site for free. Really nice thought. But FPX, they're wise to it. They play nice and safe. With 2 Sheriffs in play as well, because the economy was low on some of these players, I would say it's even more likely that they go for those aggressive plays. So nice early strategy by Summon, but that hasn't worked, so now they've got to go create their own space.
And now we see the same kind of playstyle that they don't see long, where they're just sneaking up and trying to get for a contact. And as soon as the contact happens, they're probably going to rush into site and smoke off the entrances. Still not making noise here, but the flash comes out from Shadow. It's clear something's happening, and they're already in on site here. Shao takes out Mo, so this push might already be shut down. As Doma actually gets a double, never mind. The plant's about to go down as well.
He's just saved the day, really, hasn't he? Now, Mo has got his ultimate, but he's dead. That's the problem. So you negate the Hunter's Fury late game play, but with another faster push, not committing too much utility, they've still got a lot to play with. You just saw Paranoia used by Mystic. They know that he's on the back of B, but this is stalling any push into the site. They want to deal with Mystic. He's gotten a kill, so now Shadow has to worry about his back in the next couple of seconds. Down goes Zipan. Shadow's forced forward by the Mystic position. And another mystery is where these other players are. He knows one's on long, doesn't know about the second. No time really to get this one done. I think we're pretty much calling GG on that round, and you certainly are as Chak hits a nice little headshot.
It's always a mystery where Mystic is playing from, isn't it?
There, exactly. And you know, one of the things about Mystic, I really loved his Viper play. It was so smart. I'll be heartbroken if we don't get to see it versus Angels, because there was even some trash talk on Twitter where Mystic was saying, like, you know, what do you think about my Viper play? And then Angel responded, do it without do it as the controller, essentially. I think he said, like, nice one, but, you know, show me it without an Omen in play. And that is where I'm looking forward to, because can you imagine someone beat them with a setup that FPX first premiered for EU? That would be unbelievable.
Absolutely. But at least so far, we have a much closer game. Someone actually up in the lead here. Now, Haven is map that is very different from the other ones because it's the only map with 3 bomb sites. So we can always think about and theorize around how this map plays out very differently. So with being a defender-sided team here, it's a lot harder to control 3 bomb sites instead of 2.
Oh, yeah, 100% it is. I think that's why I'm even more thankful that Summon FC haven't started on that defensive side.
Yeah.
I feel like that's where FPX can just rip them apart, really apply the pressure, and if FPX got off to a strong start, I mean, where's the mentality at? You know, you've just been smacked out of one map. But I actually noticed over on Twitter, Boaster was also stirring up some SH1T. He was coming out saying, you know what? I just wanted to give FPX a map. I thought I'd give it to them. Now the true leader has returned.
Absolutely.
Big words for a team that just got 13 forward, but that's what I like. You know, you got to have the confidence. You got to believe.
I mean, you've probably been 13 forward a lot, so you would know how it is to regain confidence in a situation like that.
Now, the confidence is never there in the first place. That's the thing. You can't regain what you never had.
At least you won't lose.
Exactly. I never start to tilt because I'm always tilted. 4-3. Summon FC definitely not tilted. They're in the lead on the attacking side as we rejoin the map after some issues have subsided. For FPX, they've just lost a round. They've also just lost any control or semblance of it over their economy. You've got Sheriffs in play, but there's an ultimate, a showstopper, a Hunter's Fury for Shao as well. This could be a difference maker because look at Zipan's position. If he pops this and blast packs out, that could be Summon FC absolutely wrecked. Zipan pops it. There we go! That is a double, baby! Exactly what we were talking about. Nade goes through. Those weapons are not recoverable, but the spike is dropped, and now all the defenders are grouped up around B to take this fight.
Now this is a really good chance for Shao to use his ultimate as well, because obviously in a 3 versus 5 situation, now you're going to start to try to think that this round is actually winnable, even with the low buy you currently have.
100%, it absolutely is. Mystic is low HP. You can easily take him down with a body shot. Sure, the others are going to require 3, but you hit that headshot on the right range, it's clean as can be. In some cases, with my spray control, it's as good as a Vandal. So, when we're talking about Summon, how do they recover this one? They've still got their smokes, their paranoia, they've got recon darts, they've got Hunter's Fury, they've got lockdown even, but 20 seconds, not a lot of time to coordinate how they're going to use these, looking to push into the B site, faking out A. The smoke goes up, but there's still a crossfire here. They are not fooled in the slightest. And here's FPX. They're backstabbed by Meadow. It's a double, and Jack is all alone. The clock is his main enemy. 5 seconds left. He's got to get the kill, and Shadow puts him down. 4-4, and a Playzilla Thrifty for FPX.
Playzilla Thrifty!
How have they gotten away with that one? I mean, I saw the showstopper. I saw Zipan. I thought, surely not. 2 kills. Spike dropped, and Summon FC were just, they spent the whole round sat there going, sure, that didn't happen to us, did it?
But of course, this ult was amazing by Zipan, and you can always talk about how much if this was lucky or a prediction play, but look how they actually have 2 players expecting that they're going to push middle after this. They have the perfect cross angle, even though there are 3 bomb sites.
Now, I think the reason for that was because if they push A or C, you have the man advantages, you pick up the weapons in mid, and you play the retake.
Absolutely.
I actually don't think they predicted it to be a B hit. I think they were playing around the weapons that were dropped and the advantage of man and weaponry they'd have in the retakes afterwards. Here's a little bit of revenge play as Doma dashes into the site, but he gets taken down. He asked on Twitter yesterday, give me back my raise. Well, he has it, but only 1 kill for his troubles. Mystic, good for the trade, and FPX have to retake with a man disadvantage.
And once again, we see the successful push to C side. This is the 3rd time it's happened so far. We have now a 3 versus 4 retake. They all have Vandals, of course, because we're in the EU, except Jack. The flash comes out for Angel here, but it's really, really dangerous to push with this smoke. He doesn't find anything yet. The sprays come out. Zipan takes out Mystic as well. The Cypher Trap's all disabled, but are they actually gonna do this? Oh my goodness, the Breach ult comes out, the flashes come out left and right. Jack gets Zipan actually with full damage. How did that happen?
He was booped up by the Rolling Thunder. Interesting stuff. I guess tagged in the air. I don't even know. Angel in trouble. 7 HP. A spray through the smoke. All that's needed. I think he's accepted his death. Now allowing the spike to maybe take one of them down, but unfortunately not. He was hoping, I guess, there they push through the smoke and he can at least get a kill because he knows I've got a Vandal. I've got 7 HP. The second I fire through that smoke, I'm dead. And if he sticks it, even more so.
Yeah, and that's the biggest disadvantage of the Vandal. You see the bullets coming through. With the Phantom, you do not. So, of course, as a Sova player, that's one of my tip to the Sova people out there. When you play around recon darts and you want to wallbang and you want to shoot through smokes, the Phantom is far superior simply for the fact that people can't see where you're shooting from.
Now, I would agree, but for the fact that the Odin is even more superior. It's the best weapon in the game, hands down. All right, if you're not using the Odin, you're throwing. All these players are. No, I'm joking, because Xiao has got one, baby. He's come out with the wallbang machine, and he might just need it, because Angel's already been shut down to start this round off. Xiao was over spamming the double doors, but now he's shifting the heavy utility towards the A side.
Nothing gets me happier than a glitch pop Odin on a Sova.
Oh, behind a smoke, and he's got a recon. Oh, baby, let's go.
Corregasm.
But the push hasn't happened yet. These players are still inside of short. Nice headshot, but unfortunately, it was with the Bulldog, so you're not getting the kill right afterwards. Okay, so you've got the attacker Killjoy ultimate popped that doesn't actually fully force Xiao out of position. Oh! See exactly where it was, so he's able to get away with a kill. Not even a wall bang, not even through smoke. He sees Boaster, pops him just in time. The best weapon in the game, already doing some work, and now he's got the recon. This is where it's damn dangerous.
They know if they're playing under heaven here is super risky. The recon dart scans someone. Oh, they're in for a treat, sir. The drone pushes him back here. He's just playing the time a little bit. Of course, the bomb is already down, so the clock is ticking. Another ult comes out from Breach here. The retake's about to happen as they're playing post-plan from short and long here. 2 are still playing from long. Shadow and Xiao needs to be... Oh, but Mystic takes out 2, and Mo takes out Xiao.
You know what?
And just like that.
Mao and Mystic were both 1 HP, and I'll say the only kills that came in for FPX were with the Odin. So, proof's in the pudding, baby.
Yeah.
4 of the other rifles. I didn't actually spot if they had a Phantom, but 4 main rifles, 1 Odin. Odin's the only one with the kills. I mean, pays for itself.
I'm presuming you're saying that they should all buy Odins, right?
Yes, 5 Odins. It's the only strat.
Yep.
Get rid of the Sheriff. Save the money.
What rank were you again?
We don't need to talk about it. I think Mal sorted me out with a nice screenshot of a Radiant account.
Is your rank even like an actual material?
We don't need to talk about it. As I said, you know what? I could...
Plastic 1?
It's see-through. You can't see it. That's all that you need to know. So, when we look at Summon FC, good previous round. They dealt with FPX, they dealt with the A side. Jokes aside about the Odin, although, you know, not all jokes, best gun in the game. You're looking at an attack now that's very much shifting the pace. They're going for a fast C hit. We've seen this from them before, but not in the previous round. They're keeping FPX guessing a little bit. They've gotten into the back of the site. Mo's picked up a kill. We've got Shadow and Meadow both down, and I think they've had some really good target selection in this round because they know they're up against a weaker buy, so let's go see. It's the longest range site, and they use the blast packs to take away any crossfire potential up close.
And they've had so many successful pushes to see here. They're camping inside the smoke. The peek comes out by Zipan, but Boaster quickly ends them both as Angel is left with an impossible task here. And 7-4 to Summon.
And what kind of round was that, if you had to describe it?
I want you to take this one.
I'd describe it as a flawless round.
Oh, what?
Would you differ?
I don't know. What kind of... I would say it's one of those Prime Gaming Flawless.
Thank you very much. That's what I was looking for. I'm so in love with that. So we're looking at now Summon FC. Better than ever. Better than the last series for sure. I can already hear Yinsu. She's happy about this. 7 rounds on the attacking side. What was funny, actually, I saw a tweet go out, and I was looking at some of the statisticos. Obviously, we got a good feeling for it, but split in EU has been 60% attacker-sided. But also in a very, very, very small sample size, which we always have to take into consideration. And again, mismatches of teams, or rather correct matches, considering the stages of the tournaments. I think that you don't want to read into that too much. But on this map, you're getting 7 rounds. I think Summon are already in a comfortable spot compared to previous. They want to build up all the way to 8. They want to get themselves that little bit of extra security in case the pistol doesn't go their way. And it looks like this is exactly going perfectly, going exactly according to plan. As FPX have a 2-man disadvantage.
And once again, where are they? They're pushing C. I think they finally found an opening, and they just seem to just be, you know, if it's working, why do we need to change anything?
Exactly. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And you know what? Throw in a flanker. Why not? They're not fixing it. They're just adjusting it a little bit. I like this. Doma was also selling out a bit of a fake towards the A side in the early stage. They just didn't expect him to still be around here. And with this very good setup, I believe they've won themselves at least the 8 rounds. There we go. I was waiting for Shadow to fall. 8-4 at the halftime. Summon FC looking a whole lot better here on Haven. One thing about Valorant I will say is the ability for teams to get smashed out on one map, come back, and still do better. It shows the differences between the maps and the levels of comfort. We're seeing that already with just 4 maps effectively in the pool. And I say that because we have not had a matchup where one team is comfortable with Icebox, right?
Yeah.
And in terms of time for preparation, I'm going to give it a good 2 months before Icebox starts to come into regular rotation.
And Sky as well. We haven't seen Sky either.
Exactly. Sky has been barely picked at all. So when you look in towards the 4 maps that have been around for a while, let's say, because again, Icebox is available in this tournament, you notice that they're so different and they promote such different styles of play that you have different teams who approach the game differently, favoring one or the other massively. And I think this series just exemplifies it. But now my question is, going on to the defensive side, this is where we saw someone crumble. This is where we saw FPX pick them apart. They were so good in their decision-making in the early rounds. How's it looking?
I mean, we just heard that there's a technical pause from FPX, so I'm wondering if that has been affecting what's been currently happening, because I saw Angel, he was on 1 frag. Now, that's not a spot we usually see Angel in, first of all. Also, I wanted to quickly mention before I forgot, you mentioned small sample size earlier. I heard that that was your nickname in high school.
There was no sample in there, unfortunately, but, you know, close. Close, but no cigar. But yeah, apart from my high school bio, we're looking at what is now a close game. Yes. And I say close because, look, 8-4, it's a... He's just enjoying himself too much. This is the thing. Jonas comes up with a good joke and he's gone. He's gone for an hour. But no, like, I really do feel for Summon. Like, the pressure is on. I think this technical pause probably couldn't have come at a worse time because they're amping up their energy. They're getting off to a good, not a good start. They're already off to a good start. But then you get hit with this pause and it slows you down completely. Sure, it's been minimal, so hopefully it won't affect the flow too much. But if you're summoning this pistol round, it's so important. And I know that seems odd to say with the lead, but you just really want to hammer home that this is not going to be your split defense.
And now we need to see these big brain executes. FPX, they have so many different options here because we have 3 bomb sites. How are they going to approach this? Do we have some massive brain strategies? Does Summon actually expect these strategies? Oh, well, let's find out.
Indeed, let's find out. Is this defensive side going to be the safe haven that Summon need, or are they going to be in a bit of a bind for map number 3? As we go into the second half, Summon start out with 2 ghosts and, of course, a frenzy on Dome. He loves to get up in their faces fast. And we'll see if he's going to be... He hasn't actually got blast packs, which is interesting. I mean, he loves to take those versus weapons that can spray, versus pistols that can be more powerful, but closing in the distance! The frenzy's so dangerous! The fall line actually slows down Zipan from getting the kill and pushes him back a little bit. This is delaying the push for FPX and giving the man advantage to Summon.
And already they're in a man disadvantage.
Oh my god, look at Boaster!
Cover going out.
This could be huge for Boaster. They don't seem to know that he's on like a big brain flank here in window. Might be meeting his counterpart Breach here. There we go.
That's so good. The positioning is perfect. Zipan's there to refrag, but he takes so much damage in the meantime. This is where Xiao heals him. Oh, wait, he's actually on the Sova now. So that health is taken out completely. Now we're in a position for Summon where they can actually afford, especially the B side. They've got players on either side. They've got an alarm bot to slow them down from pushing out. I think it's being spotted now. Zipan going to destroy it. Baits out the Killjoy to a peek. That was a missed shot by Zipan. You don't see many of them, but Mo got away with it. He flicks over, catches both kills, and 9-4 now on the board for Summon.
It is strange how both teams look like a different team right now compared to the last map. And it's really confusing me. But as you said, Haven plays very differently, and it's interesting to see how this plays out, especially if you now get a map 3. Anyway, we see here the Doma's Big Brain Frenzy play, getting a double kill, and the full line coming out at the perfect time. Also Mo with 2 beautifully placed shots right to the dome of the enemy. Boaster must be feeling a yes, sir.
We haven't seen any 300 IQ shock darts yet, though, and I'm sad for you.
That is true. I'm hoping they will come soon. I can feel it.
Oh, no, well, that's not a good start. Now, you got weak weapons for FPX. 2 players, they try to poke out B a little bit, get completely shut down. The turret spots them, the spray from Jack afterwards, grabs a little double with the stinger. That one definitely does sting for FPX. Trying to get some space. I mean, you need the bodies to enter into
It's very dry
sight.
in here. It's very dry in here. I don't know. Do you know why?
I have no idea.
Okay. I love your jokes, Mitch. Keep them coming. I love them.
You know what? I'm having fun, and that's all that matters at the end of the day. So is Chak, though. He's already got himself a little triple. As FPX, well, they're not finding any honey. All they're getting is the stings. I don't like honey, though, so either way, it'd be pretty bad.
You know, it's never... You know, we talked earlier about how we're, 2 guys just chilling on a couch watching a game. Some would call it the casting couch.
30 seconds left.
They did. They did. There's an
It's a tweet about it, actually.
There was. I saw some tweets. Some wishes in the well. But for Summon, they're going to throw in a coin and hope that they get the round win cleanly. Now that's not going to happen because Mo's already been dropped. But Boaster's in position to shut this one down nice and easy as we go all the way up to 10. There we go. Just waiting for the scoreboard to catch up.
All the way up to the Boaster is
it,
playing really well right now.
He absolutely is. In all seriousness, though, just on that. So obviously, this HUD is brand new. It's unreal. We get to see the money that they've got. We get to see the weapons, the utility, though. That's what I'm loving. That's what I'm absolutely in love with. For these retakes, we can see. Before we had to say for the last 8 months, does he have a paranoia? Well, we'll see if he uses it, or if we flick to his perspective. But now we know, and it's so valuable to have that information just off the cuff immediately. Sometimes a little bit of an issue. This is, beta. This is number 1 iteration of it, and I gotta say, I'm in love. I think Riot have done a really good job of this.
Yeah, absolutely. Very smart move there to give a compliment to Riot. I appreciate that. Summon here on a bonus round. Already taken out Xiao here, so already in a 4 versus 5 situation. Mo is just lurking around here in the smoke. The slow push is coming in on B side. There are actually 3 people pushing through. Does Mystic know it's about to happen as Angel gets a Mystic here? The plant's down on B side, and this is already looking a lot better for what we'd seen the previous round by FPX.
Well, for Summon, they're in a little bit of trouble, but Doma quickly takes them out of it. A nice double on the Spectre. You got Shadow trying to pull it back. The Phantom up close. It's dangerous. Maybe not as dangerous as its SMG counterpart if the first shot goes off. Doma's able to capitalize and take down Shadow. As we said, the SMGs can be dangerous as Meadows all alone. 1v3. Oh, nice little one-tap. Oh, my goodness! It's the aftershock that almost took him down, but Chak was quick enough on the headshot to eliminate him. That was seconds away from disaster, but Summon FC got away with it.
That was so close to just being a collab. Jesus, and you see here, this was a really interesting push here, how they expected Mystic to be just around the corner, and they just did a 3-man push into A short before A link, even before the bomb was planted.
I love Xiao's little face there as well. Like, you see his hand go over. That was definitely when the peak went out into mid, where he's like, oh no!
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. It was so close. But for FBX, 4 rounds on the board, and I mean, they really are getting a taste of their own medicine, man. You know what, Boaster? I hope we get, I wish we had like a post-map interview. We can't do that, obviously. You don't want to take players out of the game, but I wish we did, because that tweet, you know, he's like, the real leader's back, baby. And it certainly looks that way. This is their map pick. This is where they're looking a whole lot more comfortable. And if you're FPX right now, you're probably starting to sweat. That Viper gameplay might be coming out, but luckily, that'll be the only toxic gameplay from FPX. They have so much respect for their opponents and for each other. These two teams are two of my favorites in the world to watch, and I think we're seeing when they're on the map that they prefer. They're two of the best.
Jesus Christ. Yes, you're totally right, Mitch. Anyway, moving on. This is an important round. FPX, full buy, coming in on a 5-man push on A here. Only Sova defending. There's no utility on the side either. They're heavily stacked on C. This is a pretty good opportunity for FPX to get the plant down. Shock darts are coming up from Mo. Is he gonna get anything with it? No?
Spike planted.
Okay.
I can hear how disappointed you are in that. Oh, what's the lineup? Oh, fire it in randomly, see what happens. Okay, I'm fine with that. The spam actually up on the mode does tickle him up a little bit. He's in danger. You can see he's a little bit scared to go out for that, but he's lining it up, waiting for his teammates. Here we go, though. The spot goes out. They know what corners are clear. The showstopper looking for a victim, not finding anybody. FPX have pulled back. They know it's going to take some time. They'll give up some map control, but now they've got the setups to get right back in there. Angel, oh, Summon are right back in the game. Hunter's Fury, not in the corner. Mystic is pushing him, getting up close. It's all down to Shao to stop this defuse, and he is shut out of it. Mystic, though, no time. He's got to run for his life. The only chance was to stick it, and so that, even though he's dead, will be the clutch.
And that was the Red Bull clutch, by the way. Just want to put that out there. Oh my god, it's such a scary position to be in for Sova as well. Felt that one in my heart. You have your ultimate, you know you have to stick it because someone is defusing the bomb, but you can also hear the guy running at you and you're just hoping the time is going to be in your favor this time, and this time it was.
Well, you know, for FPX, I'm feeling like they needed that Red Bull clutch because they needed a little bit of energy, and they'll certainly need a little bit more. So let's hope they've got a can right beside them, ready to bring them through this long, long comeback that they need to mount. Angel goes down at the start of the round yet again. Summon seem to be doing such a good job of dealing with him in the early stages. The wall bangs tickling up a couple of players, and Summon fall back. This weapon from Mystic is the most valuable that they've got. Alongside that Phantom, they've got a Marshal, they've got some Sheriffs, and the Classic. So you do not want him to be stuck aggressively in middle for too long, especially when the FPX are going to start to try to regain that map control. You lose that weapon, chances of winning the round go down drastically.
Yeah, and Summon is also playing kind of the buddy system here. They place utility on C, but they leave the bomb site open for retake purposes. They have 2 camping in short. This could be a big pick here. Sova sneaking down. Shao takes out Mo. More people are coming into A short as well. He's revealed by the Cypher ultimate. Mystic takes out Meadow, but gets quickly refragged by Shao. And now they're starting to funnel in on the site.
You should run.
Brought right back into it. The Marshal not connecting. So Summon are in a little bit of danger. That ulti down. Jack is hoping that it'll push some players towards him, because obviously he's got the alarm bot and the turret in position, but it doesn't look like it's going to. Oh, that's so smart. The Rolling Thunder keeps the player inside and doesn't allow him to peek. Actually ends up getting detained over towards short, but they're not pushing down quickly enough to deal with him. This is a little bit of a problem, as Boaster now is going to have to swing into a player with a weapon out and get taken down. Jack all alone, 1v2. They don't know where he is, but he only gets the body shots. Zipan and Shadow both on one hit, but it's inconsequential when there's no one alive to hit them.
That is true, and we've seen this time and time again. Zipan with those 90 degrees flicks, man. He's so damn quick.
He really is. I mean, I don't know if it's more shameful for me because I'm closer to his age. I should be close to that reaction time. I'm at least, people talking milliseconds. I gotta go to minutes for me.
Have you, out of like pure interest, have you tried to test your reaction?
I had some app on my phone where it was like a Wild West shootout, and it would like go bing, and you had to click it.
Yeah.
I think it was like 0.6 of a second.
Okay, that's quite horrendous.
600 milliseconds.
That is pretty horrendous.
I got it down after trying a lot for a long time.
That's more than half a second.
Yeah, that was where I was at originally. It wasn't good.
That explains... Yeah, no, yeah, well, and continuing. We're back in the game. By the way, minus 180. 0.180, but you know.
I heard Lothar throwing his out there as well. I feel like this is a thing when you hit your 30s. Like, but by the way,
my reaction time is still good. I'm still relevant.
Good. Yeah, I still got that reaction time. I can do shock darts. Leave me alone.
I may be old, but I'm still relevant, sir.
Oh. Well, look, 11-6. Let's focus back on the gameplay for FPX. They're just pushing right up through middle. We've seen this from them many times before. Angel actually, normally, he'll pop a smoke up on top and shadow step into it. But it was a much more pointed aggression in towards the left side. He didn't even shadow step in, right? He just ran through. So very aggressive. And look at the flank coming through from Summon FC. They're planning to push up through A, but then they spot the tripwire. This is where you're going to look for the opportunity to maybe catch someone like Zipan off guard. Oh, no, he didn't predict him to be on his way there. The timing was slightly off. Shadow picks up another. And for Summon FC, they're under threat yet again. We have seen the attacking sides win these rounds time after time. FPX, they obviously thought someone was defusing there. It was tap, but they just ran away. Then ultimate, at least wasted, baited out by Summon FC. That is...
You'll take that. You've seen in earlier rounds how important the Raze ultimate actually is. So being able to bait that out when you're gonna save your weapons anyway, that's good.
I'll tell you what. I was honestly just considering, do I say that's ultimately pretty good? But then I was like, no, Jonas will lose his mind.
Oh yeah, and then you said it anyway. Thank you, man.
No problem. No, I just want to let you know I was ready to do it.
And then you respected me too much, so you didn't say it, but then you realized you didn't. So
so
it's almost like you're like being big brain as FPX versus Summon FC with the double counterplay.
There you go. 4 rounds in between it now for FPX. They're starting to close in the distance, and what once looked like a stall of Summon now starts to become a dangerous descent. They're 2 rounds away from victory, but their economy is 1 round away from dismay. At that point, FPX would build up to 9 most likely, and it gets very dangerous very, very quickly. Xiao taking a tick along long and then taking a bit more as a headshot comes through from Mystic. As he'd already lit up Xiao, it's enough to take him down, and a man advantage off the bat in a very important round for Summon.
Absolutely, and with 4 versus 5 in this situation, it's not easy to take on a bomb site. They'll try to get a man advantage in one of the sites by tricking them, but it's difficult. And currently, it seems like Summon is expecting exactly where they are, because they have 3 players playing C and double doors here as the push comes into window. Do they know that Angel is pushed up here? Oh, here comes the peek. Oh, a beautiful flick by Angel, but there's another one coming in, and Doma refrags him, gets 2, by the way. Oh, and that's a push shot down straight away.
The Bulldog spray, not something you see every single day. Ultimate pop 2. Doma's committing. He is sending it. But the problem is those players are no longer where he expects them to be. They didn't push him. They fell back. There's no spike plant because he doesn't want to get just completely ulted on. He waits, bides his time. I think they know there's a player in the back. They do now, as obviously you've just had the paranoia go through. One spotted up close, one spotted on sight. They try to swing, try to deal with him. Cam goes through. It got a tag as well. That's a free kill, but Doma goes up top to close out the round. Now a 3K for Doma and 12 rounds for Summon FC. 1 away from bringing us all the way through to bind.
Map point. Damn.
Advantage defender.
Look at that. Oh, that's a beautiful flick.
That was nuts, though. The Bulldog play is really what sells that round.
Absolutely.
The fact that Dome is able to get away with 2 is, frankly, ridiculous.
Yeah, they lined up really perfectly. Lineups are good.
Yeah, of course you'd say that. But they're not necessarily good if it's your teammate that's blocking your vision of the opponent.
Yeah.
Just ultimately really good timing for Doma. And it's a shame, but...
But that's the good thing about you. You never block my line of sight.
See there, an advantage in a tactical FPS. And you might think, well, it doesn't work because your model doesn't work like that. In I'm not even joking, in VR, it's depressing. Everybody's so much taller than me in VR FPS games. It's always like, are you crouching now? And I'm like, no, I'm standing up, goddammit. Beto, he's already got 2 kills, and FPX are standing tall in this round. They're not giving up. A 4v2 as Summon try to get back in here to defuse that spike. I don't exactly remember where their economy's at, I'll be honest, but I think they could be considering a save at this stage, especially because they've got that little bit of a lead. You don't want to be forced down to an eco, but 2 weapons carried forward, you won't get a lot for it. It's a hard decision to make, but I think it's the right one. And yeah, they go with it.
And as you said, at least someone is standing tall. That's very true.
God damn it. Honestly, I loaded in and I'm like, wait, what? I need to higher my height up, but then I couldn't reach the floor because it thought it was under the actual floor. And it's about, I considered playing on top of a box at one point, but realized I'd just fall off when I went to take a step. So it's not good, okay? There's challenges.
Oh my goodness. You're still a great guy. That's what is important to me, Mitch. And I love casting with you. You're actually my favorite co-caster, as I mentioned earlier, in my career so far.
Yeah, that's an honor, because if I wasn't, I'd be depressed. I believe I'm the only one. So
true.
It'd be pretty bad.
That is true.
I preferred casting by myself, to be honest. Can you leave? Just get out of here.
But man, FPX are starting to wake up.
No, they are, 100%. I mean, for FPX, they're not a team that gives up. Again, when that experience comes into play and Angel's the one, the voice for the team, you never give up. You know it's better to lose 13-8 than 13-7.
Yeah.
And that goes all the way up till you hit an overtime and ultimately win the game. For Summon FC, the pressure's starting to be applied. With the weapon saved, they've got a full buy, but they're lacking some of the comfort that they had before, because FPX are hot on their heels. You have got ultimates online over on the defending side.
Yeah, and
not
Angel,
really.
Yeah, and Angel is already heavily tagged, and you see all the utilities put down on C site. Now, this is probably a pretty good reason to not go C, because they've seen how they could see how effective that bomb site has been so far.
Yeah, I see how annoying it is. Never mind. Yeah, no, when you're looking towards the B side, one of the problems that you'll face as the attacking side is if you don't immediately push in and gain control of the A or C side of it, they can split back into the side so quickly.
Yeah.
Now, you also need to consider, though, oh, that's unfortunate. Zipman's kicking himself. He knows that was a free kill. FPX have gone here a lot. Angel is the man himself who said the B side doesn't exist on this map. They've evidently changed their thinking around this. I love the reaction. Hunter's Fury pushes these players back into mid. Smoke keeps them out from re-entering. There's no one on B. There is no one here, but they have to commit the drone, and they have, which is also important because Xiao has his ultimate. That drone could get him a kill, but now it's used to clear out map control that they already have. One smoke and one Hunter's Fury has delayed this round and taken valuable utility out of FPX's hand, and then Doma comes through with the opening. Xiao and Angel are low. This is a great round for Summon.
And Xiao has got 2 shock darts. He's got his ultimate, but Doma takes out Meadow, and already this is looking a lot more dire. Xiao is taken out as well. Angel's trying to make it work, but it's not gonna be enough. Unless, can this actually happen? Will they actually take it? Oh no. And just like that, we're going to map 3, sir.
We're going all the way to Bind. And as I said, I was a biased caster on this one because I wanted to see Bind. I want to see those double Vipers, one on each team. We've seen 2 different approaches. FPX using it as the controller, while Summon FC have been pairing Viper with an Omen, but the Omen was on Doma. Doma hated playing Omen. He wanted Raze back. I even saw a tweet in which he hinted he might be playing Reyna, and if it's Bind and it's Reyna on Doma, whoa, we're in for a treat. We'll see what they're going to be picking in a while. For now, though, we just need to wait and hype ourselves up for this game, but I think the game does it for itself. 2 semifinals that go to 3 maps, that's exactly what we want to see.
Yeah. They couldn't push B. They definitely could push C, but luckily we get map 3.
Oh, I like it. And in the end, it was a shame that they couldn't get that Red Bull clutch. Sorry. I had to do it. I had to do it. But yeah, it is a shame at the end of the day. I'm helping out the sponsor requirements here. And you know what? So are FPX and Summon FC. I'm so happy that they've gotten that, though.
Yeah.
There's nothing worse than seeing a team like Summon. So much potential, so much ability. If they had gotten smashed out of that second map as well, I think it just does them a disservice to how good they are. But they've managed to come back, show us that they are a team that can contend. And now we go to the map that I've been hyped for since I woke up this morning. I'm so happy we're here.
And we just love watching these teams play, and also because we love how much these teams respect each other. You know, there's only friendly banter. There's no hate. There's so much respect. The teams are different, but also very similar. So it's just so cool to see these matchups. And now with this Bind map and probably double Viper, it's probably going to get even more exciting.
Hey, I woke up today thinking about Double Viper. If they don't give me Double Viper, I'm going to be very upset for the entire map. So, but we've seen them deploy it, right? Most recently, those are the setups they're going for. If you haven't been watching, there's been some really innovative play by Angel, by Mystic, and how to approach Viper. We've been breaking down the analyst desk all day long, so I'm hyped. I'm ready to get into that one. Honestly, I wish we could just start it right now, but obviously, players need a little bit of a break. Everybody does. And while we're talking about the players, I think it's worth mentioning Xiao. He cooled down a little bit in that map compared to the Xiao that was there previously, but now they'll get time to reset and come back stronger than ever. For us, we're going to do the same. Go, take a break, chill out, and if you're going to stay here, enjoy these Prime Gaming map highlights and the analyst desk afterwards.
One player remaining. Spike planted. One player remaining. 10 seconds left. One player remaining. One player remaining.
Hello everyone, I'm Pansy, and if you're new to the Valorant competitive scene, here's some lingo to get you up to speed. So, let's get started. Crossfire. 2 or more players holding a common angle, but from different directions. This way, when an opponent peeks, he is being shot simultaneously in his front, back, or side. Crosshair placement. Keeping the crosshair on a proper level and distance from the angle they're holding. So when an opponent peeks, he is putting himself perfectly into your static position. Crosshair placement is the most crucial skill in Valorant. Bait. Using a teammate or utility to capitalize on their death or distraction. A tactic many players try to master. Lurk, or lurking, is when a player slightly separates from the rest of the team, with the goal to maintain control of the map and potentially killing any players while rotating.
And welcome back to Valorant First Strike Europe, where Summon FC have just taken a map off of SPX. Not an easy thing to do at all. Boaster with a little fist bump there to himself. Guys, you know, I think a lot of people probably would have seen a 2-0 coming into this for FPX. But after that split, Summon FC bit back. They showed us why they deserve to be in the semifinals for sure. But I think there's a very clear disparity between the approach both of these teams had in the first map in comparison to what they did in the second map. Lothar, just break that down for us.
Yeah, well, first of all, it seemed like this map on Haven, both teams played more tactically, with more, let's say, time reserve on both sides. What I really like, though, is even though I would like to say that I knew FPX playstyle from the past Haven games that I watched them, they changed it up a lot. The perfect example was the pistol round, when they did play very aggressively on long A, and just pushed into Summon, which Summon didn't read into that at all, so that caught them off guard. But also, what I really loved from both of those teams, they adapted to each other. Like, first of all, FPX was reading well into the double fakes from Summon, which we know was happening on Bind in quarterfinals, was happening actually on Split as well, and it wasn't effective. So after a few rounds, I saw Summon using that tactic less and actually went into like singular fakes, which was more effective in general. So in what I would like to just sum up here, I felt like both teams counter-stratted and improvised during the game and not just in the beginning of it, you know? Well done.
I mean, yeah, I think it was definitely a masterclass. We spoke a lot going into this matchup about the brains, about if they could counter, the counter, as Jonas said. And I think we're seeing some of that, Hypoc.
Yeah, I mean, just much better round reactions from Summon. And again, and not really bowing to the presence of Angel as well. They were much better at controlling territory in the early round, which Angel wasn't getting aggressive in terms of like the same way you'd see like CNED, like bursting out mid, like just taking that straight off spawn wall drops, take an aggro angle. Angel's he'll creep in the early round. And the first 15 to 20 seconds is where Angel finds that ground and he picks up those kills. Someone did much better at kind of controlling the pace in the early round. And a number of times, Angel fell was first blood. And again, that was a huge factor on Split, the number of times he was able to go unpunished in those positions. So I really like that from someone kind of just taking a step back and then not being kind of too keen to shut that down, but kind of playing into Angel's hand effectively. So I really like that. The other thing, someone just looked way better in terms of utility usage there. We talked about yesterday how good they looked in terms of synergizing these different agents and the different abilities that were being put to use, but most notably on like eco rounds. Again, they were waiting out utility from FPX, anything that was saved coming into that round, but also their utility usage on the way in. They were waiting for a bite from FPX before just investing everything. That was actually really key, because on Split there was a couple of times where I felt as if they were just throwing in what they could and seeing what value they could get off it.
Well, this, for me, it feels like the reason why teams should ban Haven against Summon FC. They're still unbeaten on Haven in the qualifiers. Of course, FPX banned out the Icebox. But, you know, going into this, I would have expected them maybe to ban out the Haven, especially after what they saw in the quarterfinals. But none of that matters, because the next map is Bind. And dare I say it, maybe one of the most anticipated maps in Valorant EU history. I don't want to like overshoot this, but just a narrative, two Vipers. You've got the Angel Viper, you've got the Mystic Viper, you've got the two teams that are very similar in playstyle. They respect each other a lot, and it happens to be the decider for a place for the final.
It would have been actually amazing to just get the same rounds from FPX and Summon that they executed on Bind against their quarterfinalist opponents, you know, and just set them together into one round as well and pitch that against each other, because they used the same Viper walls from two different angles, so they would actually just meet, you know, just touching each other. So we would absolutely love to see this. I hope the players have good enough PC to sustain two Viper players on the server as well. But I really do hope that we're going to see double Viper right now. And maybe something else new. I don't know. We'll see.
Hypog, what do you think? You know, 2 Vipers. I don't remember any time that's happened.
Do you know what? Before this week started, I don't think I could possibly be excited about Viper in any context at all. But I'm sat here now just so thankful we're going to the 3rd map because this has been a massive conversation topic. I mean, ultimately, it's now who's going to do it better, which is a fantastic way to conclude this. The one thing I will say is, again, if someone kind of default to that over-reliance on this setup, because I think FPX are a team that we know they're going to have reviewed those VODs.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to have a game plan to address that.
They're not going to push a short.
That's for sure. That's for sure. But again, I'm fully expecting Angel to have turned something round and have a number of variations to counter this. So I don't want to see Summon using that as a crutch. I want to see them innovate a bit on the fly. A couple of things we talked about on Haven. I want to see that coming out from them because I do think FPX will be very prepared for what someone are about to try and do.
I'm sure we're going to get a lot of replays for tomorrow to do a spy cam analysis. We're going to draw a lot of stuff and arrows on it.
Oh, yeah.
Because I'm really looking forward to the next map. Like, I cannot wait.
Honestly, I feel like tomorrow we give you 25 minutes just over there. You can
Mitch
geek
and Lothar
out.
are going to be fighting over
you
the
guys
screen.
geek out on Viper as much as you want. You know, one point I wanted to make. Oh, there's your cosplay already.
That's me on the Viper. You know, tomorrow we're just going to talk about Viper all day.
Lothar is ready for any occasions to be Viper. One point I do want to make is even if Summon FC don't win the next map, you know, the odds are still against them, let's be honest. We have to remind everybody that this is an unsigned team. This is a team with no support, with no org. This is a team where Doma is still at school. You know, their coach Mini just quit their jobs. Boaster and Chak both also quit their jobs. Mo even dropped out of uni to be here. So, you know, you cannot take anything away from them, even if they don't win.
We were talking about experience earlier. I don't want that to be a factor. I don't want to let this pressure get to them. Because, again, one of the best kind of tests for a team is kind of not cracking under pressure. We've talked about that a few times with a few other teams at this event.
It's time for Agents. Mo is hovering Sky.
Mystic is
also hovering Sky. Okay.
What's happening? Wait,
okay.
Mo is assigned to...
All right, okay, so 3 people...
Mystic...
Oh, wait. FPX? Are they not playing Viper?
No! They robbed us!
FPX are not playing Viper!
They robbed us.
Booster is on the Omen and Doma has whipped out the Reina! What is going on, you guys?
I'm very disappointed. That's all
I
I'll
am
say.
disappointed as well. I thought we were going to have a historic match between 2 Vipers on Bind. But at least we have one. And Doma on the Reina is also a big surprise. Did he play in the qualifiers?
No. Okay, Boaster has not touched Omen since the beta. Boaster used to play Omen in the very first week of the beta, and he was on a mixed team where he sort of tried out Omen, and then he had to sort of move on to Sage, I believe, and then Jet. So this is the first time we're going to see Boaster playing Omen ever in an official, I believe. And Reina is Doma's favorite agent. He's been begging Boaster to let him play Reina, but it's been a resounding no for months.
I mean, it kind of makes sense. Reina is a very selfish character that doesn't really fit in most of the team playstyle, right? She needs to be fed to make sense.
Yes.
Otherwise, she's kind of
punishing solo spots and things like that as well.
The leers, the eyes are, well, the worst flash in the game. That's what I'm going to say.
Put it this way, Reina, I think, is actually a terrible pick versus FPX because of that discipline, because of the buddy system, how effectively they trade and things like that. This could, I mean, it could be 200 IQ. It could be an absolute disaster. I'm a little bit peeved. I'm not gonna
to
lie.
explain, because you made the point about the buddy system from FPX, so they never allow someone to be alone, right? But Reina can use the dismiss. But the thing is, even when you press the button that is, you know, responsible for the dismiss, there's like a 500 milliseconds activation on it, so you can still die even though you're gonna become purple for a second.
Well, I cannot wait to see how Mitch reacts to this, because we only have one Viper on the server, but don't let this make you forget that this is a huge game for both of these teams, because whoever wins this next match will be in the First Strike Finals.
You know what? I'm hyped for the game, but frankly, I'm not upset.
You're disappointed.
I am disappointed.
I can tell it you're disappointed.
I've been let down. This is not the epic Viper versus Viper matchup, but it is, luckily, what I actually hinted at a little bit earlier on. I was saying that Doma said that he didn't like playing the Omen, but he did hint on Twitter he might be playing the Reyna, and here it is, pulled out in full force. Now, this is somewhere that you'll see him thrive, hopefully, on an individual level. Doma's been solid so far on the Raze. He said yesterday, give me my Raze back. Today, he's obviously feeling the Reyna. I'm loving the confidence, and now we get to see how FPX do against Viper.
I mean, I'm gonna be pretty honest with you. I feel like this is completely tactical because they knew 100% that Summon was gonna play the FPX-esque playstyle.
Sure.
And maybe they have some sort of insane tactic with this setup to like counter it.
Well, obviously, we're looking at Angel in a different light as well because of the fact that he's not even gone for the Brimstone. You know, if I see him switching back, I'm seeing that faster execute, but he doesn't want to do that. Not against the Viper that he knew would probably come out on Summon. So, straight away, you see that flash used for a 3-man peek down B long. TP coming through, but it's a fake with a shadow step. You can pop that on the floor while jumping into the TP. You'll go through, make the noise, make them scared, and then pop on back. And you can see now, with Angel's position, it causes a little bit of paranoia because you have to go back and check out that angle. You're like, is there someone in there?
Oh, I see what you did there. Oh, that's a shock dart inside a teleporter. Don't mind if I do. Shao is just lurking around here, not really finding anything.
Oh, that's so smart, dude. So the shock dart goes in to open up the teleporter wall and then allow Meadow to get inside. That's unbelievable.
Wow.
So obviously the bounces there perfectly let it through. I'm in love with that by FPX. Now they've got a great little lurk if someone try a fast rotate. This essentially gives them hookah control once they seize it. They use the drone that you don't normally see. But up on a pistol! Meadow runs out of ammo. Taken down. TP comes in, but they're thinking, wait, what? Meadow's here, but they take him down. And it's all up to Zipman to get it done. A 1v2, a Ghost, low HP, but he has his nade. He's got it still in effect. Is he going to chuck it in towards the defender spawn? Not yet. He's worried about someone jumping out of hookah, but instead, he should be worried about my boy Mystic on the Viper.
That was such a smart play. The shock dart into hookah there. My only question is if they expected it, because why would an attacking team shoot a dart into the teleporter?
So there's two things I can say. One, they probably expected. They seem to, because Chak, it's going to take me a while to get used to that.
T-Sack.
We learned recently it's Chak, not T-Sack, for those of you out there. So Chak went through the TP and started spinning. He was like 3,000 DPI spinning. I play on 400, so that'd be very low. But then when you look at the other aspect, maybe the idea was that they would think he missed it, that he meant to like bounce it off a wall and they just went in there and it was just unlucky. I think you need to sell it a little bit more because it did go straight in. Maybe bounce it off something first. I don't know. But that's something for you, Jonas. Something for you to figure out, actually.
Oh.
You can text your buddies, hey, I've got this new shock dart lineup. It bounces twice, goes in TP, sells some great stuff. But either way, FPX, they've come into this one. They've only got some base pistols, and yet damage is already done.
Yeah, Angel's already picked up a Spectre here from winning that duel earlier. Not much happening yet, as it's a pretty slow slay style here.
Oh, that it is.
Yeah, a slow slay style. You love to see it. But the push starts to come in on ace short here, going through the smoke here. About to get some content as the paranoia misses, but the TP comes out. No, this is terrible for Angel. That feels so bad.
He didn't know he just about missed it, and here comes the one-way setup as Mo capitalizes on so many kills. Shadow is 1 HP. He's been lit down by the snake bite. He was taking double damage, and even as this flash goes through, you're dead. Oh, you're so dead. As Chak takes him out with a stinger and picks up a Sheriff. Actually a valuable pickup as well, because now he's got the option to take those close-range fights with a one-shot headshot weapon.
That must feel so bad for Angel there. When you, you send that paranoia. Oh, oh, I can feel the pain.
It is literally a pixel to the right. That's the problem. He was slightly too much to the right on that aim, and so it left that player completely unblinded.
Yeah, and that you know, that snake bite once again combined with that one-way smoke, it's so hard to push through.
We've seen it from Mystic so many times, and he's set up in the exact same position again. Yep. It's how they like to play this A site, man. It makes it so difficult to do anything in the early stages of pushing towards that, because remember, she starts with 100 toxins now. It used to build up, so she's just able to leave that up with her wall for a long, long time.
Yeah, and combined with the Cypher utility on B site, there isn't really an easy bomb site to take here.
No, there's no easy way in. As you look at Summon, they're being smoked out. Actually, that's to counter the one-way, cause a little bit of concern. They pop their own up on top. Here comes a snake bite.
Ooh.
Or I thought, it looks like they're going to just wait patiently. Maybe that snake bite was going to be flung into the TP if they decided to teleport. But let's look at FPX's intentions. They have a player outside a bathroom, 2 still on middle, Spike outside the A side. They are pressuring in towards B. I look down towards Xiao. He has not got a drone at the moment. That's a problem. So clearing this angle out is going to be very difficult. And if they go one at a time, Doma can easily frag them. They decide to back off. Spike picked up. And now it's a full mid push. But Mystic is quick to open it up and still has a snake bite to slow down this push. He's peeking wide and catches them off guard. I mean, how could you expect it?
30
Absolutely,
seconds
and
left.
for once we don't see this buddy system we've seen earlier. Questionable maybe if Angel was shut off there by the Viper smoke and the rest was simply too far behind to actually follow up as Shadow goes close to the Viper wall here, sneaking up. He gets peeked on through the wall though, he's still alive, but there Mo takes him out, and this is gonna be very hard. And 10 seconds left on the clock as well. There isn't really much they can do, but Meadow takes out Boaster. Maybe they can get a plant down here?
He has to go for it right now, and there's just no time anymore.
No.
Through the TP you go. Meadow's running for his life. Xiao's looking to catch some refrags if players do pursue him, but nobody does. They duck on in, and those weapons will be carried through to the next round for FPX, but another failed attempt at the push as they poke and prod and figure out exactly what their opponents of Summon FC are doing. And I think now they should have a pretty good read. Look at that.
Did you see that?
The timing wasn't quite perfect because the shock dart would have popped before the vulnerability was inflicted, but either way, I mean, it works. There was 10 seconds left. They were just making sure they sent a message loud and clear, you're not getting a plant.
Just the fact that they're trying those things makes me very happy, I'll be honest. Because we all know that both, like, the only thing Viper's good for is to give shock darts more damage, so...
Well, you know what? Maybe when you and I play together, but in general, in the hands of someone like Mystic, Viper's good for a whole lot of things. But combined with a Sova, it's very powerful. And you notice that Summon FC, and this was actually a point that you brought up, Jonas, yesterday, that Summon FC like to play on the other sides of the walls. They'll use their drone or the recon arrow to actually clear out the other side, spot the players, and get the frags through it. Chak and Doma, talking to getting frags, they're doing that textbook as they pick up a 2-man advantage in a round where FPX don't have a lot to work with. One of the rifles already dropped. And that's, again, the second time somebody's died to that exact same tripwire.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. And as you said, they're on a low buy here. Not too much to work with. 50 seconds left on the clock. They don't really seem to find the openings that they were able to find on Split here. We'll see if they can find something as the smoke goes out. They're starting to get moving in on site, but... Ooh, and the pick comes out. A beautiful shot there by Meadow. Doma taken out. You still have a Cypher lurking into elbow. Meadow's actually pushing him. Can we have a little Cypher duel going on here?
Looks like it's Cypher versus Cypher, but a little bit of a lazy peek on that angle. Doesn't fully clear it. Flicks away before he's able to get the shot off onto Chak, and it's all down to Shadow. He's going to have to evade a couple of players, catch some quick kills, and a plant. It's just not really possible at this stage, is it? He goes in for the plant. 10 seconds on the clock, and it looks like he's in a lot of trouble.
That was a very strange duel there at the end. And yeah, Shadow simply wasn't faster than his own Shadow this time, but it's a tricky situation. Anyway, 4-0. FPX needs to maybe starting to get a bit worried here now, trying to find out. I mean, we talk about this time and time again. Here we see that lazy peek here by Meadow is really unfortunate. Chak was really low, but still, the Stinger is super dangerous in close combat. So he played that to his advantage really well.
Oh, now 4-0 for FPX. They get their bye. This is where they can do some damage and not come into the round with the intention to die, as they did in the previous, where they didn't have a lot to work with. And it always sucks when you've got to take those rounds, but sometimes you just got to do what you got to do. The TP, again, going to be faked, and really, just playing mind games at this point. Someone, they're just throwing it out there. Boaster's like, hey guys, I could be behind you, in front of you, beside you, on top of you. I could be wherever I want to be, and you're never going to know. And it really is annoying, because at this point, he could just be sat in there for the next 30, 40, 50 seconds, and as soon as they go, he's not in the TP, let's push bathroom, he could come out behind them. And you're always thinking about that.
Yeah, the Sova drone comes through, teleport here, didn't find any information, but of course, not seeing anyone is still information as Shadow's about to entry out of bathroom here. It's gonna be a big clash soon as ultimates are coming out. Left, right, and center. Zipan gets a nade kill as well, still holding his rocket, not finding anything. Doesn't actually connect, neither does a Sova, but Mystic takes out Meadow, and suddenly we have a very active round so far.
Mystic, no support on the A side of his wall. It was used towards the B side, so they've just got to go in for the kills. Mystic gonna pop in and clear the corner with the snake bite. Nobody in there. They'd be pushed out at this point, I guarantee it. No one's gonna be taking that vulnerability and damage for that long. Heroic Thunder a peek right after FPX. Looking to take down Mystic. Great movement though. He gets to safety before he gets taken down. Jack is able to trade. So much damage done to Xiao. Now 1 HP. He's caught behind that smoke. Jack, he spotted and baited out the shot, but Angel eliminates in time. Mystic 1 for 1. Low HP on Xiao. The spray is so close, but he can't get him. Goes to pop his ultimate, but at that moment, Xiao peeks through, and FPX, they get around on the board.
Jeez. That was so close. The wall bang there, so close, but I still think that the bomb was too far. I feel like that Viper ult could that have been a misclick by any chance, or did it actually not go off? It did look like he.
I don't think it went off.
Maybe it was the wall. Don't they have like kind of the same?
No, he'd already popped the wall. It was definitely the activation. The hands go out and open up. Trust me, I've played enough Viper. I know what that ult looks like. But the thing is, so it could have been a misclick. The panic, right? He's running over, he's jumping, he realized I don't have enough time, player's coming for me, and then thing. But look, he's got his ultimate still, because obviously you press X, which takes it out to line it up, and then you activate it. He didn't activate it, got killed in time, luckily, so the ultimate wasn't wasted. Smoke down for spawn. FPX clearly looking to push this B site. Boaster gets ahead of the flash in a really good position now. Pushes at the right moment, but he doesn't get the kill. Jack luckily able to trade ahead of time, but he's taken down right after.
Oh, Domai's popped his ultimate. He's going into Twitch clip mode, but it gets taken out by Xiao as Mo refracts him straight. Gets another one as well. Zipan's just clean shot to the head. And another one.
Oh, baby! Let's go Mystic, the Viper main. This guy is insane. 5-1 for Summon as they summon the power to walk on through with a strong defensive side. One of the first we've actually seen when it comes to bind. That was sick by Mo. He assisted the kill up above, but Mystic, he takes the cake on that.
Yeah, we talked earlier about how all these Viper utility is gonna cause some FPS drops, but if this continues, we might as well have an FPX drop.
I love Mystic, man. I love watching this guy. Honestly, I like watching him drop FPX all over the place. Dropping corpses, dropping ults, dropping everything. His wall here is actually a little bit different than what we've seen in the past. This is to fully cut off the A site. So they're going to give them control over the teleporter. I haven't seen them use this at all. It's a one-way to cover in towards bathroom if they do want to give up that control. And so typically, to me, oh wow, this is going to be a rotate to the B site for extra support. Not a 3-man A setup still, but I think they're going to wait till they use the drone out first and spot nobody mid. Oh, those players have snuck away just in time.
Absolutely, they have, and that's going to slow down this push tremendously. But of course, FPX here on a very low buy, kind of scarce utility, not much to work with here. It's not going to be an easy task to get into this bomb site. They still have a plenty amount of time as Xiao gets a very clean shot here on Doma. Maybe starting to open up the bomb site a little bit. Cypher has a really good angle to hold here from elbow. Still holding it. Oh, but a missed shot there as the P comes from. He's jiggling like a champion. He gets tagged, but it's still not enough to get him down as the flash comes out, but he's quickly to dodge it. Oh, beautifully done by Taki. Pops his ultimate as well. He's flashed by the paranoia. Gets a tag as well on his camera in all of this madness. This guy is insane.
I like that. You know, I can't see a thing. Screw it. I'm going to take the camera out and help my teammates. Jack able to grab another before he goes down. Big work already done. And the rest of his team should close this out. The Xiao Show almost getting an early debut. Shadow on 1 HP. He'd evaded the UI, but he didn't evade Summon as they take him down and get a defuse. But a good eco round for FPX.
Absolutely. It was just... It was so, I'm just so flabbergasted by that Jack play there. He's like flashed and fully stressed out. He's like, might just enter my camera and tag someone in hookah and then keep playing. I was like, dude, how many brains do you have?
The funny thing as well is that he's playing versus FPX, and FPX mostly use Vandals. So in that situation where they paranoia you, unless they hit the headshot, you'll be able to return fire by seeing their tracers and the shots.
Yep.
But look, he went for the cam, tagged up a player, got his teammates in with a little bit more information. I respect it.
Yeah.
Hell, there's worse things you can do in a panic. That's for damn sure.
Yep.
Again, another mix-up of the wall, and the Mystic has been changing these constantly. This one right here, we've seen it in the past, obviously. I think we've seen it in this game as well. Used to get some aggression in through Bathroom, and now they're splitting in a TP. Boaster in with 2, but FPX, they've returned the kills. They've gotten away with much more than you'd expect. Sure, the space was opened up for Boaster, but now, oh my God, Mo, this is sneaky. If they checked it. They checked it. You're dead, Mo. Unfortunately, well handled by FPX to be cautious and clear it. They know Mystic plays around this position, and they know Boaster was inside a bath. I would TP to be in this situation. They're gonna do it. Okay, good read by FPX, and the timing was God tier.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a matter of seconds there before Boaster had a perfect flank. He probably TPs. He actually canceled his TP.
Huh. How did he do that?
Planted.
Well, actually, you know what? I think he might have thought that they would rotate. They would TP and rotate straight back through middle. So now he's guaranteed that they're not, but it's already planted. Mystic, he can back off now. He can just play this with his teammate. It's a 2v2. This is perfectly winnable, and Boaster's taken so long to come on this flank. But look at FPX. They're being proactive. They're not sitting ducks on the bomb site waiting to be taken down. Instead, they're going out and clearing elbow, but at just the right time, Mystic comes up behind. He gets 1. They have no idea on Zipan. Boaster spots him and sprays him down for 3, and like, yeah, he's got enough time. He's gonna get the defuse. I was worried when he missed it. I'm like, it's pretty close. The ticks of this spike give me anxiety, man. It always feels like it's about to explode.
My goodness. Who would have thought that we would be on map 3, 7-1 for Summon when we saw the first map?
Yeah, not a lot of people. Not a lot of people.
No.
I guarantee the Twitch chat analysts did not predict this. Or if they did, fair play. I mean, you deserve some subs from the Sova main to my left.
Yeah, about that.
He's already promised enough, I think, over the course of this. He doesn't want to risk it. All the Summon fanboys in chat. Well, you know what? Now's a good time to pop those emotes to let us know, because this is the best game in Summon's history. They're so close to defeating FPX now. We mentioned as well that most of these teams, they've been thriving on the attacking side. I'm buying that's been true. And for FPX, they've only got 1 round.
Yeah, and we talked about this earlier. Can we see some upsets here? We already G2 lost. Imagine if we're actually going to get Heretics versus Summon FC in the finals. I think nobody could have predicted that so far.
No. If anybody's actually made that prediction before this event, you're a lunatic. You absolutely are. But for Summon, apparently your producer did. I doubt that. But for Summon, 7-1 lead. They're locking down these lineups of the walls and the setups for Viper in general. The A side has been changing every single round in how you can expect this defense to be set up. You see FPX now poking out in Bathroom, and as soon as Meadow sees that one way is up on top, out of there, buddy. He's leaving, falling back over towards middle. Now for FPX, are they fully intending to move towards the B site? Because the spike's gonna loan up long. I hate that setup. That scares me a lot. Dome is able to get 1, heals up. He's now got the armor, pops the Leer. He's scared of swinging the headshot angle. Not gonna work versus Xiao, but the trade is there immediately by the Hunter's Fury. And now down to a 2 versus 4. The one weak weapon that Summon had got them so much value.
Absolutely, and that was perfectly played by Mo as well, because you can see him on the minimap as soon as he starts to shoot. So he used that opportunity to use his Hunter's Fury. Great use of utility there. As the arrow comes out, the info gathering comes out, the plant is going down. There's still a few seconds left. Only 1 man remaining though, and just like that, we're going to 8-1.
Very smart move by Summon as well. You realize how low the time is. There is no chance that player is faking. What does that tell you? It means there's a 4v1 on offer. That other player is the player is planting, removed from the situation. He cannot help. Even if he wants to get off it and shoot, he cannot. He has to stick it. So they just run out. They're happy. They're like, yeah, Shadow, you take the first one, but then we know where you are. We trade it instantly, and then it's a 3v1. Again, very winnable situation because you know where he is after the spike. Perfectly handled. This is just clinical play from Summon FC, and it further builds onto what we were saying earlier, that first map did not do them justice. And if we didn't make it all the way to map 3, it would be a disservice to the Summon FC name. And now we are seeing that in full force. Summon FC are not a team to be underestimated. Nice early fight that Mo manages to trade, but oh, FPX, they're not a fan of the mid push by Summon at all.
Oh no, they're trying to show that they're still in this fight. They're about to get the plant going down, and this is not an easy retake for Summon FC. If they do this, you might as well send them to the final already.
Just give him the trophy, man. Just give him the trophy. Well, Jack's being consistent, and he opens up one on Angel. This is now getting a little bit scary. Mystic with the God tier flag. He's got a double. Shadow's the only one left. This is so dangerous. A winnable round for Summon FC out of nowhere. Ultimate pop. Shadow's focusing towards the side. He's got the Rolling Thunder. Forces the 1v1, but Jack wins it. And just like that, Summon FC shut down a round they never should have had a chance in. How have they gotten away with that? That is just pure robbery.
You know, when you talk about Caster's curse, I might just...
You know, there's literally no way they win this. 10 seconds later, they're defusing the spike. What was that? Like, that flank was so good by Mystic. Nobody on FPX suspected it.
But you have to question.
Why didn't they?
Why didn't they know? Why were they so certain that there was no one there?
Yeah. Maybe we'll have to look back at that round. Perhaps there's some utility that he avoided. There must have been some reason, man, because they had a player outside the teleporter. They knew no one was there. You know you're not vulnerable to heaven anymore. There's nowhere else to look. Now, perhaps Cypher was setting up some utility. I would have to watch that one back from different perspectives to fully see what was happening. But whatever it was, worked out so damn well for Summon FC. I cannot believe they've gotten away with that one. And you know what? Neither can FPX, because they've called a tactical pause. They are so far behind. That was their way back into this map, back into this series, back into the grand finals that they are fighting to get into. But right now, it's not looking like there's a lot of fight in them.
No, I mean, it's just heartbreaking to see that one. And also, the caster curse is just unbelievable.
It's unbelievable. Like, you were I was with you, brother. There was no way they win that. Boaster, come on. Now you're just flexing on them, Boaster. He runs down and takes a double. This is fantastic work by the apparent Omen main coming out of nowhere. Mystic, my boy, on Viper, swinging in for another. And Meadow, okay, he gets one, but you've got another two to find. Well, find them he will. He pops his ult, picks up a weapon now that he knows he's safe, runs away with the spike towards the B side. And to be honest here, he should get a plant, but it's those post plants. He has got utility, he's got tripwires, he's got cages, he's even got a camera. This is winnable, and he's got the space. Look at this, the other players are still on the A side, so he'll have time to set up afterwards.
Cage triggered. And this is such a crucial round for him. He needs to win this to stay in the game. It's gonna be super hard. If we're starting to come up to 10 and 11 rounds, it's looking pretty dicey, I'd say.
He's ready for them to have already rotated, so he's not using any of his utility. He doesn't know when he'll be pushed down. This is a problem. The advantage that he had is just completely gone. Meadow able to get one, though, and he fades out afterwards. Oh, sees the shoulder. He knows that player's about to peek and tap it away, but he can't get it done. My heart is breaking for FPX, but it's bursting for Summon. 10 rounds on the board now. They're making this look like a joke. It's so easy.
It just looks like Jack was playing with him. He just kept jiggle picking, kept jiggling until he found the right angle, and they just crouched and sprayed him. It was...
And as well, that's a left into right shoulder peek. Like, he is at a disadvantage in that fight. Look at this. Hey, now I'm going to deal with you.
Oh,
so well done, man.
Who would have thought this, man?
No, but I'm not even going near that. FPX have never been shut down in this kind of way. This is the semi-finals of the major, the biggest event in Valorant history, in EU history. FPX have always been hot on the heels of G2, who didn't make it to the grand finals for the first time ever, losing a best of 3. FPX now, they're thinking, oh, this is their time to shine. They can take the crown without the giants of Europe in their way, and they can't take more than a round on their attack side. If they lose this one, that is, it's the final round of the half. It starts out with 1-for-1 trades, and over on the A side, there's already been a creep out. Shadow getting close, and he catches Mystic off guard. It's not the best FPX have looked. They had a round that was almost unlosable, but it's damn close.
Absolutely, and you see the push coming in here. Utility is being used after it's the last round, so there's no reason to save it. the plant should go down, and we have Reyna on a long flank. Shadow takes out Mo as well. This, I don't want to say it again, but it's a 4 versus 2 situation. There's no way they can lose this. Doma is on a dangerous flank here. Can he find a pickoff?
Oh, no, he can't. There's a Guardian waiting up close to Doma him, and it all comes down to Jack, who's chucked out of this round 10-2 at the halftime. No, the UI is not backwards. FPX are trailing by 8. 3 rounds. All that Summon FC need going onto their attacking side where they've looked best.
Wow. Now this is a mountain to climb.
That it is. You know all about that.
I was waiting
I can see
for
you
that.
right up the top. Your little, I can imagine it's a wooden lodge.
I mean, if there's one thing you're used to, it's looking up to me, so that's okay.
God damn it. I walked right into that one. Man, I cannot believe what we're witnessing right now. This is a lights-out game by Jack, by Mystic, 2 players we've highlighted before for being so damn solid. Jack, he's been quiet in recent months, but man, he's coming in now. And Mystic, I'm loving his Viper more and more every time I see it. FPX being challenged by the young guns, the younger version of themselves, staring them down. Mid-aggression, they're still showing confidence, but there's a 1-for-1 trade. Somehow, Jack gets away with it onto Angel, and now mid-pressure being applied. Doma using up both of his Leers, the nade expertly used to keep them back so they can't capitalize on that expensive utility burned up. Zipan deals with Jack, and they try to rush them down, but Mystic and Doma, they're delivering the punches. Meadows only got a shorty, and now has a 1v2 to win. Again, a round that looks like FPX are in complete control of, just slips out of their hands.
And if that's not worse enough, you have a Reyna with 150 HP. Now that's the worst opponent you want to face in a gun round.
When you've got a shorty, so Meadows upgraded to a classic at least. Well, you've got any weapon, obviously, but even worse if you've got a shorty. He needs the classic in this situation, so he's got it. Now looking over towards the B side. He doesn't see anybody. He has no information. Absolutely nothing to work with. Now, smoke went down. I think he's just heard that. He knows something's going to be going down towards B, but oh, wait. Did he didn't hear the teleport.
No, he didn't. He was too far away to hear the teleporter.
30 seconds left.
It's going to buy them some time. They've already got the man advantage, but in all this time that's been wasted, Doma has lost his armor. Because remember, that overheal only lasts a certain amount of time, and that time has long passed.
Planted. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Only one person left. The paranoia comes out, actually hits Meadow here. He needs to take cover. He gets his camera out, doesn't find anything. He gets shot instantly as Boaster's just chilling behind Triple here. Inside, he's just pre-fires the smokes and gets him. Oh my goodness, this is not looking good.
You know what? We said Boaster's the kind of guy that knows what's going on inside FPX's head, right? He spent so long learning everything there is to know about this team. He said he wants to be Angel. He wants to become him. Little creepy, but he didn't mean it in that way.
Yeah.
But as we see Boaster come into this game, he was looking frustrated 6 or 7 rounds into the first map. He was getting shut down. They were looking stressed. They called a pause round 8, still didn't go their way. Things were falling apart. Map 2, they bounce back. They show they've got what it takes to challenge FPX. And right now, on a map that I was looking forward to so much, I thought it would be the close, gritty one. I thought we'd see a Viper from FPX. They changed it up. They thought they'd catch someone off guard. And instead, they are getting pummeled into the ground. That pistol was like one of probably their last chance back into this. Now they are scrapping. They're desperately trying to find any way back into this, and it's full sheriffs that they're going to try to do it with.
Absolutely, it's really difficult, and I just can't wait to hear Lothar possibly complaining that if they played Viper, maybe this would have looked very different. But, you know, we can't take this away from Summon. They've been playing so well, so good, so many advanced strategies and flanks, and it's just wonderful to see this kind of gameplay. A finalist worthy for sure.
100%. They have earned their spot here, and they may well earn their spot in the finals as 2 players already dropped 3 from FPX, leaving it down to Meadow and Shadow. A classic in hand. Meadow can't get anything done. Shadow, Sheriff in hand. 1v5 needed. It's not going to happen, but maybe he can find an exit. Maybe he can catch a player off guard, and he just might. That angle seemed to be his, but I think he was spotted. He was. He definitely was because he's spamming away. That is a flawless round. 12-2. 1 round left for Summon FC to claim their spot in the grand finals. We do not have the team that are pinned to be the best in Europe, and we may well not have the second best either. We may have new definitions on the top two after this event.
Yes, and not to mention that was a Prime Gaming flawless, by the way.
That it was. And I got to say, they are looking to be in their prime in their gaming. That's for damn sure.
Just like you are, Mitch. You're in your prime as well.
Not in the game, but at least in real life. Yeah. I don't look it, but somehow I am.
Oh, stop it. Now this is an important round for FPX, because if you don't win this round or the next 10 rounds, you're out.
Yeah, it's a big ask. That is for sure. The Paranoia lined up very cautiously this time. Not able to catch anybody with it, but Zipan, there we go, onto Mystic. That's a nice opening. Zipan in with 2. Angel on another double. And FPX, they're not giving up yet. At least one more round, unless T-Sac has got a 1v4 in his back pocket. I don't know about that with a Bulldog in hand. I feel like this round might be done and dusted. We'll see what he can manage to salvage with a minute left on the clock.
There is no way he wins this round.
Stop it! You're banned. You're banned from saying that. You've already ruined it once for FPX. Angel's going to be having a conversation with you after this.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Angel. I still love you. Oh, but anyway, this was a bonus round for Summon, so they should be able to full buy after this and possibly secure their dominance in this map so far.
Dominance is doing it a disservice, but I really don't know any way to describe what's happening to FPX. I guess the game is doing it for us. 12-3. 9 consecutive rounds needed. That shock dart even hit. Recon caught them a lot of info. Really well handled by FPX. And as I said before, and I said it in the previous map, this is the kind of team that's going to look at this and say, better lose 13-5 than 13-4, and so on, till you hit that overtime. That's what experience brings you. There are a lot of young guns on this team, everyone but Angel. But the reality is they've got his mentorship and they're all level-headed. Now they just need to be level-headed for 9 more rounds. It's a tough one, man. Summon FC have been so solid so far. And look how patient they are. They know this is their game to lose.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. You don't want to make any mistakes now. You have 1 minute and 30 seconds between you and possibly losing or winning a final spot. It seems like the Viper wall is a bit different this time. They are lurking 5 people outside B, but it seems like FPX is expecting this with a very heavy weighing towards B side as well, with 3 players plus Cypher utility lurking up towards B long. They don't have the info that they're here yet. This could be a disaster if they don't find out. The smoke comes out from Omen. I think they're starting to suspect something wrong. They're playing 2 players into hookah as well. Shadow's in a position here to get the crossfire. They seem to be backing off. There comes the TP play. A so far, they're still waiting for them. They haven't over-rotated. Plan is good. The executes are coming out. The raised ult is popped as well. Just being used to save time. But oh my god, Zipan! Are you kidding me?
That timing is god tier. Zipan in with 3, winning this round single-handedly for FPX, you would imagine. And Mo, he's going to have a huge one. Not going to happen this time around. And 1 more picked up for FPX. It's a long road, but they're on the right track.
Their hearts must be raising right now.
That timing by Zipan there. Pops the ult. Waits. No.
We can be honest that this is also a certain amount of luck.
Left.
Absolutely. That's what I mean. Like the timing in a way, there's no way for him to know. He knows players are coming through the teleport. I guess in a way as well, it's not necessarily a bad play by someone. What it is a misread or the lack of information, I should say, that Zipan has been playing towards this position. If they know that he's playing bathroom and then they hear the ult, you walk out of bathroom very slowly and calmly back out of there.
Get out of here, guys, pretty quickly.
But they thought that they'd actually sold a rotate towards the B side, so they probably presumed he was coming through spawn. He was about to challenge mid, but they didn't have the right info on that one. For Summon, it's going to be a quick round. They are rushing in towards this B side through the utility, not baiting anything out, looking to just take heads up. Aim duels teleport inside of the Viper or Mystic. He manages to catch 1, catch 2. In fact, Doma shut down right afterwards. Viper orb goes up. blocking off a little bit more. Oh, okay, I like this. This is really good. They can get to the site and recover that spike now. Also push some of these players back off these angles. Mystic, he's going to TP, but he gets shot through the Viper ultimate, leaving it down to a 2v3 and a much less winnable situation.
Oh, wait,
what is this?
Is this happening? Shadow, he can get the ace here. 1 versus 1 situation. Shaq is very low on HP. 30 seconds left on the clock. The plant might go down. He's pushing him. Is this happening?
30 seconds
He's just going to rush him, but Shadow's got the ace. Wow, a savior in this round. Playing from elbow. He caught every player that was trying to cross over the site. He sprayed through the Viper ultimate to catch Mystic, who was about to rotate through the teleporter and completely give them a plant on the A site. That was their round if it wasn't for Shadow.
Yeah, and we need to mention the fact that this was a low buy from Summon FC as well, and still it was that close. Now that Viper ult had a big part of it, of course, to try to pick up the bomb again, but man, these are some close rounds.
That they are, and a really good read by Shadow as well. Sees the Viper ult go down, realizes, okay, they're going to go try get the spike. Summon FC, they're up in the pace yet again. They challenged Bathroom straight away. They got right up there into their opponent's faces, popped a cage already just to clear this angle out completely. Now they've got control. Fighting for that early map control. TP through to the back. That's with the spikes. No way he commits to that. He's going to cancel it. Either he's going to cancel it or he's throwing the round. Smoke goes down. They're going to push the site with the wall up, cutting off lamps. There is a player currently peeking it. Ult popped, and no damage from Mo. Not a lot of damage from Mo, as Angel catches Doma. This is winnable for FPX with Zipan catching Boaster. That should be, but they've got the control, right? They've got lamps, they've got spawn, they've got heaven. Everything is going their way. Spike not planted. Meadow makes sure of that, connects it, drops the spike in the open, leaves Mystic and Mo to try and recover this, and it's all down to Mystic. He's been sick, but he hasn't been that good, unfortunately.
The climb has begun. They still have another 6 rounds they need to win, but they're looking a lot better now. And to top it off, Summon probably needs to save here, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So this could be another round or two going to FPX's way. But then again, we've seen how dangerous they are even on these low buys and ecos. You've seen how good they are with the sheriffs. They can still use their utility. It's definitely not something you can just expect to win, simply because it's an eco round.
You know what? You also got to give props to Summon FC, who've just called a tactical pause. They've got a 6-round lead, plenty of time to throw away that lead, and they realize that. So they're going to call the tactical, figure out what they need to do, and get back into the game with a fresh eye on things. Now, that's something that not a lot of teams do. We mentioned it earlier. I think I saw G2 call 2 tactical pauses, one of which was when they had a 10-1 or 9-2 lead. It was like they were miles ahead. I don't know what they were doing. It was probably a pee break. But they very, very rarely call those tac pauses. And again, when you go down into the lower teams like top 10, top 15, top 20, even more rare to see a tac pause called. They just tend to roll with it. And when you're losing a streak of rounds, that's not when you say, hey, hopefully it gets better, because all of a sudden that 6-round lead becomes a 1-round lead, and the pressure's on.
Go get him.
You're fighting for the 13-11, not where you want to be, not at all. And not where you want to be is where Summon are. They've actually gone for a Hero Guardian, and that's in the hands of Mystic. Not surprising considering how well he's been playing.
That is true. You need to trust your Viper main and the team to do the duty, right?
Well, I play Viper. Let's not oversell it, but you need to trust them if they're playing as well as Mystic.
Absolutely. You see a sneaky push up to Hookah here so far. It's quite normal to play Hookah in eco rounds as you try to not have too long range fights. Of course, having less firepower, you kind of want to try to push it into close combat, get those one-shots. The flash comes out for Doma here, pushes in on site. Boaster TP's on top of the box here. In on site, he actually gets Meadow with the Frenzy, and this is what I said, they can be so dangerous even on an eco round. He's stunned and smoked. Doma can't see anything, but this is dangerous.
It absolutely is. Now they forced them into close range fights. The spike is on the side. It can get planted as well. I think they want to open up the space to get that. Oh, I like this after the shock dart. Boaster wins the duel. Angel goes down. A 3K for Boaster. He gets killed by Mo. What's going on? A 4 versus 2. Weapons in the hands of the defenders. Coming back in for the retake. Ult popped. Looking for some victims. Looking towards elbow. Zipan has no idea there's a player inside the site. This is Doma's round to throw. He's got the Sheriff in hand. He's crept into the corner that they cleared earlier. They have no idea what he's about to do to them. Zipan walks forward, sees Nova, but gets shot in the head, and Shao, the last alive, spotted a 1v3 to win, and Summon FC, they may just have booked their spot in the grand finals. Summon FC upset FPX, and this one, I have no doubt, is going to be called an upset. But we knew they were capable, we knew they put the work in, and boy oh boy, we don't have G2, we don't have FPX, but we will have one hell of a grand final.
And this is so deserved. And by the way, that was a Playzilla Thrifty round, by the way. Let's not forget.
One hell of a way to close out the game.
Absolutely. We said this so many times. You cannot sleep on these teams just because they have an eco round. They use their utility so well. They play with low buys, but the Sheriff is so dangerous up close. You see the frenzy with Boaster as well. How does he get away with getting 3 kills there?
He's one. So he's 1 HP, he runs forward after reloading, gets a third, and then Mo, who'd already fired off that dart, kills him. It's beautiful. What a way to end it. Boaster leading the charge, not just tactically, but on the server. We saw the Viper, the play that FPX were dissing on Twitter, comes through to bite them in the butt. Summon FC are your second grand finalists. They'll be joining Heretics, and boy, what a game. I'm so glad we got Bind, man.
I can't believe this is happening. We have 2 teams that we didn't really expect at all in the finals, but that just makes it so exciting. And it's back to what we've been talking about so many times, how the meta has shifted, how we have changes with Killjoy and Cypher, and how this has approached the gameplay in many different ways. So we don't actually really know who's the best team, because so many things can happen, because suddenly Viper is perfectly normal to play in Bind. So, you know, anything can happen in a tournament like this.
A tournament like this, indeed. We've asked for open qualifiers for so long. We get them. Heretics, Summon, not teams. You could argue at least one of these teams would have been left out of the invites, and now they are the grand finalists in the first ever completely open qualifier tournament of Valorant, of EU Valorant, the biggest event, First Strike. This is unbelievable. I'm so happy to see fresh blood, fresh faces occupy these the new BO5s, right? All 5 maps in. But we have one final thing to ask of you here on the caster desk. That is to vote for your HyperX player of the series over on Twitter. So vote for Mystic, whichever player you think should be the player of the series. Really, whoever you think, but come on, Viper mains. Let's go, baby. Now, though, it's time to throw it over to the analysts so they can break down that absolutely ludicrous game. And Yinsu, how happy are you about this?
Yeah, I'm pretty chuffed. I'm not gonna lie, but not as happy as you, Mitch. I feel there is a bromance brewing between you and Mystic, which Jonas should be very jealous of. As I said, guys, no G2 in the finals, no FPX.
Can you press it? Can you press it, Hyper?
Yeah. F in chat, everybody. F in the chat. But no FPX, no G2, new blood. I hammered this before we went into the series. But everybody, ladies and gentlemen, everyone at home, we have an unsigned team in the First Strike finals. I mean, I don't think anyone could have expected that.
I don't think anyone would expect FPX to have such a, let's say, not a statement, an exact opposite of statement in the third map.
Literally, yeah. Maps 1 and 3 were not the same team playing.
Yeah, like polar opposite, you know? FPX in first map, cohesive team with fundamentals going, with executes, with everything in place. FPX map 3 felt like 5 people playing together for the first time. Like, really, like there was no synergy that I have seen in the previous maps.
There was literally 4 rounds that FPX looked good in there. Like, and the rest of it was literally just, I mean, the word domination was used. If we had a domination counter throughout that cast, I don't know how many times Mitch and Jonas used that word, but that is the only way you can describe that.
That round 10, when there was a 2v4 retake coming from Summon.
That literally upset me. Like, watching that upset me.
There was Shao and Meadow going to A short after the plant, and they get ganked from the side without they just bunny hopped around and never checked anything. I was like, what's going on?
We were both here asking that question, and then we look at it, it's like they literally were kiting back to play their utilities. Yeah. But with absolutely no discipline, no awareness of the rest of the map. There was a trap wire in market that I guess got snuck past, but you could have changed the name tags, and I would have believed that wasn't FPX because they were literally bunny hopping back to spawn.
Yeah, pretty weird. But also that clutch when Meadow was in a 1v1 situation. Next round, he had full utility. Yeah, I was just praying.
And so much time, much time.
Praying, use the utility, set up the traps, use the camera to see if there's someone in CT, then plant. And he had, that's something that you mentioned, he had 8 bullets in the clip. For that 1v1 duel, no utility was used. He was basically like playing to his disadvantage.
Yeah.
Not to his advantage. Very weird. Like, I would never expect FPX to show up in a map 3 where it's most important and just, well, they kind of didn't show up. That's the thing.
All of that aside, Summon showed us an absolute masterclass yesterday, and that potentially for me was a better game because, I mean, the thing that stood out to me yesterday was talking about how good they were in terms of preparation, these setups and stuff. The thing they demonstrated today, that there is variance to it. There's depth to their playbook. And that was the big concern. I mean, before Bind, I was saying whether or not FPX were able to go away, do their homework. Maybe the Omen pick was to say, look, we're going to employ a strat that we don't want to play your Viper game. We don't want to kind of, you know, set up into them, play into Summon's hands, basically. But there was none of that. Absolutely none of that. Summon showed they have several different setups they can deal with. And again, it comes down to that complete lane control. On Bind in particular, there's no mid area for Angel to creep around and find those kills. It was fantastic from Summon.
It was indeed. And I do want to dive a bit more into that. But for now, we have Mitch's favorite player in EU with me, of course. It is Mystic, the man of the hour. Mystic, welcome to the show and congratulations on making the first strike. Finals, I have to open with this Viper. You know, I feel like you've shocked the entire scene this week with your Viper play. So talk me through that. You know, I know you guys have been preparing it for a long time, but you finally got to show everybody what you can do.
Yeah, we've been preparing this ViperCon for like around 2 months now. I think Boaster and Mini came up with the idea. Well, I mean, Boaster's been wanting to use Viper since the very start of the game, I think. Yeah, Boaster and Mini have helped me a lot with the setups, etc. I'm just here to implement my gameplay and get the win for the boys.
I kind of wanted to ask you something more technical because we've seen quite a few different Vipers now ever since FPX sort of implemented theirs. So give us a bit of a masterclass, I guess. How should Viper be played on Bind, in your opinion?
I'm not sure. I definitely like playing around my walls and utilizing my toxins to delay time. The after plants are a bit cheesy, but they're kind of broken at the moment. Right, so definitely look into that. But yeah, I'm happy with how the team performed.
Well, oh, sorry, go on.
No, that's it. Sorry.
And speaking of cheesy, we didn't just see you on Viper. We also saw 2 different team comps on the same map in a space of 24 hours. I know Doma must be absolutely delighted to be able to play Reyna. So talk me through how you guys sort of changed your game plan literally overnight.
All right, so I woke up, joined the Discord call, and Mini's like, Mystic, you can't be in the call right now, like, for specific reasons. And I come back later and they're like, yo, we're going to put Doma on Reyna. Like, we're going to let him give it. Like, I hope the original plan was to let him give it and basically out-aim FPX in that bind map. And yeah, we basically theory crafted it this morning and just implemented it today.
Well, how did the rest of the team react to that then? Because I know Doma's been wanting to play Reyna for a very long time, and it's been kind of vetoed this whole time.
Yeah, Doma didn't believe it at first, but I'm sure he's pretty happy with it. He performed very well. Everyone did, and I'm happy. I'm just generally happy for the team.
Well, going into this, I know all of you wanted to play FPX. In every single interview, every single one of you spoke about this revenge story because the last time you played FPX at the Contenders Cup, they got the better of you. So how do you feel now you finally gotten your revenge?
Yeah, it feels great. Like the last time we played in the best of 3, we fell short. We lost 2-0, but this time we came prepared. Well, we didn't perform as well as we would have liked to on Split, but in the second 2 maps, we definitely outperformed them, should I say.
Again, you know, this week we've had a lot of talks about Boaster's brain versus Angel's brain, and I think maybe he came out on top today. Tell me about what Boaster and Mini do for the team, and I guess how big of a brain does Boaster really have?
Oh, both of them put so much work into their team. Both of their work ethics are huge. Like Bosa especially, he's waking up early mornings, like coming up with strats, watching VODs, and the rest of us usually just get on and listen to him for the rest of the day. He just nags on about all this cheesy stuff he's found, all these like strats. Like one of the strats we used yesterday when I was on Viper, that wall that went for the teleporter, he just came up to me in the scrim, was like, Mystic, come here. Aim your wall here. And I was like, what does this do? And then it just flings across the map, and I don't know, it caught me off guard. Like some of the stuff that he comes up with is impressive, and people should definitely respect him for the dedication and the grind he has for the game.
I think everybody respects your whole team, and you know, you really showed up this week on your Viper. And I also got to ask, because coming into this tournament, people had doubts about you. People would say, Summon FC, you know, they are kind of on a winning streak. I think you were unbeaten for 17 games in a row, but people would also say that's because you played tier 2 teams, or that's because you haven't played the likes of G2 or Liquid, or beaten anyone decent. Now, do you feel like that narrative needs to change, and you've done enough for people to actually take you as a contender in Europe?
I mean, yeah, for sure. I'm pretty sure we were for sure seen as the underdogs in this matchup. It's a real first high tier game we've played, and we've just come out on top. Like the reason for why we haven't played these top tier teams beforehand is just down to the seeding and stuff. Like I'm sure we would have liked to play these top teams like earlier on in the scene, but like now the time has come, and we've finally proven our skill and our worth.
You've picked the right time to prove your skill. And lastly, you have to face Team Heretics in the finals tomorrow. Talk me through that matchup, and what are we expecting?
Oh, we're really excited. I think we're going to expect a 2-1 to us, or 2-0. We're coming in strong with this. I think Mo and Avova have a little rivalry like, at the moment. It's just like we're all generally excited. I'm sure they're excited to play us as well, and we just can't wait.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Mystic. We absolutely cannot wait either, and we'll see you back here tomorrow.
Thanks, Yunsu.
Well, everybody, well. We've spoken to the man himself. He gave us some pretty simple instructions on how to play Viper on Bind. I don't think it's as simple as he put it. What do you guys think?
Playing Viper in general requires a lot of awareness, because you need to time perfectly the fuel. That's something that's a crucial skill that everyone needs to learn when playing Viper, because there's not only the fuel, but also the cooldown on the utilities. It's actually, I think it's the toughest character to
learn. It's the awareness of your teammates as well, when you're going to use that utility, and knowing when it's dropping.
You need to teach them the cooldowns, you need to tell them when it's going down, you need to also instruct them when you're using the ultimate, what it cuts off, how it creates space on the map or just decreases the space on the map. So it's definitely a agent that requires the most practice with a team, and I'm very happy that I see more and more teams actually bringing that up. And kudos to Summon FC, like they played so well, and that motto, that the sentence that we have this event with, so that new fire, is actually so fitting now to the narrative. It's actually pretty cool.
I mean, it's also kind of iconic that it comes down to the post plant again in the final round versus FPX combined with that deep play from Belong. I mean, that's just absolutely great. I'm still kind of mind blown, to be honest. I didn't think they could impress me much more yesterday. Map 1 was kind of frustrating to watch on one hand, but to end like that.
I mean, let's be honest, like map 1, FPX schooled Summon.
Yeah.
And map 3 was the reversal. Summon
map 3
schooled FPX.
Map 3 Summon schooled FPX harder than they did on map 1.
Yeah, I mean, if you take just map 1, I think people would say, I told you, Summon FC, they're only good against bad teams. They can't hold up against, top caliber tier 1 teams like FPX. But also, they haven't, they still haven't played G2 and Liquid and so on. So where would you guys play Summon FC right now? Do you think they deserve to sort of be called a contender and not an underdog anymore?
I mean, I think that goes without saying, to be honest. Massively exceeded my expectations. I think anybody that doesn't say that has not been watching the games, evidently.
Yeah, I mean, my personal opinion about the team got consolidated when I saw them play in the quarterfinals. After I saw how they approach the game, not only I dislike teams that are just playing 5-star players and just out-aim everyone. That's not what Valorant is about. I feel like Valorant is a very tactical game because the utility is so unique and there's so many interactions that can be played. And Salmon and FPX are playing to that, both of them.
Well, this is the thing. The question now comes for someone to show that performance and maintain consistency. Because, you know, we've seen a few teams pull ahead. Obviously, G2 is kind of the storyline for the last, 4 or 5 months in EU Valorant, right? A team now has come along, I don't want to say broken the meta, but they've definitely changed the meta from what we're used to seeing in Europe. The test now for someone is to kind of establish this and maintain consistency. If they can do this, continue to innovate and come up with these new things that, I mean, put them, I'll be honest, head and shoulders above some of the other teams we've seen at this event, that's when they'll solidify their position.
And before I said we move on to tomorrow's final, I just wanted to announce that Doma is the winner of HyperX Player of the Series. And I think that there could have been a case made for a lot of those players, but he had an exceptional series for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there was a couple of really strong individual performances, and it varied map by map for Summon as well. So it's always nice to not have kind of the hard carry, especially on one of those duelist roles for any team. Doma very much deserving it, though, time and time again. He was coming up again. I mean, look at this. Picking up kills left, right, and center against a team like FPX. And, you know, coming up clutch in situations that, you know, some of them, you got to argue, odds were against them in these rounds.
I mean, in the pre-show, Lothar, you were there when Doma said he has Zipan in his pocket. Do you think he had Zipan in his pocket today?
I think they
That's an understatement.
they packed like the entire team there, you know?
Yeah.
It's just so cool to see a team come out of nowhere and basically wreck everyone. I mean, not everyone yet, but their side of the bracket. It's pretty cool to see an underdog story. I feel like everyone, when it comes to like cheering in every single sport, they always cheer for the underdog.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, the best thing is now we've kind of got 2 heroes from this event.
Yeah.
Because again, I mean, everybody would have probably put their money on a G2 FPX final. I'm actually thrilled that's not the case.
Some Cinderella stories happening, that's for sure.
I love that. You see, this is why I love the Valorant scene right now, because these things can happen. Before we move on to the previous game we had, G2 versus Heretics, I also want to say that the Prime Gaming play of the day is, of course, this absolutely fantastic ace from Nuki. I think we're going to get the clip up now and have a look to see how
closing out the match, right?
Exactly, dominated G2 in this fashion.
I mean, as well, this is just as iconic as having the Viper end to bind as well.
Yeah.
I mean, what a way to close out. This series was absolutely insane. And again, to just step up here. And to be honest, there were moments where Nuki kind of looked good throughout the series, but he really stood out on split. So absolutely deserved. I mean, his performance was insane for Heretics.
That is such a wholesome smile. Like,
It
that
is,
smile
yeah.
makes me smile. And today has been, I'd say, probably the most historical day in EU Valorant so far. We saw the 2 best teams both fall. You know, the 2 giants, the 2 titans.
The 3, if you include Liquid going out in game 1 as well.
Yeah,
so.
exactly. So what does this mean, do you guys think? What does this mean for the scene going forward? Not just for tomorrow, but beyond this tournament?
I would like to predict, I'm not sure if I will be right, but I would like to predict to see a lot of movements from other semi-pros, pros moving to Valorant now. Because they're going to see, oh, this is actually bringing like a lot of thoughtful strategies to the game, and it's actually all about skill, and there's still place to grow. And I'm probably going to see a lot of movement and transfers and new teams coming in, especially after seeing this event and knowing the plans for the contenders, right?
Like Masters challenges.
Master challenges, and then Worlds coming next year. So this opens up a lot of space for upcoming teams. So I would love to see more and more teams coming in, and organizations as well, coming into the scene.
I mean, for me, we had one real storyline from EU Valorant for the last 4 or 5 months, like I said, and I feel like now we're potentially, this is the first chapter of 4 different stories. So that's absolutely fantastic. We couldn't ask for more from First Strike so far.
That's very poetic. I really like that. Of course, tomorrow we have our final between Team Heretics and Summon FC. And that is going to be a best of 5, you guys.
You might want to remind him that it's a best of 5. He's expecting a 2-1 victory.
Oh, I didn't even catch that. Yeah. Good point, Hypog. Good point, Hypog. Yeah, as you guys can see on your screens, Team Heretics versus Summon FC here tomorrow. You don't want to miss this one. It's going to be absolutely huge. Let's have a soft prediction before we go into just to round everything off, you guys?
I mean, dare I say it? I want this to go the distance as well. We're absolutely blessed to get 3 mappers for both games today. This one's just so tough to call. Both teams have impressed me.
Yeah.
I'd argue that Summon have maybe impressed me a little more. It's tough to call, honestly. I don't want to commit to a prediction right now, if I'm honest.
I think that it's pretty 50-50. But if Summon FC will play to their discipline like they played in map 2 and 3, I don't see Heretics coming on top unless they do exactly the same. Because they're quite similar when it comes to the style they present in game on the server. But it seems like, I would say, dare to say, that Summon FC seems to be even more consolidated as a team and they play off each other even better.
Yeah, I mean, I might have to go with you here, Hypoc, and see what happens tomorrow. We sleep on it, we come back, we digest, and then we get ourselves ready for that best of 5. And with that, guys, we have our finalists. Congratulations to Team Heretics and Summon FC. They will be back here tomorrow to see who can make it all the way at First Strike and become the new kings of Europe. Trust me, you won't want to miss this one.